Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Devil Harry Potter tamed lightning dragon? Harry Potter x DAPHANE. It will have 5 parts. Join Patreon to see all part at ONC. Also for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Hello there. My name is Balthazar. Balthazar popped out of my sleeve, hissing excitedly. Ron froze in fear. Hermione shrieked, before backing away and tripping over Fang, who yelped and ran to Hagrid's side. Hagrid looked amused. I just laughed maniacally, joined by my new friend Balthazar. His laughing hisses were actually quite disturbing. After I suffered a punch to the face courtesy of Hermione, Hagrid and I took turns explaining the events prior to their arrival. So, Hagrid got beat up by giants, Hermione said. Yep, Hagrid confirmed. Umbridge came here, she continued. I said. You played it off as a trip to the Romanian Dragon Reserve, Ron said with a grin. And then Hagrid gave me this snake that can read and write in 7 different languages. I finished for them, nudging the viper in my sleeve. His head popped out, gazing at everything. His name's Balthazar. Balthazar. These are my 2 friends Ron and Hermione. I hissed out. And I should care, why? Just letting you know who they are, no need to be snippy. I said coolly. I turned to see the disturbed faces of Ron and Hermione. What? You can't be thinking of keeping it. Ron blurted out. That's exactly what I plan on doing. I retorted. It's a talking pet, like that Meowth in Pokémon, except it's a talking Ekans instead. Quote. Ron looked even more confused. Hermione got the reference, though. What kind of kid didn't know about Pokémon, anyway? The 2 seemed to grudgingly accept my decision. The fact that they couldn't force me to change my mind played a big part, I think, and we changed the subject, asking Hagrid about his summer. I didn't ask the large man about the second thing he brought with him. Judging by the way he was evading Hermione's questions, I figured that it was pretty personal. Evening began to turn to night, so we bid Hagrid goodbye. I thanked him for the pet with a quick hug, don't call me soft, okay, and a pat on the back, before heading off with Ron and Hermione to the Gryffindor common room. You think you got to him? Ron asked Hermione as we made our way up the stairs. She had been trying to get him to change his lesson plans so that Umbridge wouldn't fire him. However, it seemed as if Hagrid was unconcerned with the matter, undoubtedly PLANNING on pitting us against the most dangerous monster he could find. I don't know. Hermione sounded unsure, before her eyes got a determined glint. But I'll go back again tomorrow if I need to. Don't bother, I scoffed. It's not like Umbridge is going to stay here for long. They were silent for a moment. What makes you say that, mate? Ron asked. I doubt she'll want to leave. Well, the Defense Against the Dark Arts post is cursed, isn't it? She'll be gone at the end of the year, like every other professor before her. I said with a dismissive wave of my hand. If she sacks Hagrid, he'll just get rehired the next year. What if the Ministry takes over? Hermione countered logically as we reached the fat lady. They would kick him off the grounds. Then I'll just obliterate the Ministry. I said simply, before speaking the password. Obliterate. The Ministry of Magic. Ron said dumbly as the portrait swung open, revealing the Gryffindor common room. Well, yeah, I don't need an army for that little endeavor. I said easily, referring to our little study group and my powers, before I entered the common room. It still had quite a few people in it. Ron bade me good night, wanting to get some sleep in. Hermione sat down one of the couches and began to read some book. I walked over to Fred and George, who were busy testing something on a hapless second year. The poor girl recovered, and ran away before they could catch her. Hey guys. I gained their attention and nudged my right sleeve. Look. Balthazar popped out of my sleeve, making excessively loud hissing noises. It made Fred and George jump in fright. The common room went silent at the sound. Hermione merely looked annoyed and buried her nose deeper into her book. If anything, let it be known that I am easily amused. The twins recovered first. Did Ickle Harrykins just? Fred started incredulously. Get one over us, George continued, equally incredulous. The great Weasley twins, they said in tandem. Don't forget. Mighty. Dear brother of mine. George frowned and corrected. Indeed. The great and mighty Weasley twins. Fred looked at his brother, who nodded approvingly. They both turned to me. Nice one, Harry, they said together, grinning like loons. Their smiles faltered, when looking at the group of people behind me. I turned to see a bunch of miffed Gryffindors, glaring at me and my viper. What? I asked innocently, while Balthazar slid back into my sleeve. What are you playing at, Potter? One of the upper years said aggressively. Yeah, said another. Bringing that thing in here. What? My new pet, Balthazar? I asked, faking a look of confusion. Get rid of it, Parvati almost screeched in fear. They all nodded in agreement. I stared at the body of students for a while. Did they really hate Slytherins so much that they would react so violently and fearfully to owning a pet snake? Well, fuck them, then. I'm going to make this very simple and clear, so even the most retarded of you can understand my words perfectly. I glared balefully at them. If you touch my snake, I'll cut off your eyelids and force-feed them to you. I said with a smile that promised indescribable pain. Understood. They said nothing. I took a threatening step forward. Some of them were so afraid that they stepped back. I said, am I understood? Yes. They all murmured, before breaking up, leaving only a few Gryffindors in the common room. You were channeling lightning, Balthazar said, as it popped out of my sleeve. I sat on a large, empty couch near the fire, gently stroking the agitated viper's head. Did it hurt you? I asked in slight concern, not knowing I was unconsciously summoning my electricity. I don't think so. I feel a little tingly, but that's it. The viper stated, slithering out of my sleeve and curling up on my lap. Harry. I heard a familiar, female voice speak from behind me. I turned to see a frozen Ginny, who was staring at me and the snake hesitantly. She was probably the only person here I wouldn't judge harshly for her reaction to Balthazar, seeing as she was manipulated and then later possessed by Voldemort in her first year at Hogwarts. Hey, Ginny, I greeted the girl and waved her over. You want to meet my new friend? I don't know, Ginny said, neither taking a step forward nor backward, which was not a bad sign, at least. Come on, his name is Balthazar and he's very friendly. I promise, I reassured her with a smile. Speak for yourself, human. Balthazar interjected coldly. I hate you all. Yeah, that doesn't sound very convincing with you all curled up in my lap. I pointed out. The viper did not argue that point, recognizing a losing battle when he saw it. Ginny came closer, and sat right next to me. Balthazar's head popped up, and he stared straight at Ginny, who stared back unflinchingly. This one has quite the spirit. Balthazar acknowledged. You should mate with her right now. What? Ginny blurted out in shock, blushing furiously at the suggestion. I froze for a moment, staring at Ginny. She understood what Balthazar said just now. My mind went into overdrive, thinking of the possibilities and the explanations for such an event taking place. She retained the ability to speak with snakes, even after Voldemort was cast out of her body. Neat. I budged closer to her. She stiffened nervously, ations of what just happened. She tried to explain. No, it's fine, Ginny. I put my arm over her shoulders and pulled her closer. I'm not mad you didn't tell me. It's just. She choked back her sudden tears, probably not having expected to have her deception be forgiven so easily. It's fine, I insisted. You don't have to explain yourself to anyone, especially me. She looked at me for a long moment, before nodding slowly. I could guess why she never mentioned it, honestly. It wasn't that hard to figure out. After an entire year of feeling helpless and used, she would have probably tried to disassociate herself from Tom. And whatever abilities he had. This included Parseltongue. It was the language she used to make the basilisk attack all those students. The guilt alone would have driven most people into depressive states. Come to think of it, she was pretty well adjusted, considering what she went through. One more thing, I said, getting her attention. She gave me a quizzical, if scared look. You didn't deny the suggestion. Ginny blushed and murmured something I couldn't quite hear. I asked her to repeat what she said. I said I wouldn't exactly mind, Ginny said, blushing furiously at the admission. She was looking away from me as she said it, increasing her cute factor by 5. Well, Am I the only one who got super excited from her saying that? Oh wait, it looks Lee. Balthazar is staring at the both of us expectantly. Wait, wasn't Ginny with that Michael Corner guy or something? Better question, did that little detail even matter to me right now? I'll let you figure out what I was going to do that night. I will say one thing, though. Sirius would be proud. Pay attention, Harry. Laughter. Smack. Pain erupted from my right shoulder and the side of my head. Shit, I shouted out, nursing my shoulder as I dodged pellets of stone, courtesy of an amused Neville Longbottom. It was Saturday morning, and I'd pretty much hoodwinked Neville into training with me in the room of requirement. After he'd gotten his wand a few days before, his skill in all subjects greatly increased, much to the delight of the professors, who had secretly believed the round-faced boy would never amount to much. The look on Professor McGonagall's face when he got a transfiguration spell on the first try. She looked a mix of delighted and sad. Sad about the 4 previous years wasted. Due to his own grandmother's stubborn idiocy, I figured. Back to the matter at hand. I rolled my shoulder around, in an attempt to alleviate the pain. It worked slightly, as some relief flowed. Dead my system before I had to dodge further stone pellets from Neville, who continued his onslaught without fanfare or cutting words. I pushed my body and magical power to its limits, twisting, turning, ducking, jumping. Bending in ways that made my muscles ache in great pain. I still got hit a lot. I might have gained great speed, strength, and reflexes side effects from channeling my lightning. But I lacked something infinitely more important. Coordination. What does that mean, though? To explain it in more simple terms, suppose someone sent a flurry of projectiles my way, but I managed to notice a small, safe area which I could maneuver into so that I can avoid being torn to shreds. In my mind, I've already pictured the exact movements I needed to make to ensure my survival. I also knew I had the strength and speed to get it done. Herein lied the problem. Just how much strength did I need to apply, exactly? Could I get the angle and speed of the jump just right, so it could sit me in the safe zone at the correct time? Could I bend myself in a way that would fit my body into the relatively small gap? The quick answer to this was a resounding no. In that hypothetical situation I've just conjured up, many things could go wrong. I could apply too much strength and overshoot my mark. Or, the exact opposite could happen with not enough strength. My angle could be off, and the trajectory would lead me near the safe zone, but, near the safe zone, still wasn't in the safe zone. It's also possible that, with the right speed, timing, and angle, I would reach the safe zone. But since I couldn't bend my body properly, close in on myself or something, I'd find myself short of an arm or a leg. Easy pickings. It was blatantly obvious to me. Dumbledore would always catch me a lot during our mock duels. The bludgers of the obstacle course in the room of requirement did the same. The only reason that idiot Zacharias didn't get me once was because he was so slow and predictable. It was like watching things approaching you in slow motion. It was so laughably easy to sidestep the boy's spell chains. Sure, at the end he began using more destructive curses, but they were so badly aimed that there was no effort made in dodging them. The foolish boy ended up tiring himself out, making it easy for me to disarm him with a simple Expelliarmus. Zacharias would have learned his lesson if he wasn't so busy seething in anger at the humiliation he'd suffered at my hands. I found that I couldn't care less about reconciling with the boy. Why should I? I wasn't his mother, or was I going to hold his hand through the sessions our little study group had? It was bad enough that I even had to do this in the first place. Couldn't they read books and practice spells on their own? Why did I have to be the one to supervise them? Because you simply are better equipped to teach them. My own voice drawled coldly, echoing loudly in my head. Not good enough to dodge Neville's onslaught, though. Speaking of, I ducked, and rolled to the side, avoiding Neville's latest salvo of ground bullets. He smirked triumphantly. My eyes widened as I felt the ground below me rumble. I jumped with no hesitation. Instants before pillars of rock jutted out of the floor, hitting nothing but air. I found purchase on the pillars, using them as a foothold. I held up a hand in the universal form of surrender. I think that's enough for now, I said with ragged breaths, looking to Neville. The boy in question nodded in agreement, and with a flick of his hand, the pillars I stood upon slowly receded to the ground, bringing me down with them. Your attacks, I breathed out, wiping sweat off the back of my neck as I walked laps around the training area to work off the pain and muscle cramps, are pretty impressive, Neville. They're all right, I repeated incredulously. They were perfectly aimed and incredibly well timed. And I mean incredibly well timed. Without my lightning, I doubt that I could have lasted as long as I did. Hey, I guess you're right. The boy's round face broke into a smile. At least he sort of acknowledges it. I'll take what I can get, after all. Neville was really something else. Though, every single move he made was well thought out, and he could accurately predict my movements. How do you do that, anyway? I asked out loud. Do what, Harry? Here he looked confused. I know you can tell where I am, I said, remembering his explanation of his powers. But you seem to be able to predict my every move. I wouldn't say every move. Neville seemed a little amused. Take a look around you, though. What do you see? I looked around. There was nothing in the room. Nothing, I answered. He fumbled a bit. I mean, what's the room made of? Stone, I answered easily. Right, Neville said. I know I told you can sense others as long as they were standing on earth or stone or anything in between. Even applies to wood, come to think about it. He mused to himself, before shaking his head. Anyway, what I didn't tell you is that I've had a lot of practice with it. I see. I didn't really understand. Neville sighed, realizing he wasn't getting through to me. Think of it like in Quidditch. Neville supplied helpfully. Ron can predict plenty of plays, maneuvers, and all sorts of moves that Quidditch players can make. That's because he knows the subject inside and out. He's seen them make the plays, perform feints, and the like. He's figured it out so much that it's easy weaknesses in the attacks and defense. I nodded, knowing that much. Now, Neville continued, apply that to me. I've had these powers since I was a small boy. At first, I could only figure out where people were standing. Then, as I got better, I could figure out their movements through the feedback I got from the earth. I got so good at it, that I could figure out what exactly they were doing. Neville turned away from me. I can show you. Pretend like you're about to attack me. Sure. I took a step forward and drew my arm back. Your right arm is cocked back, your left foot's forward. You're about to take another step forward. His words froze me in my tracks. Hot damn, was all I said. Neville's shoulders went up and down as he chuckled in mirth. Does that make sense? He said as he turned back my way. Yeah, I think I understand. That's pretty unfair. I groused good-naturedly. So says the guy who can heighten his reaction speeds so much, it seems as if time itself slowed down. Neville retorted. We shared a laugh, before starting to pack up. Are you done beating the crap out of each other? Balthazar's sibilant voice came from a hole in the wall that the room had. Provided for the snake's safety, if you were wondering. Couldn't have it die on me. The black viper slithered out of the hole and onto me, choosing to wrap around my waist and rest its head on my left shoulder. Yes, I hissed back simply, following Neville out of the room. We tiredly walked down the many staircases, on our way to the great hall for some well-deserved breakfast. The students gave me a wide berth, quite intimidated by Balthazar's presence. They'll get used to it eventually. Neville was smirking at me. These humans are very strange, the black viper hissed out, as amused as Neville probably was. Agreed. They're a bunch of pussies. I hissed right back, causing a few of them to gasp in fright, proving my point. Even that red-headed girl last night. Balthazar mused. I flinched in remembrance. And I'd thought she was spirited, too. Yeah. Let's not get into that, I said with a little discomfort, and some anger. What do you mean? The snake said in confusion. What do I mean? I repeated incredulously, my hisses growing sharp. You stuck your tail up her. How was I supposed to know she wouldn't like it? Balthazar said indignantly. Who in their right mind would? I shot back. And didn't I tell you to stand watch outside of the broom cupboard? And I was. Balthazar said triumphantly. I also slid my tail inside her, too. I can multitask, you know. I face-palmed. Why did you think that was a good idea the first place? My old handler had a very interesting wife. You see, I didn't like where this was going. You wouldn't believe how far my tail could go into her. No, stop. I felt the bile rising up my throat, and swallowed it down harshly. No, never speak of that, ever. But, never. You're no fun. You know what the worst part was? If Balthazar hadn't interrupted, I could have probably gotten Ginny to do anything for me. It didn't take us 5 minutes. And we were already deep into second base. I'd almost had her shirt off, when Balthazar had tried his little stunt with his tail. Ginny pretty much stiffened up, looked at the tail, looked at me, and got out of the broom cupboard, running faster than I'd ever seen her run. Figures that my snake, not that snake, was more perverted than I was. I'd seen many disturbing things while searching for good porn. Just how was pissing on someone considered erotic? Or using clips on their nipples? Or bestiality? Come to think of it, if Remus married a regular human, was that bestiality? What about Fleur? Or Hagrid? How was Hagrid even conceived, for that matter? Female giants had really big genitalia, did they not? Did Hagrid's dad have to bodily enter her before? I hurriedly shook off these distracting and disturbing thoughts. I sighed, realizing I was partly to blame for the mishap. Look, I think I might need to set some rules just so that we won't have these misunderstandings. I hissed out. That sounds reasonable. Balthazar agreed. All right, I began. Right now, I can pretty much give you the basics, and we can figure out the rest as we go along. 5. RST rule. Don't attack anyone unprovoked. If you're attacked, run away. If you can't run away, only then can you fight back. I held up a finger. Balthazar nodded. Second rule. Don't stick your tail in any person's various holes. It's wrong. I hissed with a hint of exasperation. But, no buts. This is non-negotiable. You have to apologize to Ginny, too. Balthazar's head went down. If you really want to have that much fun, I can get you a female buddy later on. I threw in. My pet viper perked up at that. I went over the small list I'd made up on the spot. They were basic ideas, like, don't eat someone else's food, go to the bathroom when you want to piss, etc. That kind of thing. I knew Balthazar was probably smart enough to do most of that, but the implied slight on his capabilities acting in a civilized manner would encourage him to try and impress me. At least, I hoped he would. To his credit, Balthazar was cowed instead of furious. He hissed out an apology, with his head down. I petted his head and told him to cheer up, because we were about to have breakfast. When I passed through the door leading to the Great Hall, and the smell of delicious food reached us, the black viper jerked its head up, excited at the prospect of a meal. Neville and I immediately headed to the Gryffindor table, ignoring the startled looks coming my way. The boy who lived being friendly with a snake. He must be turning dark for sure. I wryly thought to myself. I caught Ginny's wide eyes, and approached her. Hey, I greeted. Hi, Harry. She eyed Balthazar in weary suspicion. It was an acceptable gesture, considering he tried to spear her poop hole with his tail the night before. I think Balthazar has something to say to you, I said simply, turning my head to the aforementioned snake. I'm sorry, Balthazar said quickly. I nudged him to go further. He complied. I didn't know that it was wrong. My handler made me do it all the time with his wife. The snake explained morosely. Ginny grimaced at the information, but gave the snake a nod in understanding. He just didn't know better, after all. Anyway, I've gone over some basic rules so he knows how to behave. He shouldn't be causing any more, incidents. I said. Ginny blushed in embarrassment. And was that a little regret? Did she like it? Nope. Anyway, that's that. I'm going to eat now, okay. See you. Have a nice day, I said quickly, and headed to an empty seat next to Neville, causing the people around me to shift nervously in the presence of the snake. The students from the tables were also glancing at me and whispering to each other in interest. I hazarded a glance towards the head table. I got a few curious, if concerned stares from most of the teachers. Umbridge gave me a particularly queer look that sent shudders through my system. Dumbledore merely gave me the barest of glances, before going back to his breakfast, not really deeming it a major event. Which it wasn't. That was probably the way to go, Just act like it's a normal thing, and people will get used to it. It's like those people that would raise wild animals and let them run free in their home. Or that guy that let so many snakes bite into him that he was more or less immune to most poisons. I held up a sausage for Balthazar, who gobbled half of it up, with surprising speed. I, as well as people in my immediate vicinity, watched in fascination as the viper gulped down the meat with ease. Good stuff, the snake said, going quiet to digest its food in peace afterwards. After that little display, I began eating in earnest, and the students in the great hall seemed to go back to their morning routine, forgetting about me entirely for the moment, anyway. I helped myself to some eggs, and a few sausages for myself. The training with Neville made me work up quite the appetite, to be honest. I ate at a scoring the taste of the food. Can I join you, Potter? I heard a familiar voice say. I stopped chewing for a while, and turned to see Daphne behind me. She was wearing some jeans, and a plain black shirt. Sure, I smiled at the pretty Slytherin. Always room for you, here. Tracy joining you. Oh, no, Daphne smiled back, pointing in the direction of the Slytherin table. I followed it with my eyes, and promptly did a double take. Ronald Weasley sat with Tracy Davis on the Slytherin table, exchanging conversation. Ron actually looked pretty happy to be around the auburn-haired girl, and she seemed to be reciprocating the feeling. Whoa, I breathed. Ron and a Slytherin, I know. Daphne sat down, eyeing Balthazar with a little curiosity. When it looked like he wasn't going to move anytime soon, she looked back at me. Did he? Yes. Are they? Not quite there, I think. Daphne answered knowingly, looking amused. I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. A feeling of overwhelming guilt clawed at my conscience. I should have talked to Ron and Hermione more. I've been choosing to train instead of spending time with either him or Hermione. I rationalized it as a need to get stronger so I could live through a fight against Voldemort. However, I'd also been using it as an excuse to get out of doing things with others. I've been busy, I know. Daphne looked a little miffed at that. That's what everyone's been telling me. It's been hell to try and reach you. You wanted to reach me. I repeatedly dumbly, feeling flattered. Well, yes, she admitted with a frown. I was going to ask you if you wanted to go to Hogsmeade today, but like I said, it was hell reaching you. I'm sorry. I apologized honestly, feeling pretty miserable for blowing everyone off. Do you still want to go? I asked hopefully. She tried to look irritated, but the quirk in her lip told another story altogether. Yes, she huffed, and grabbed a nearby banana, peeling it. She began to eat, and immediately broke eye contact with me, blushing as she did so. Cute. Wonder what she was thinking of, I gave her a saucy wink, before going back to my own food. The rest of the mealtime was spent in a comfortable silence. Neville bid me a quick goodbye, wanting to check out his plants in one of the greenhouses. Apparently Sprout had given him his own working space. So, what have you been up to? Daphne said as I watched Neville leave the Great Hall. I turned to see her face, alight with interest. Mostly training, I said, and winced when I tried to stretch. Are you all right? She asked, noticing the reaction. Yeah, I'm just bruised up a bit, I said lightly, trying to get her mind off of it. Training's not all about spell casting, after all. I brought up my hand to rub the back of my head, but cringed as it roughly passed over the bruise on the side. Okay, I breathed out, maybe bruised up a lot. That one hurt, that's it. Daphne got up, grabbed me by the hand, and bodily dragged me out of the Great Hall. I glanced at the head table, seeing Dumbledore giving me a look that said, whipped. Asshole. At first, I didn't know where she was taking me, but then I recognized the familiar path leading up to Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing. Great. Dealing with Poppy was going to be a nightmare. She's not in today, she said, having accurately guessed my thoughts. Oh, I said, confused. Then who's going to? Oh, right, I finally understood. Daphne was something of an assistant here. From what I can remember her telling me. We entered the hospital wing. The familiar surroundings were comforting and familiar to me, however disturbing the thought is. Some things definitely wrong when you begin to view the hospital wing as a familiar place. My sarcastic thoughts snapped at me. You take your normal bed, while I get some bruise removal paste for you. Daphne instructed in a no-nonsense voice. Before she disappeared for a bit, I complied wordlessly, part of me getting irrationally excited as I gently unwound the sleeping Balthazar, who curled up on the hospital bed. Daphne the nurse, my personal nurse. My face split into a grin for a split second, before switching to an impassive expression. It was a futile gesture, of course, since my muscles were now tense. And my eyes kept excitedly searching for the girl in question. Daphne came back with a medium-sized jar filled with thick, yellow paste. I watched her approach me with a careful eye, not sure what to expect. This, she gestured at the jar with her free hand, as a paste that removes bruising. I made it myself. You just dab a little of it on, and the bruises should fade within half an hour. That's actually pretty damn impressive. I voiced out. No disgusting potions or anything. Yes, well, she blushed prettily. I figured you wouldn't appreciate any more potions from this place. You'd be right, I confirmed with a smile. Anyway, she smiled back. Take off your shirt. What? I asked, wondering if she was teasing me or being serious. Your shirt. Take it off. Daphne repeated. Why? I asked hesitantly, not sure where she was going with this. So I can apply the paste, Potter. She looked a little exasperated. Oh, I said, feeling a little stupid. I flushed with embarrassment. So much for that fantasy. What did you think I was going to do? She asked with a smirk. Maybe you that is to say there's no good answer to this, is there? Not really, Daphne confirmed, still smirking at me. Now take it off, she ordered again. I followed her orders, feeling even more excited than I was before. She gave my body an appreciative stare, which did very little to sat my desire. If anything, it increased it. Her expression turned into that of concern as she spotted several large bruises on my chest and shoulder. What have you been doing to yourself? Daphne breathed out, lightly touching the bruises. I winced and recoiled from her touch. Training, I answered simply. You're hurting yourself in the name of training, she said incredulously. I'm not exactly hurting myself on purpose, you know. I'm working on my dodging skills. As you can tell, they need a lot of work. I explained patiently, with a wry smile. Why would? Daphne stopped for a moment. I saw you avoid Smith's attack with ease. Why would you need to continue? So that's why she was wondering why I was still training my reflexes. It's an understandable point, I suppose. I acknowledged her concerns. But, you have to keep it in mind that Zacharias Smith is a fool who thinks he knows magic. All of his spells had terrible aim. It was child's play to dodge his attacks. So, why, then? Daphne began to rub the paste on my shoulder, immediately soothing the stinging pain into a very dull throb. It's simple. I smiled at the beautiful woman. I will be fighting full-fledged Death Eaters. As well as Voldemort. No winces this time, surprisingly, himself. Perhaps simultaneously. You know that obstacle course in the room of requirement. Oh, that thing. Daphne looked a little intimidated at the idea of that obstacle course. We've all been wondering if you were going to throw us in there for fun. Oh, hell no, I denied vehemently, wincing as Daphne put a little pressure on my chest. All the talking made this feel less awkward. That part is volunteer only. That's if you want to get to the next level. I've been running it myself a lot. That's how I've been getting bruised up. Bludgers make for good projectiles, since they keep coming back for more. Not to mention the training I did with Neville today. I wasn't going to tell anyone about that, because it was Neville's secret. Not mine. Discipline through pain, then. Daphne guessed. Pretty much, I confirmed. Hold still. She began to smear some paste at the side of my head. I wanted to cringe at the painful contact, but crushed that urge down. Daphne's scrumptious lips were right in front of my eyes. I suppose it's as good a method as any to learn. I watched her lips move tantalizingly as she spoke. You got that right, I said absent-mindedly while my head FLE pounding headache greatly fading. As she was about to pull away, I raised my face and pushed my lips against hers. She was startled for a moment. Before relaxing into it, I pulled her closer to me, deepening the kiss, and rubbing her back soothingly as she wrapped her arms around my neck. We stayed that way for a few more seconds, before having to pull away for some air. She backed off and looked away for a moment. Let's not go to Hogsmeade, she said, and I felt devastated at the sudden rejection. I put my head down. Let's just snog all day, instead. False alarm. She wasn't rejecting me. Okay. Maybe this time I could make Sirius proud. I glowered at the sleeping Balthazar, as if daring him to ruin this moment. The black viper slept on, completely unaware of the world around it. I was having a perfectly good dream, minding my own business. Then, everything changed. I was back in the long, dark hallway. I felt annoyed at having to see this stupid useless place yet again. I never understood why I kept dreaming of it. It's not like there was anything special about it. Why couldn't I have a nice, wet dream instead? Me, Daphne, some whipped cream, yum. I silently slithered on my long belly, across the cold stone floor. Wait, that's a little different than usual. Normally, I would be walking along the hallway, and reach the door at the end. I would try to open it, but the dream would end there. This was different. I wondered what would happen. Someone's there, this time. At the door I'd been seeing in my dreams. He was under some form of invisibility, but I could smell him. I could smell his breath, his sweat. He reeked of filthy human. Reeked of human, but wasn't I human? There was movement, and a silvery cloak slid off the figure. A flash of red hair, and a tightly gripped wand greeted me. He noticed my presence. I must attack. No, I know him. Stop. Stop it. Strike. 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 My body moved of its own accord. The man dropped to the ground, poisoned and wounded. Strange. My attacks felt like a snake's. But I'm not a snake. I'm a human being. My scar was hurting as I gone to realize that this probably wasn't a dream. My eyes snapped open, to see Ron's worried face staring at me. Harry, Harry, the boy called out, shaking me a little roughly. Ron, I breathed out raggedly. Your dad. Danger. Arthur. Tell Dumbledore. Tell. I blacked out. Yet I could still hear others around me. Quick, Neville, Ron bellowed out. Get Dumbledore. I heard hurried footsteps. I tried to move. Couldn't. I tried to speak. Couldn't. I tried to open my eyes. Couldn't. What the hell was going on? Harry, I heard Balthazar call out to me. I couldn't answer. The viper was wrapped around my arm, giving me a soothing feeling. Strange. Hadn't realized I was in such pain until I'd received this soothing relief. I know you can hear me, Harry. Balthazar began. Whatever this is, fight it. It. What is it? I felt the darkness around me wash away into a bright, white light. Balthazar's hissing faded into the background, dissolving into complete and utter silence. When the light dimmed, I found myself standing in a peculiar place. It was very peculiar because there was nothing there. Absolutely nothing. I stared into the endless white expanse in bewilderment. What the hell was going on? A wave of dizziness began to hit me. Tilda, what's wrong with him? I do not know. I have never seen anything like this, Tilda. I shook my head. Where did those voices come from, and why did they sound so familiar? Bah, it didn't matter. I regained my bearings and gazed at my surroundings once more. The same white expanse. Wait, it was a little different than before. What was that in the distance? Something was definitely coming my way. Whatever it was small, really small. As it got closer, I began to notice its features. Boy, were they disturbing. Its stature was similar to that of a child. Of course, that's where the similarities ended. The abomination looked like it used to be a child at some point in its life, but was now a flayed, emaciated, bloody, gory mess of a humanoid creature. Blood trailed endlessly behind its walking corpse as it neared me further and further. My heart rate increased, and irrational fear began building in my chest. I'll be honest, the gory child's slow walk was beyond creepy. But I was more than 4 times its size. I felt a little bit of fear and revulsion as my eyes roved over its form. I'd played a few horror games that featured evil spirits of dead children. This seemed right up their alley. I could only hope it wouldn't ask to play with me before trying to eat me or something. The gored child stopped a few meters in front of me, appraising me with its gaze. Its eyes were blood red and menacing. It kept staring at me for a long while. I stared right back, irritation replacing my fear. Was it ever going to speak? So are we going to stand here, or what? I finally said, my voice as sharp as a knife. Harry Potter. It said, yet its mouth was not moving. The sound came from everywhere. Its eyes took on a sinister quality. Who? I was at a loss for words. The demon child smiled, showing razor-sharp teeth. I backed away from it, hands raising up in defense. It did not move further. Surely you know who I am, Harry Potter. I heard the voice echo. After all, I've been with you, your entire life. With me? I asked incredulously. I've never seen you in my life before, friend. I am no friend of yours, Harry Potter. The thing got on all fours, snarling. It stayed that way for a few seconds, before composing itself and standing back up, its eyes unnaturally wide, as if it were watching my every move. If I made a single mistake, I had no doubt it would leap at me and tear me to shreds with its teeth. On the scary level, this rated a solid. I think I have to go walk the car, dog. I need to walk the dog. Bye. Then what the fuck are you? I blurted out. The being smiled, showing those terrible teeth again. Why, I'm part of you. Part of? I repeated dumbly, before fixing it with a glare. Enough. No more vague answers, or all. You'll what? Kill me where I stand? The evil entity challenged with a smirk. Go ahead and try. Well, let it be known that I tried to solve this with words. You asked for it, I said gravely. Before concentrating, I called my lightning forth, and directed my hand at the smirking child, hoping to send a bolt that would fry it out of existence, once and for all. Nothing happened. No lightning came out. I tried again. Nothing. What was going on? My lightning wasn't responding to my call. What the hell? I mouthed out, staring at my hand as if it betrayed me somehow. The child smiled maliciously as it tilted its head in amusement. Can't use your lightning, can you? It taunted with that disturbing smile. My head swiveled around to the bloody child, so quick that my neck made a loud crack. How do you know about your lightning? Dragonslayer, magic. The child sneered disdainfully. I'm a part of you, remember? The child repeated, as if angered about having to repeat itself. I have been with you since you were very young, Harry Potter. Since I was very young. Red eyes. The last thing I remembered before ending up here was a dream in which I was a snake, attacking Mr. Weasley. Red eyes. Snake. But that didn't happen, did it? That was just a dream. A flash of a short conversation with a worried-looking Ron appeared to the forefront of my mind. I remembered telling him to save Mr. Weasley because he was being attacked by something. I remembered my scar was hurting. A lot. Wait. My scar was hurting quite a bit right now, come to think of it. Red eyes. Snake. Scar pain. It came to me. Voldemort. I pointed an accusing finger at the child. Very good. Voldemort smiled viciously. I was wondering when your feeble mind would make the connection. But how? I asked, sounding confused. I don't understand. Why are you a little kid? You seem to be having a hard time grasping the situation you are currently experiencing. The child seemed amused. Allow me to explain it to me. I asked incredulously. Why, yes, Voldemort said easily. We are currently within the depths of your mind. It is another plane of existence. Most wizards learn to protect this plane by employing occlumency, but I digress. As the rules clearly state, if I am to take over your soul, I must greet you, and do battle with you within the very depths of your mind. Only then can I begin to eradicate you. He smiled evilly, giving me shivers. What rules? I had no idea what the hell he was on about, but his words sounded somewhat familiar. He would greet me, and then fight me for control over my body. Voldemort's smile widened as I began to realize the reference. It was the same as when Naruto was about to fight the Ninetales in his mindscape. But how would that apply to me? How could it? Also, how did Voldemort know about the manga, Naruto, to begin with? As if reading my mind, Voldemort began to speak. I have already stated had I been a part of you for a very long time, Harry Potter. Voldemort rasped out. It applies to you because you're mindscape, as you seem to be putting it, Voldemort sneered. As directly related to your personal experiences. As such, we shall enter a battle, following the rules of many combat systems you've encountered in your life. Combat systems, I repeated, feeling bewildered, confused, and in pain. Indeed, Voldemort confirmed with malicious glee. Do you accept, Harry Potter? I took a long moment to examine the freaky-looking entity. Was it telling the truth, or was it lying to me? I didn't know. Could it lie in my own mind? Was I really in my own mind, as it was saying? Wait, yes, this was my own mind. I could feel it. I didn't know how to explain it, but I could clearly tell that this was my own mind. Okay, so Voldemort wasn't lying to me. I still didn't trust him, though it's not like I had a choice in the matter. Fine, I accept, I finally said, sealing the deal. I looked around. So, when do we begin? But the scene was already shifting. Right now, the voice, instead of being all-encompassing, now came from the flayed child itself. Voldemort began to growl at me threateningly, his skin turning green, while his eyes assumed the shape of a snake's eyes. Lines began appearing on the boy's head, splitting it into 5 others, and his neck was greatly elongated. Our surroundings morphed, grabbing my attention. They turned from the vast white expanse, into a quiet-looking village. I looked beyond its borders, seeing only greenery, followed by the vast expanse of the sea. The buildings seemed to possess an architectural quality reminiscent of the Japanese people. They were wooden structures, elevated slightly off of the ground, with thatched roofs. The walls consisted almost entirely of sliding doors, allowing for great room customization. The people, looking to be of Japanese descent, were milling around the town, minding their own business. In fact, none of them were even paying attention to me, strangely enough. It was like I was a ghost. I quickly turned to where I'd last seen Voldemort, or was it Kidmort? Maybe Voldkid, cursing at myself for my carelessness. But he was nowhere to be found. What the hell was he turning into? His skin turned green, and his head was splitting into many others. A hydra, perhaps. Sounded like a hydra. Something about this whole situation seemed so familiar to me. Too familiar. Many combat systems you've encountered in your life. Voldemort's words rang in my head. It made sense. I remembered this place. I made my way to the city's entrance. The city's occupants seemed to be completely oblivious to my presence. I read the sign, and then I reread it for good measure. It said, Island Nation of Zipangu. Damn it. No fucking way. I breathed, and entered the town once more, searching for the main building. It was just as I remembered it was, from an old game I played on a Game Boy emulator last summer. I entered the building, walking past the guards, and made my way to the throne room, except that it was completely bare as expected. A Japanese woman in an elaborate yukata, wearing an excessive amount of makeup, sat on the floor in a seiza position, regarding me with great disdain. What do you want? She said, clearly unhappy with my presence. I despise outlanders such as you. You better have a good reason for being here, and you better explain that reason quickly. Have you heard of the Archfiend Baramos? The words came unbidden from my mouth, as if scripted. Which they were. I remembered this conversation. I remembered this woman's Himiko was her name answer. Yes, I have. Lady Himiko spoke carefully. But I have no interest in hearing any more fairy tales. You must be the one they call Potter. She snarled, as expected. I have received information from the kingdom of Aliahan, Romalia, and Isis of the desert. She spat out the kingdom names as if they were garbage. Be aware that I do not scare as easily as others into some wild goose chase. Leave, now. I nodded gravely, and left with no reply. The door slammed from behind me, the sound echoing through the large hallway. The guards didn't move as expected. I ended up exiting the city as fast as I could. Only this time, the citizens of the town were actually staring at me quite intensely. In fact, it was very unnerving. I made it out of town, and was greeted by the sight of a horse harnessed to a parked carriage. Probably mine, if I remembered correctly. I took a deep breath, not believing I survived that encounter with the Lady Himiko. If we were really following the rules of that particular game, then I'd just had a conversation not with Himiko, but with Voldemort, who was disguised as her. It made sense with how Lady Himiko spat out my name with enough revulsion that it would make a Malfoy proud. It fit the storyline of the game. Was Voldemort truly bound by the rules, like he had said? If so, then this was good news. If he was bound by the rules of the game, then I knew where I could find him. I knew his moveset, and I knew how to kill him. The question is, how could I beat him? I called my energy to my hand, and attempted to direct it outwards. Just like before, no lightning came out. Damn it, I swore loudly, hands balled up into tight fists. How was I supposed to fight without my magic? Wait, I said out loud, adopting a thoughtful look. It wasn't that I lost my magic. It's that my magic didn't follow the rules of this game. I strained my mind to remember everything it could about the game mechanics, classes, and spell list. Yes, it made sense. Lightning Dragon Slayer magic wouldn't work here, after all. Just to make sure, I performed a test. I pointed my hand outward, and concentrated my energy. Blazemore. Almost immediately, a powerful fireball erupted from my hand, quickly setting fire to a nearby tree. The fire itself was oddly intense, turning the tree to ash in a matter of seconds. A mage class. I could be a sage, though. Upper. I waved my hand over myself. The area around my skin suddenly shimmered, forming translucent, form-fitting shielding. All right then, I must be a sage, if I can use the powers of both a priest and a mage. I said to myself, absently checking the parked carriage for anything useful. I found a gnarled staff and a red robe. There was nothing else. The staff would increase the power of my attacks, but the real gem here would be the robe. It was supposed to have the damage of fire attacks, which would be Voldemort's main power. Aside from his brute force, I quickly put the robe on over my regular clothes, and grabbed the staff, before setting off to the cave which was supposed to be southeast of here. I screwed up with my directions. Not really used to navigating. A few more tries later, and I had a decent grasp on where southeast actually was. I made my way through the forest surrounding the city. Strangely, I encountered no monsters, which was a little unnerving. In the game itself, the rate with which you encountered monsters was incredibly high. Sometimes you could go through a battle, the NND up in another battle. Right now, nothing. No hint of any monsters whatsoever. Was I wrong about the rules? I just didn't know. I had no choice but to keep moving forward. I reached the familiar dark red entrance to the cave, and made my way inside. It was just like I remembered it. It was a good idea to wear that fire-resistant robe. The cave was filled with rivers of boiling magma. The atmosphere was of a suffocating quality. The air was incredibly hot, due to the magma, and there was a trace of sulfur in the air, filling the cave with a reddish haze. If I didn't know any better, I would. DAPHANE thought that this infernal place was hell. I made my way through the incredibly familiar passageways, easily avoiding all the dead ends and the various traps. The lack of monsters was beginning to bother me. Usually, at this point I would have been battling against metal slimes, as well as bears. Though how bears could live in a magma-filled environment with all that fur was beyond me. Chalk it up to a lack of imagination, I muttered to myself, plowing through the tunnels. I finally reached a set of stairs leading down, and descended into a room filled with bones. These were the remains of the people who were sacrificed to the monster which was plaguing the nation of Zipangu. I would assume that the bones which were closest to the staircase were the humans who attempted to escape their fate. I licked my suddenly dry lips, and entered the sacrificial area. My heart was pounding wildly against my chest, as I readied myself up for battle. This was the only tunnel which had no lava flows. I could see some unlit torches to the side, and assumed that this room had a good deal of them to provide decent lighting. However, since they were currently unlit, the room was shrouded in all-encompassing darkness. I sighed and ventured further inside the belly of the beast. "So you came, so soon," I heard a growling voice say from the end of the dark tunnel, making me stiffen in shock. I had noticed another presence. I weaved power into my hands, directing it at the torches of the room. Fireball. I incanted, and a small wave of fire was launched from my hand, striking most of the torches in the room, bathing everyone inside with a faint, yellowish light. I took a weary step back. Even though I was aware of what I was about to fight, its appearance was so fearsome that it gave me pause. The Orochi was a green-scaled dragon with 5 heads standing upon 4 legs. Each head had blue spines running up its length. The monster stood atop an altar, surrounded by the bones of fallen humans, most likely sacrificed to keep it from terrorizing the city of Zipangu. I realized that the citizens of the nation of Zipangu were looking at me with hope, as I was exiting the city itself. They probably thought I was off to kill the frightening Orochi, which I was. It glared at me with its crimson, snake eyes. "You see, Potter," one of the heads growled at me, as the others randomly spewed fire with great intensity. The heat wave forcing me to shield my face. You have no chance against me. If you surrender right now, I'll make your death quick and relatively painless. Yeah, I don't think I'll surrender. I answered back with confidence I didn't quite feel. And besides, even if I do, I don't trust you to keep your word. I smiled wryly. You would be right. Voldemort, good name, right, confirmed with a hiss. If anything, your torture would have been prolonged, and a lot more intense, had you surrendered so easily. I thought as much, I said, and brandished my staff at the creature. Are you ready to die, then? Ready to kill? Voldemort snarled, with one of its heads launching itself towards me with great speed. He planned on ending the battle as quickly as possible. I jumped back, avoiding the monster's jaws which closed with an audible snap, missing my body by mere inches. Upper, upper, upper. I wasted no time, and cast the defensive spell as fast as I could in quick succession. A translucent white shielding swam over my form, greatly increasing my body's resistance to physical attacks. Granted, I was nowhere near impervious to such attacks, this would buy me those precious few seconds I could use to escape. You believe you can protect yourself with such puny magic? The green dragon laughed uproariously, before all the heads pointed in my direction, mouths open. Preparing to, shit. I dived behind a nearby boulder, just in time for it to shield me from the most intense stream of flame shot I've ever been exposed to. This easily beat the Hungarian Horntail's fire breath, which made sense, since this powerful breath attack was simultaneously carried out by all of Voldemort's heads. The heat was incredibly intense. I felt like I was shoved into an oven. Even with my robe on, the flames felt like they were burning me alive. Barrier. I waved my hand over myself. A series of linked hexagons shimmered in front of me, for me. In a wall between me and the white-hot flames. The previously debilitating flames became much more manageable, allowing me to enter the fight once more. The stream of flames stopped, with Voldemort ooking enraged at expending so much energy, and have so little to show for it. You didn't think this through, did you? I couldn't resist the taunt, before I furiously slashed at the air in front of me. Faintly noticing the 8-bit boss battle song in the background. Neat. Ice bolt. Quote. Large, sharpened blocks of ice formed around the many-headed dragon and converged on his form. There was a multitude of loud, stabbing noises. Voldemort shrieked painfully, the sound unintentionally causing me great discomfort, rendering me unbalanced for a few moments. A few moments was all that Voldemort needed, as he swung his massive tail horizontally, catching me by the midsection. I was catapulted into the wall, smashing into it with enough force to crack the hard stone. I regained my bearings, just in time to avoid another stream of flames. The pain from that hit was not unbearable, but it was incredible nonetheless. A few more hits from that, and I'd be history. Or, wait, hell more. A green light covered my form, and I felt the pain fade into nothingness. As a sage, I could both heal and attack. Voldemort roared in anger. Strange, I hit him with an ice bolt just now. Where were the wounds? His form looked a little bloody, but it seemed as if the wounds had already completely healed. I didn't know the Orochi possessed regenerative capabilities. Was Voldemort breaking the rules? He couldn't be, or else he would have killed me in that room as Himiko, before. Let's shake things up a bit. I brandished my staff, and waved it in an arc in front of Voldemort, who snarled back, forming a dome of white energy around him. That particular barrier was capable of blocking any spell in existence. Worse yet, it reflected it back at the caster. Explode it. The ceiling above the green dragon exploded, sending chunks of rock falling down towards the shield. Voldemort realized that he messed up a little too late, as the chunks of rock and the stalactites impaled the great monster. He wheezed painfully, as one of his heads proceeded to quickly yank out the stalactites from its wounded body, worsening his injuries in the process. Voldemort's purple blood pooled on the ground as he attempted to heal himself with a spell. Heal, stop spell, I quickly said, taking away the monster's ability to cast spells. I gazed at the bleeding wretch before me. 3 of its heads were down for the count, while the other 2 looked as cut up as the rest of its body. Voldemort snarled at me, his crimson snake eyes defiant to the end. You can't beat me, he tried to roar, but had to stop and vomit out more purple blood. Yeah, I think I can. I disagreed, holding my staff up high, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Thordai, but Orikimort faded out of existence. And my surroundings began to shift once more. The dark, stone walls turned into red, concrete ones. A line ran through these walls, forming a ball every few intervals. The hot Santo cold, blue tiles. Pillars resemble, gigantic canines rose from the ground, forming a pathway leading into a faint light in the distance. It was then that I noticed the man in front of me. He was wearing the strangest getup I'd seen in a while. He had a thin, angular face and spiky, red hair. He wore a medieval-looking navy blue tunic, with orange trimming, a brown belt hung around his waist, and the man wore large black boots with orange 2 rings around the top of each boot. The cuffs of his long sleeves were black with orange zigzagging trim separating the cuff from the navy blue part of the sleeve. He sported a long, flowing cape around his neck which was black on the outside and crimson red on the inside. I still can't believe my dragons lost to you, Potter. The spiky red-haired man who I recognized as Lance, the master of dragon Pokémon said. Looking dismayed at losing. You're now the Pokémon League champion. Or, you would have been, but you have one more challenge ahead. You have to face another trainer. His name is Voldemort Oak. He beat the Elite Four before you. He is the real Pokémon League champion. Voldemort Oak. Really? Why won't he wake? A concerned female voice. She sounded awfully familiar. Do I know her? I wish I could see. Tilda. I shook my head, and stared. My ankle itched. Not 10 minutes ago, I was battling Voldemort, who had turned into a 5-headed dragon that spewed fire and ate human sacrifices. The fight was quick, and brutal. Just as I was about to deal the finishing blow, my surroundings had shifted again, plunging me into the final room of the Elite Four of the Pokémon League taking place in Kanto. Right before the champion battle zone, I continued to stare at the spiky red-haired man, trying to make sense of my situation. He stared blankly ahead. It made sense he was an NPC, non-playable character. So that's what he would continue to do until I spoke to him. I tested it out, and Lance ended up repeating whatever diatribe he'd said to me earlier. That was definitely Lance the Dragon Master, in front of me, and he definitely said I had to fight Voldemort Oak. What does that make me, Ash Potter? God, no, I want to be PKMN Trainer Red. Ash is just a pussy in comparison. I shook my head in exasperation, and began to take stock of my supplies. I absently realized that I possessed the stature of a little kid. I had a red and white jacket on, a black shirt underneath, and dark blue jeans. Wait, Esp. The purple cat-like Pokémon looked up at me quizzically as it tugged on my pant leg. So that's why it was itchy. No fucking way. Well, aren't you a Dura Ble? I cooed, picking up the cute rascal, and fluffing up his fur. The Espeon looked a little annoyed, before scurrying onto my shoulder, roughly rubbing its head against my face in a, see how you like it manner. Cuteness overload. Anyway, I muttered to myself, putting a hand in my pocket out of pure reflex. It hit against a cold, rectangular metal object. Could it be? I grasped onto the small box, and pulled it out of my pocket, showing a flash of metallic red. Yep, that was definitely a Pokédex. I flipped the thing open, and was greeted with a peculiar-looking touch screen, resembling the menu from the various Pokémon games I've played in the past. I quickly pressed my finger on Pokémon to check out my current roster. It said, Espeon LV62, Modest Nature, Ability Synchronize. Charizard LV65, Modest Nature, Ability Blaze. Lapras LV61, Modest Nature, Ability Water Absorb. Pidgeot LV60, Jolly Nature, Ability Keen Eye. Aegislash LV65, Adamant Nature, Ability Stance Change. Nidoking LV60, Adamant Nature, Ability Poison Point. Wow, my dream team. I took my time, reading up on all their stats and skill sets. Truly, an incredibly powerful team. You might have been wondering, Charizard, Nidoking, what bullshit choices are these? I would simply let the next battle speak for itself. In fact, I plan to utterly destroy Voldemort. No. Voldemort Oak, fuck it, calling him Voldemort. In this battle, I took stock of my inventory. I had a few revives, some full restores, half a dozen hyper potions, and 10 full heals. I'd say I was ready for whatever lay beyond me. Now, which Pokémon to throw in first? It all depended on which Pokémon he would begin the fight with. If my starter Pokémon was Charizard, that meant he owned Blastoise, Pidgeot, Exeggutor, Arcanine, Alakazam, and Rhydon. Safest bet to start with against this final fight. Easily Lapras. I changed my Pokémon lineup, and hurriedly made my way to the light at the end of the room. Lance was still staring blankly ahead, even as the door closed behind me, removing him from view. I made my way up the staircase, leading up to the real Pokémon champion. The room itself was standard looking. It was large enough to function as an arena, with pillars on each corner of the room, and a fighting area in the middle. When I finally got there, I had to do a double take. Voldegree, motherfuckin', Ochre Voldegreen, stood there, giving me a mix of a typical green look, irreverent and undoubtedly arrogant, and a typical Voldemort look, sadistic and cruel. His wide, red eyes hungrily gazed at my approaching form. He smiled, showing the same razor-sharp teeth as before. I would never look at Green the same, ever again. "Hey, Potter," Voldegreen said in a cheerful tone, though, from the deadly look in his eyes, it seemed as if he wanted to drop this farce and kill me where I stood. It was so amusing, watching him struggle within the rules that my soul created to defend itself. The Pokémon League theme suddenly stopped, and the room took on a more reddish hue, showing Voldemort's influence over the realm. "I was looking forward to seeing you, Potter," Voldegreen spat out, now capable of dropping all pretenses and niceties. "I have learned of these Pokémon. These pocket monsters, incredibly powerful beasts locked within the confines of these balls." He pulled a Pokeball out, throwing it from hand to hand. "With these, I shall eradicate you, once and for all. Without monsters of your own, you shall be powerless to stop me." Voldegreen boasted grandly, and began to laugh maniacally. Something was off about him. He seemed to be behaving very erratically. I chalked it up to the rules of the game not allowing him to attack me outright. Poor bloke must be quite unhinged. "Oh, you mean something like this." I threw out a Pokeball, and out came my majestic Lapras. It resembled a blue plesiosaur, what with the long neck, thick body, and its flippers. Voldegreen looked speechless. Then he looked enraged. "Damn you." He threw out his Pokeball in anger. It landed out the ground, before opening to reveal Blastoise. Oh, this was perfect. Blastoise is a water type, for those of you who didn't know. It is also a Pokémon that can learn a great deal of TMs, or technical machines, which are moves that the Pokémon can learn by simply loading it into their brains. I don't know the science behind it, as it was never really explained. Anyway, what kind of move could my Lapras use to beat its enemy? Lapras was water-ice, and both those attack types were ineffective against water. Except, I waved my hand at the enemy Blastoise. "Hydro Pump." Voldegreen ordered his Pokémon contemptuously. The Blastoise aimed its cannons at Lapras, shooting out humongous torrents of water. It barely did any damage, because a water attack on a water-ice type would inflict a fourth of its original damage. "Freeze dry," I said simply to Lapras, and gleefully watched the devastation which ensued. Blastoise dropped almost instantly, after receiving the powerful attack head-on. I grinned viciously. The attack, Freeze Dry, was an ice attack. Usually, ice attacks only inflict half their damage on a water type. With the exception of Freeze Dry, a specific attack tailored to be super effective against water types. Useless wretch. Voldegreen spat, and recalled the downed Blastoise. He sent out another Pokeball. Out came Pidgeot. I shook my head in amusement. Durs. Freeze Dry. Another snowstorm appeared out of nowhere, mercilessly pelting Pidgeot, who dropped out of the air, unconscious. "Damn it," Voldegreen spat out, looking angry and confused. "For the supposed champion, you're something of a weakling, aren't you?" I taunted, trying to keep him off his game. It actually worked. Voldegreen seemed even more unhinged than he was a few seconds ago. It was as if his capacity for logical thinking has been completely removed. Instead, he was a bundle of instincts and emotions. The angered Voldegreen threw out another Pokeball, releasing Alakazam. Its snout was long and thin, and it had long, ear-like spikes extending from the back of its head. It had brown armor-like sections over its chest, shoulders, forearms and knees, which covered its yellow skeletal body. There were 3 toes on each foot, each of which had a white claw. It wielded a silver spoon in each hand, which acted as an amplifier to its already powerful psychic abilities. I made a noncommittal sound, before recalling my Lapras. I sent out my next Pokeball. It opened with its standard light show, revealing my Nidoking. It was a large, bipedal, purple reptile with a long, venomous horn on its forehead. Using a poison, ground Pokémon against a psychic type, Potter. You're losing your touch. Voldegreen looked positively gleeful at the easy kill. Alakazam. Psychic. Quote, just endure it, and use your focus sash. I said softly to the Nidoking, who nodded in determination. The whirl D around him shifted into a painful myriad of colors, and he was forced to grab his head in great pain. But Nidoking did not faint. The focus sash did its work, by halting the damage being done by the attack. Just when Nidoking was about to faint, it would only give me 1 shot, but I was determined to make it count. What? That was Alakazam's most powerful attack. Voldegreen sputtered out in shock, staring at the Nidoking in awe. Not understanding what happened. Yeah. I trailed off, frowning. Nidoking. Megahorn. Quote, with great effort, the gigantic purple reptile charged at the Alakazam, bedding its horn into its side with great force, easily puncturing through its muscles and sending it careening into the wall, unconscious. A poisoned ground Pokémon that can learn a bug-type move, CH is super effective on a psychic type like Alakazam. I said, not being able to resist taunting my opponent. What's next on the list, noob? Voldegreen's eyes flashed dangerously. He threw the next ball. Exeggutor. The pineapple tree-like Pokémon came out, walking around like it owned the place. No hesitation. Megahorn again, knowing that the Exeggutor was lower level than Nidoking, NTH. I'd spent a bit of time increasing this guy's base SPD stat, I knew that Nidoking would, as I was currently watching, rush the tree, and destroy it with 1 move. Megahorn is a bug-type nuke attack. Exeggutor is a grass psychic-type Pokémon, which means the already incredibly powerful attack would do quadruple its initial damage, and that's not even considering it's a critical shot, or not. Needless to say, that fight lasted about 3 seconds. No, Voldegreen Oak yelled angrily, before recalling his downed Exeggutor with a snarl. He suddenly smiled at me, his malevolent eyes shining. The hell was that all about? You might have beaten my current lineup, Potter. Voldegreen said, but let's see you beat this. And he threw out his last 2 Pokeballs. The 2 small red and white spheres landed lightly on the ground, before exploding in a shower of light, blinding my eyes momentarily. When the light died down, I was greeted with the snarling faces of Arcanine and Raiden. My 2 most powerful Pokémon, fighting side by side against your pitiful attempts at winning. Voldegreen boasted, gesturing at the evolved form of Rhyhorn, as well as the evolved form of Growlithe. That's so, I said nonchalantly, glancing at my fingernails, pretending that I was paying no attention to him, at all. What are you, Nidoking? Surf. With that simple order, an insanely powerful tidal wave, of cascading water appeared out of nowhere, slamming into Charizard and Raiden with great force. Both of the Pokémon fainted instantly. What is this? How can there be such a difference between us? Voldegreen fell to his knees, smashing his fist into the ground, over and over. The victory music played. Nidoking is unstoppable. I approached the flayed Pokémon trainer, with the intent of finishing him off. Before I grabbed my head in pain. Tilda, is he responding? I don't know. Enervate, enervate, stop it, stop getting in my way. My magic lashed out. Arg. I heard the breaking of a few tables and chairs. Poppy, are you all right? Just fine, headmaster. Tilda. The voices finally stopped. I shook my head to ward off my confusion, before opening my eyes. Enough of these games. Quote, the world shimmered a deep red for a single moment. Silence followed. I held my breath, dread creeping up my spine. I heard a loud crack resonate through the entire building, before everything simply shattered, leaving us in a dark void. I felt myself morphing back into my teenager form, and assumed that Voldemort was turning back into that freaky child monster, again. What's wrong? I asked with a confidence I didn't quite feel in this all-encompassing darkness. Can't you keep up? But Voldemort did not reply. The monstrous creature simply laughed, a high-pitched grating sound which forced me to grit my teeth in both pain and slight, irrational fear. I heard movement, but saw nothing in the endless darkness which surrounded me. Pain erupted from my back, as sharp claws raked into my flesh. I quickly turned to enact some sort of counterattack, sending my leg in a roundhouse kick which caught nothing but air. What's wrong? Voldemort's voice came from everywhere, taunting me as he used my words against me. Can't you keep up? I repressed an angry growl, unwilling to show him that he'd gotten to me. If only I had access to my magic. No doubt, you're wondering where your powers went. Voldemort mocked. That would be one way of putting it. I bit out. What did you do? My, Voldemort said with a false air of concern. Why would you immediately suspect me? Oh, I don't know, I retorted sarcastically. Maybe because you couldn't take defeat like a real man and had to resort to breaking the rules. That's right, keep him talking, Potter. I thought to myself, keep him talking, and then your stupid ass can find a weakness. One must do anything they can to ensure their survival, Harry Potter. Voldemort replied calmly. What is up with his mood swings? Not. A few minutes ago he was angry enough to rip me to shreds with his teeth. Indeed. That's why you're going to lose to me, here. I kept stalling for time, trying to figure how to get myself out of this situation. Strong words for someone who was completely at my mercy. I heard movement to my right, but no attack came. You were definitely right, but who knows what kind of tricks I have up my sleeve. I kept concentrating, trying to find the monster's presence. It was futile. The darkness was shielding his every movement from me. I could only rely on my hearing for this. I know them all. Voldemort retorted haughtily. I possess your knowledge, fool. I beat most of your Pokémon with my Nidoking. I countered easily. Just because you have my knowledge doesn't mean you have my experience. Face it, you're powerless. I was powerful enough to impose my will upon your pathetic soul. Voldemort boasted, unwilling to admit to being inferior. Wait, impose his will. Could it really be that simple? Enough talk, Potter. You die, now. Voldemort snarled balefully. I heard him getting closer and closer. No doubt, he was planning to kill me. I instinctively ducked and rolled to the right, knowing that Voldemort was probably going for my vital areas, such as my heart or throat. Impose my will. Huh, I muttered to myself as I began running away from the crazed monster's form. I could still hear it stalking me. As here's no escape, Potter. Voldemort cackled maniacally. In this endless void, I see everything. I felt his claws graze my left arm, making me yelp in pain as I sprinted harder than I ever had before. And what I see is your death. I was starting to get tired. Sooner or later, he was going to catch up with me and kill me. How would I impose my will on my own soul? I said as I was running. Hey, my soul, could you give me my powers back? Why? A distinctly childish male voice echoed in my head, startling me. The distraction was enough to let Voldemort tag my calf. I winced, but kept running all the same. What do you mean, why? I shouted incredulously. I grit my teeth, and forced myself to run even faster. Why should I aid you? The voice replied, sounding oh so bored. Oh, I don't know, because he's going to kill me and take over. I said sarcastically. It is of no consequence which of you two take over. The voice callously dismissed my concerns. No consequence, I repeated, getting angry. This is my body. Have you finally gone insane with fear, Potter? Voldemort yelled out as he was chasing me. You shut your trap, no one asked for your opinion. I yelled back, trying to talk to the voice in my head. Here. I suppose that is a fair enough reason for me to aid you, the voice replied. What? I said dumbly, floored. Just like that. Well, if you don't want my help, I can definitely give it to Vold. No, I shouted quickly. No, helping me is fine, thank you. So, what do you want? The voice sounded a little annoyed at being roped into this. Well, he broke the rules, right? I reasoned, before rolling to the right, Voldemort's claws whizzing over my head. Can't you just make him disappear, or something? I heard the voice sigh in my head. He did, indeed, break the rules. However, I cannot simply eradicate his existence. Only you can do that. Talk about being supremely unhelpful. Well, what the hell can you do, then? I asked, a little angry. I can change the location, if you so desire. Do it, anything's better than this, and give me my powers back. That goes without saying. Did I detect a little sarcasm? I've got you now. I heard Voldemort as he appeared right in front of me, ready to deliver the finishing blow. His flayed right arm shot at my throat, going straight for the kill. Time slowed down. I was half expecting my life to flash before my eyes. It didn't. A few things happened, instead. The world around us shattered once more, bathing the area in endless light, this time. Voldemort's eyes widened in surprise. But he kept going for the kill, confident that our battle was over. The whole thing played in slow motion. His claws were inching towards me, slower and slower. I felt electricity surge into my veins. There was no time to smile or say something witty. I supercharged my limbs with lightning, and dodged Voldemort's swipe before he could end my existence. A split second later, and that would have been it. But, how? Was Voldemort's confused query. I did not answer. I immediately rushed the flayed abomination and jabbed at it. Edge. Electricity swirled around my right hand, converging and forming a furiously spinning drill, which embedded itself in Voldemort's stomach, and came out the other side with no resistance whatsoever. I felt his warm blood in my hands. I heard it splash on the white floor, staining it red. Voldemort's eyes were wide as he felt agonizing pain from my strike. The monstrosity slowly looked up at me. I kept my face blank, feeling a bit detached from the situation. You, Voldemort coughed out blood. You may have won this battle, Harry Potter. But you will lose the war. He wheezed out. You may have broken one of them, but you'll never find the others. Then he went limp. The others. What the hell was he talking about? No matter. I slowly pulled my arm out of my fallen enemy, grimacing at the squelching sound it made. I felt bile creep up my throat as I stared at my bloody, gory hand, the implications of what I had just done finally reaching me. This was different than watching gory stuff on video. I had done this. I had taken a life. I mean, sure. It was Voldemort, probably the worst being to have ever existed, but still. Oh, stop being so whiny. Geez. That voice again. What do you want? I snapped. I suppose congratulations are in order. The voice said dryly. You've defeated the piece of Voldemort's soul that was stuck inside of us. A piece of Voldemort's soul. Inside of me. I turned to look at the monster in question. It was dissolving into the air around us. You will find that your power reserves will increase by a fair margin after this. Why? I couldn't help but ask. Must I spell it out? The voice seemed a little annoyed. All your life, Voldemort has been siphoning a part of our energy. With him out of the way, let's say, we now have access to our full power. I see. Or at least, our full power. As we are now. The voice amended thoughtfully. It made sense. There was always room for improvement. Though, I would never refuse a free power-up. I shook my head. ND tried to get back to the original subject. So you're saying, I didn't just kill someone? I asked for clarification. Yes, and no. Could you stop speaking in riddles? Where's the fun in that? Good point. You said. I started. Adopting a thoughtful look. That was part of Voldemort's soul inside me. So I guess I partially killed him. Yes. Voldemort is now only slightly dead. The voice confirmed. Slightly dead. I repeated wryly. As opposed to completely dead. What would I need to do to accomplish that? That answer lies in what Voldemort's partial dying words. Partial dying words. Oh, right. Since he's only partially dead. Okay, then. He said I only broke one of them, and that I would never find the others. I mused out loud, before looking up. What are they? Before the voice could answer me, I began to feel lightheaded. It seems it is time for you to leave. It avoided answering my question. Tilda, I think he's waking up. Tilda, I tried to shake off the feeling of lightheadedness. No such luck. Who are you? I asked a final question. Stupid question. You already know the answer. Right. I yawned. my eyes closing as I began to lose consciousness. Thanks, me, you're welcome. NNGH, I groaned as I stirred myself awake. It felt like my very bones were aching. I slowly opened my eyes, only to quickly screw them shut, a flash of light sending a jolt of pain through my vulnerable orbs. I winced and clamped a hand over my face. What happened? I felt like I went through a meat grinder. Twice. I struggled to remember. Blood-red eyes, and razor-sharp teeth. The island nation of Zipangu. Pokémon. That's right. I was fighting Voldemort, in my soul. It was all so very fuzzy, I just couldn't get my hands on it. It was a bit like trying to grasp water. Finally awake, are you? I heard a female voice say from my right. I turned my head to the source, and slowly opened my eyes. The light still hurt, but my vision quickly began to adjust to the level of brightness. I was so glad I no longer needed my glasses, or I would not have been seeing a thing. It was Madame Pomfrey, looking a bit peeved at me. I struggled to say. How long? Around half a day, Potter. She answered. It's not even the end of the year yet, Potter. She continued as she marched over to my bedside. And you're already finding trouble. What can I say? I said in a scratchy voice. Most likely from disuse. Any excuse to see you, Madame Pomfrey. She gave an almost smirk and began to wave her wand in some intricate patterns, no doubt scanning my vitals and such. I took the time to look at my surroundings. Now that my eyesight adjusted, I wasn't really sure how I found this place bright. The room itself was quite dark, all things considered. In fact, it looked pretty familiar. Here you go, Potter. Pomfrey handed me a cup of water, which I took gratefully. I drank it hungrily, feeling the cold water soothe my throat, giving me layered my throat a few times. Thank you, I said. I'm guessing we're not in Hogwarts, right now. You would be correct, my boy. I heard a familiar old voice say. It was Professor Dumbledore, patiently standing at the room's entrance. We are currently in Grimauld Place. He made his way over to us, and turned to Poppy. How is he? He questioned her. As well as he can be, all things considered. Poppy answered curtly. To be frank, I'm not quite sure what happened to him, nor how he managed to recover from whatever it was that ailed him. It was a very peculiar situation. Dumbledore agreed without giving any of his input on the matter. May I have a few minutes with Harry, in private? I don't see why not. Pomfrey said with a thoughtful look on her face. Thank you, Dumbledore said with a smile. We wait, Ed, until the woman filed out of the room, before Dumbledore waved his wand, closing the door with a click, signifying that it was now locked. He cast a few more spells, ensuring privacy. He then turned to me. It is good to see that you have recovered, dear boy. The old man looked a mix of relieved and pained at the same time. Thanks, I suppose, I answered, before my eyes widened in slight panic. Mr. Weasley, he's in danger. Arthur is quite all right. Dumbledore calmly assured me. Your vision of him aided us in saving his life. A few minutes later, and he might not have been so lucky. As it is, he is making a full recovery at St. Mungo's. I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding. Good. As for you, Harry, Dumbledore said, gaining my attention. I need you to tell me exactly what happened. I'll try, I answered and cleared my throat. I was having, well, what I mean to say is, I kept trailing off, not really sure how to broach the subject. I've been having these visions of a dark hallway, which led to a certain door, but I never knew what was behind it. Only this particular vision was different than the others. I don't really know what it is. I admitted freely. I think I've been having visions of a long, dark hallway, with a door at the end. I'm never shown what's beyond that door, because the visions keep ending just as I reach the thing. I continued by describing the room in further detail, trying to be as accurate as possible. I see. Albus looked troubled by this information. Did that place really exist? This particular vision was a little different, though, I said, gaining his attention. In the others, I'm just slowly floating towards the door, and then I wake up. And in this one, Albus prodded, after a moment. Well, I was a snake, moving along the ground. And, I gulped, feeling a small stab of guilt. I bit Mr. Weasley. It was not your fault, Harry. Dumbledore placated, putting an aged hand on my shoulder, giving it a squeeze. As I have said before, Arthur is quite all right. After I warned Ron about it, something else happened. A thought occurred to me, and I felt around for my scar. It was gone. My scars. Gone, I said to myself, disbelievingly. Dumbledore merely stared at me quietly. He really was inside of my soul, I realized. So it was true. I fought for control of my soul, and somehow won. I looked at Dumbledore, who was giving off an aura of guilt and sadness. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. You knew about it, Albus. It was not a question. Yes, Dumbledore said sadly. I felt anger rising within me. More secrets. I stopped myself from saying anything further, and took a deep breath. Acting out in anger would not solve the situation. Voldemort was still out there, biding his time, waiting for the best moment to kill me. Explain yourself, I calmly said. Instead, I had only suspected such a thing could have occurred. Professor Dumbledore began wearily, feeling his age catch up with him. There was only suspicion, and no definite proof. At least, not until your second year at Hogwarts, in which it became public knowledge that you were a Parselmouth. Speaking of, I said suddenly, interrupting the old man's tale. Where's Balthazar? Albus. Eyes twinkled slightly. I believe your dear friend is entertaining Sirius as we speak. Entertaining him? How? I said dumbly, trying to figure out how a snake could even hold a conversation with someone who is not a Parselmouth, let alone entertain said person. Did Balthazar learn some kind of juggling act while I wasn't looking, or something? I believe Sirius convinced him to write random love notes in French, and is currently sending them to certain members of the Weasley family. Dumbledore said with some levity. He's pranking the Weasleys. Figures Sirius would use my pet snake to prank others. Indeed, Dumbledore said, before his expression turned somber once more. Back to the matter at hand. You see, Harry, when I found out you were a Parselmouth, I began to suspect that Tom had done more than simply cast the killing curse on you. I believed that he had mad you into a. The old man hesitated for a moment. A Horcrux. Horcrux, I repeated. What does a prostitute have to do with this? Dumbledore simply widened his eyes at my question, completely taken aback. After a few moments of this, the old man shook his head. Whether in exasperation or amusement, I couldn't tell. No, my boy, nothing of that kind, Albus assured me hurriedly. Horcrux, spelled out as Horcrux. Oh, well, I felt stupid and embarrassed. I'm sorry, my mind just jumped to that on its own. What's a Horcrux? I rolled the word around my head a couple of times. Before I tell you what it is, Dumbledore cautioned with a grave tone, you must promise me that this information will never leave this room. Done, I replied immediately. What's this about? Dumbledore took a breath. A Horcrux is an object in which a wizard has concealed a portion of their soul, anchoring it to the plane of the living. This prevents the sorcerer from dying by conventional methods. Should the aforementioned sorcerer's body die, it will prevent the sorcerer's soul from moving on to the afterlife, and, with the correct spellwork, it is possible to restore that soul's body. Like what Voldemort did last summer. I questioned, the last part sounding somewhat familiar. Precisely. So you're saying there was a Horcrux in my head? I said thoughtfully. So it would seem. Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. I am unsure of how this came to be. I have studied this branch of magic extensively, and concluded that the only ways of destroying a Horcrux would be with basilisk poison, or with fiendfire. An uncontrollable, cursed flame spell. The old man went silent for a bit, letting me absorb that information. Half a minute passed by. I think I understand, I finally said. Both of those would kill me, without fail. I remember when the basilisk poison was running rampant through my veins at the end of my second year. It was pure, unadulterated agony, if I had to say so myself. Yes, the old man looked down in shame. I won't say I'm not mad at you, I said, looking upwards, a bit agitated by this information. But I've killed this Horcrux. We don't have the luxury of moping around, beating ourselves up over things that are out of our control. I briefly remembered the lyrics of a song I'd heard in the past summer. Am I still breathing? Then nothing is as bad as it seems. So just keep breathing, I recited, out of memory, a wry grin pulling at my lips. I turned my head to look at a misty-eyed Dumbledore. Oh come on, I groaned exasperatedly. Enough with the mushiness, old man. Of course, my boy. Of course. He wiped at his eyes. I'm going to take a wild guess and say he made more of these Horcruxes. I asked, going back on topic. I believe so, yes. Any idea how many? I do not know. Well, shit, adequately put, my boy. About an hour later, I finally managed to convince Madame Pomfrey to let me get out of the room and wander the house. Convince might be a strong word, though. In all honesty, I've probably nagged her long enough to judge day. Let it be known that obnoxiousness does wonders, even to the most patient of people. I slowly made my way around the house, looking for Sirius and Balthazar. I found them in the kitchen. It was a very bizarre sight, Sirius and Balthazar eating pizza. Well, Sirius was eating it properly, while Balthazar was simply eating the toppings of pepperoni. I had honestly thought that Sirius would not be a fan of snakes. But then again, he was the one who originally got me in tear. Stead in talking to a Slytherin like Daphne, I supposed it would be a bit stupid of me to assume that he hated snakes. Looks like you're enjoying yourselves, I quipped, and both my godfather and my pet snake Balthazar turned suddenly to face me. Sirius' face broke out in a grin as he quickly made his way to me. You're awake, Sirius said and gave me a big, long hug. How are you feeling? Like shit, I said wryly. Any pizza left? Of course. Come. He gestured grandly to a seat adjacent to his. I took the seat and began to happily munch on a slice. It was heavenly. Don't get me wrong. The food at Hogwarts is damn near amazing, but you seriously cannot beat a pizza. It was a culinary wonder, as far as I was concerned. Balthazar merely gave me a nod of acknowledgement and a quick hello, before he dove into his own food, relishing in the exotic taste. I studied Sirius' face for a moment, as he was happily munching on the food. He seemed different, somehow. He looked less pale, and more relaxed. There was very little tension in the way he held himself. Nothing like how he used to be before I went to Hogwarts at the start of the year. You look good, I blurted out. That sounded wrong. Sirius gave me a quick look, as if he was unsure of how to respond. He opened and shut his mouth a few times, as if not sure of how to answer my observation. Finally, he settled with, gay. I scowled, an irritated look on my face. Not like that, you doofus. I said defensively. I mean, yeah, I know what you meant, kid. Sirius said with a grin. Not being cooped up in here has really helped me quite a bit. I figured as much. I smiled. I'm glad to see you're getting better. Well, nothing can keep this old dog down for long. Sirius boasted with a grin. I'll say, I agreed, before grabbing another slice. We sat together for a while, chatting away. Wait, what have you been playing, exactly? I asked curiously, having heard one of Sirius' offhand comments. It's called Warface. Sirius was explaining. You remember that crisis game you left on your computer for me? I gave a nod of recognition. Yes. What does that have to do with anything? Well, I searched around. And it seems this game was made by the same people that made Crisis. Except, this one is multiplayer. Sirius was giddily informing me. And the best part was, it's a free-to-play game. Ah, the free-to-play model. I was very familiar with that concept. Last summer, I've played several games which employed this business model. These games had cash shops, where you could buy certain items that would make the game easier for you if you ever chose to do so. Personally, I played the game without spending any currency. I found that using the cash shop was a cop-out, as well as completely unnecessary. Since I could match the cash shop users without spending any money whatsoever. If anything, it made me feel a little superior to those people. Think about it. On one hand, you have a fully CKED out character who dumps thousands of dollars or pounds into a game. On the other hand, you have me, grinding through the game and getting the same gear, albeit taking more time to do so. The thing was, grinding to get my gear has given me such an understanding of the character I was using, that I could easily generate more damage than the guy who had spent thousands and did not know how to play his character. TLDR, I was basically the best, ever. Halfway through that line of thought, Balthazar had slithered over to me and wrapped himself around my waist, resting his head against my shoulder. Is it a good game? I asked Sirius. Oh, yes, Sirius almost purred. The game itself is beautiful, in terms of graphical precision. Plus, it's always fun to fight actual people. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, I answered with a smirk, and we finished our meal. As we were throwing the pizza boxes in the trash bin, Professor Dumbledore entered the kitchen. Ah, I was hoping I would find you here, Harry. The wizened old man said genially. Yeah, I was getting pretty hungry, so I trailed off in explanation. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. What's up? I asked curiously. Oh, I was out to ask you if you wished to go see Arthur. Dumbledore explained why he was here. Right now. Dumbledore gave a nod. I scratched the back of my head, and gestured at the sweat-covered clothing I was in. All right, just give me a little bit of time. I need to shower and put something decent on. There is no hurry, Dumbledore answered with a smile. Take all the time you need. It took around half an hour. But I was feeling refreshed and ready to go. I wore a gray t-shirt which said, "You look great." Probably. I also wore some black cargo pants, my favorite choice of pants. I enjoyed the freedom of movement it gave me. And it had many pockets. You never know when you might need them. Everything was still hurting, but it was getting more manageable. Actually, I nudged Balthazar, who was laying on my bed. I'm going to a hospital. You want to come with? I asked my pet snake. Nah, he immediately rejected. All right, then, I said, feeling a little disappointed that he didn't want to come with me. Have fun with Sirius, then. Oh, I will, Balthazar promised. Why did I feel like he liked Sirius more than he liked me? I shook my head in exasperation and exited my room in the basement, before heading upstairs. To see Dumbledore and Sirius waiting for me. Are you ready? Dumbledore went straight to the point. Well, for the most part. I hedged. Could you do something for me, first? Of course, Harry, Dumbledore answered, giving me a curious look. What is it that you have in mind? Shoot some lightning at me. Both Sirius and Dumbledore gave me a strange look. What? Sirius said intelligently. I do not understand. Dumbledore started, looking confused and a bit weary. Why would you want him to hurt you? Sirius asked in equal bewilderment. Hurt me, I repeated, before shaking my head. No, this will actually help me. How so? Dumbledore queried curiously. I licked suddenly dry lips. Had I not explained this to them? I supposed I never really did go into too much detail on how my magic worked. For all they knew, it was just wandless manipulation of the element of lightning, which it was. Sort of. It's part of my lightning dragonslayer magic, see. I tried to explain. I can actually eat any outside form of electricity. Truly, that is quite fascinating. Dumbledore said, looking a little impressed, while Sirius just stared at me. And it does not harm you. No, quite the opposite actually, I said. It energizes me and seems to repair my body's natural flaws. That's how my eyesight was healed. I had wondered about that, my boy. Dumbledore's eyes widened in realization, as if he'd solved some mystery. I had simply thought you were employing the use of what Muggles refer to as contact lenses. Quite the ingenious invention. That would have been a pretty good idea, but no. I replied. Very intriguing. Dumbledore said brightly. Well, can you I trailed off. Certainly, my boy. Dumbledore accepted, and I walked to the other side of the room, and got myself ready. Okay, rip. I quoted some movie I watched a while back. Dumbledore waved his wand at me in an intricate pattern. Fulgurous. Quote. A singular, powerful bow. Lieutenant of lightning flew from Dumbledore's wand, impacting my body with great force. The lightning smashed into my hands, which I used to redirect the energy flow into my mouth. I grinned as my cells were supercharged with energy. Energy unlike anything I've felt before. I Nerfle, but the amount of energy that came from a single spell of his was almost intoxicating. I kept eating, and eating, until the flow of the spell was cut off suddenly. The room was bathed in a bluish-white light, as my lightning freely roamed over my form. I stared at my hand for a moment, trying to understand the level of energy my body was holding right now. I could feel my aches and my fatigue fading away into the maelstrom of energy pervading my body. I reined the energy in, compressing it inside of myself, further and further. The light around me dimmed as fewer and fewer electrical sparks shot around my body. I looked at Dumbledore and Sirius, who were staring at me with some form of awe. Dumbledore himself was looking pretty tired. Incredible. Dumbledore gasped out tiredly. He was grabbing onto Sirius. Whoa. I rushed over to the old man. You all right, Albus? Professor Dumbledore took a few moments to take in a few deep breaths and steadied himself under his own power. I am fine, he said, looking a little tired. I seem to have exhausted half of my magical reserves. Nothing a good night's sleep can't fix. Half of Dumbledore's magic, I must admit. Dumbledore finally looked like he caught his breath. I was only channeling a minute amount of my reserves, at first. At first, I prodded. Dumbledore gave a nod. It seemed as if it was doing very little. So I simply increased the energy output until I felt you were full, so to speak. Dumbledore explained, staring intensely at his wand. He seemed to be carefully scrutinizing it. Why, I supposed it didn't really matter. Dumbledore shook his head. I am impressed, Harry. Dumbledore praised. I had not thought that your reserves would have reached this level at such a young age. I shrugged, not really understanding how this was possible, either. The man had over 100 years on me, and yet I possessed roughly around half of his reserves. Then again, my soul at least, I think it was my soul told me that my reserves would increase by a fair margin. Alas, this conversation will have to be delayed, at least for a while still. Dumbledore seemed a little chagrined about that as he reached into his robe and produced a pocket watch. We have to be off. Yes, off to see Mr. Weasley. Apparition, I decided, felt downright uncomfortable, almost painful. In fact, I likened the feeling to being squeezed through an impossibly small, long tube. Now I knew what toothpaste felt like. At least it didn't last very long, I managed to keep my lunch inside of my stomach. That was definitely a win in my book. I surveyed my surroundings. We were in a dark alleyway. Come, Harry. Dumbledore began to walk. The hospital is this way. Yes, St. Mungo's, was it? I questioned out of curiosity. Indeed, I followed the much older man into a broad store-lined street. It was packed with people of all kinds, most likely doing their last-minute gift shopping for Christmas. Luckily I was not one of these people. I had already done all my Christmas shopping a week before this. Ah, the wonders of being prepared. I looked at all these people's stressed-out faces and felt my face shift into a smug look. Amateurs. We walked for a few minutes more, both of us choosing to be silent for the moment. Finally, we arrived outside a large, run-down-looking department store. It looked pretty old-fashioned, when compared to everywhere else on the street, like it didn't quite fit in. Are all the entrances to magical avenues so distasteful to look at? I wondered out loud, my face scrunched up in distaste. Dumbledore chuckled in response. I once asked the same question, in my youth. Dumbledore said before clearing his throat, and began to address an ugly female dummy behind one of the glass sheets. We are here to see a Mr. Arthur Weasley, Dumbledore asked in his most polite voice. The image was comical. Honestly, us watching you talk to an inanimate object with such a polite tone is hilarious. I threw in with a lopsided grin. Granted, I can tell that this is probably the same trick used at platform 9 3/4. The magic even feels similar. True to form, the dummy gave a nod and beckoned us with its finger. We walked right through the glass, into the actual hospital entrance. I gazed at the typical hospital setting. It was all very anticlimactic, to be honest. I figured there would be some kind of magical reception, with flying clipboards and pens, but nope, it's just a bunch of people in waiting rooms with a few people in lime green robes attending to everyone. There were clipboards, though they were in the physician's hands instead. Bummer. I scoffed, causing Dumbledore to look my way. I caught his eye, and shrugged with irritation. I couldn't help but notice the emblem these healers, is it? The emblem is quite peculiar. I said off-handedly, a wand and a bone, crossed. It felt a bit amusing to see. The wand work mostly did mundane things. It was the potion work that did the bulk of the healing. So, to see a wand crossed over a bone was very idiotic. Perhaps it's suppose. Ed to represent wizards in general using magic to heal the masses. Of course, that left out another problem entirely. This was another emblem of the wizarding world's prejudice and intolerance. Surely, with all this power, they could heal everyone in need, and not simply other wizards. However, they didn't. They hid the hospital under heavy illusions and compulsions specifically meant to keep non-magicals away from it. It was as if they didn't even deserve to be healed. Non-magical medicine adopted either the symbol of Hermes' staff, circled by 2 snakes, caduceus, or the symbol of Asclepius, rod. A wooden rod circled by a single snake. It was a meaningful symbol, a symbol of humanity's willingness to delve into the very depths of scientific knowledge, even it meant it hurt them in return. I felt it was unfair. Medicine was so easy in the wizarding world, whereas non-magical folk struggle with it every single day to their lives. How many people succumb to relatively easy-to-cure diseases every day? Meanwhile, wizards and witches care only for themselves, spurning those which did not possess magical blood. My mind flashed with an image of my Aunt Petunia crying over the graves of her parents, who had been killed by wizards long before I was even born. I shook my head. Why was I even pondering this pointless line of thought? It doesn't matter, I murmured under my breath, as I tuned everything else out and followed the old man to the first floor. I believe it was the creature-induced injuries section. I wondered how the Weasley patriarch was, and a lump settled in my throat. As Dumbledore led me through a few doors, Dumbledore stopped in front of a door that was slightly ajar. Here we are. He knocked a few times, and slowly pushed the door open. I peered from behind the older wizard's back, and saw Mr. Weasley in a hospital bed, surrounded by his family. They looked markedly tired, especially Mrs. Weasley. I remembered what her boggart turned into. She must have been going through her nightmare. At least her husband wasn't dead. This time. Oh, Headmaster, Arthur said brightly, gathering everyone's attention on him. Looks like no one saw me, yet. You didn't have to come. Dumbledore smiled warmly, moving a bit to the side, revealing my form to all. I was merely escorting young Harry, here. Albus replied, giving me a small, but significant glance. I slowly walked into the room, looking at Arthur's injuries. Frankly, he looked like he'd been through as much as I have. A few bruises on his face, bandages on his arm and neck. I assume those were from the snake bites. Who knows what sort of damage that could have caused. Mr. Weasley beamed at me, and beckoned me over with his good arm. Come in, Arthur said brightly, as I slowly made my way to the man. He looked even worse up close. Harry, you're all right. Ginny gave me a quick hug, followed by Mrs. Weasley and Ron. The twins merely clasped my shoulder for a few moments and gave a silent nod of greeting. It spoke of E's situation. I turned to look at the hospitalized redhead. I'm sorry. The words came unbidden from my mouth. Arthur looked at me in surprise, feeling a little confused at what I just said. There's nothing to be sorry about, Harry. Mr. Weasley tried to assure me. But I disagreed with a shake of my head. I saw it happen through the snake's eyes. It's like. I stopped for a moment, swallowing the stubborn lump in my throat that refused to go down. I don't know. Intellectually speaking, I knew it wasn't really my fault he ended up this way. I had gleaned the information from Voldemort's pet, and used it to save the man's life. But seeing him in that hospital bed, looking so vulnerable, it gave me pause. I felt responsible for this. I heard that you went through an ordeal. Yourself. The man not so subtly changed the subject. Ah, yes, Dumbledore piped up, not having left the doorway. It seems that Voldemort, Q winces, had managed to possess Harry's body somehow. Possess him. Mrs. Weasley looked absolutely mortified at this information. How is this possible? Arthur said, his weariness only slightly breaking through the happy, carefree facade he was keeping up for his family. It's because of the scar. I explained, and showed them my unblemished forehead, making their eyes go wide. There was a link between him and I. Your scar, Ron said slowly. I know, it's gone. I confirmed, still not quite believing it, myself. I killed whatever the hell Voldemort left in there. He left something in you. Fred looked green at the information. Hell, everyone did. You had to fight him in your mind. Ginny said quietly. My head quickly snapped in Ginny's direction. How did you? I've had to do that before. She sniffed, feeling old memories resurface. I lost. What are you, the diary? I blurted out in surprise as I rubbed my, now, sore neck. I shouldn't have turned my head so quickly. Ginny merely nodded in confirmation. As her mother quickly enveloped her in a soothing hug, I slowly turned to Dumbledore to say something, but was interrupted by a streak of light that came flying through one of the windows. It landed in the center of the room, gazing at everyone. It was a bright, familiar-looking silver doe, which began to speak in Snape's voice. His tone sounded urgent. The Dark Lord is mobilizing his forces. The targets are Diagon Alley, Azkaban Prison, and, boom, St. Mungo's. They are coming. Snape's voice continued, unbidden, even as the explosion occurred and everyone reached for their wands. One crisis after another. I turned to speak to Arthur and his family. Mr. Weasley, I began. Arthur, Dumbledore started to say at the same time. We both stopped talking, and exchanged a look. I gave an amused smirk and gestured to the older wizard. Go ahead, I said, looking at the old man. Dumbledore considered me for a second, before smiling. You must stay safe, he told the Weasley family, before pointedly looking at Fred, George, and Molly. I trust that you can keep your family safe in this room, while the Order deals with this threat. But we can help. Fred S.P. uttered in a mixture of annoyance and fear. We've been learning loads from H. I'm sure you can, Dumbledore said softly, interrupting whatever they were about to say. But you are the eldest here. You must protect your siblings. And your parents. Can I trust you to do this? The twins looked conflicted, but nodded in acquiescence, not looking happy about this, at all. Ron and Ginny didn't look too happy about this, either. But they didn't say anything. Ron had seen my training routines, and likely understood the risks of leaving the room to help us fight. Ginny was simply too inexperienced. She'd practically missed her entire first year, and the rest has been spent catching up, most likely. She did learn pretty fast in RDA meetings, though. Still, it was too early for her to engage in these battles. Way too early. Thank you, Dumbledore said gratefully, before turning to leave. I made to follow behind the man. Harry, you can't, Molly almost yelled out, stopping me. Last summer, I would have been angered at such an exclamation. I would have taken it as a slight towards my power and intellect, and uttered a baleful insult in response. I've changed since then. I was stronger, wiser. I turned to the red-haired woman and gave her what I thought was a confident smile. All it did was make her look even more worried. Had Gideon and Fabian Pruitt told her the same thing before they were brutally murdered by Death Eaters. Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley, I said slowly, feeling the rush of adrenaline slowly permeate through my body, readying it for the combat that I was about to willingly partake in. I'll see you when I'm done. Sounds assaulted my ears. Things were being broken, scratched, burned and obliterated. I could hear the yells of wizards. The fighting had begun. I hurried out of the room. Closing the door on my way out, I heard the locks click into place, likely a colloportus cast by Molly. I quickly headed out of the creature-induced injuries ward, seeing T. He damage wrought to the hospital's entrance. I remembered the waiting room I'd entered in and compared to what I saw before me. It was horrific, to say the least. Bodies were strewn across the floor haphazardly. It didn't take a genius to see that they were already dead by the time I got here. Some had chunks of their flesh viciously torn out of their bodies, some looked like they were charred beyond recognition. Some looked like they died from the blast of debris that ensued afterwards. The smell of burning flesh was threatening to overwhelm my senses. I gulped down the bile rising up my throat. This was not the time for such things. I felt anger on their behalf. I knew I had many gripes against them, but the righteous anger still came. They might have been imperfect people. They might Avenue been callous towards non-magical folk, but they didn't deserve to die like this, like so much garbage. I hurried outside, seeing Dumbledore and two other wizards battling against a platoon of attackers. Looks like a few good wizards survived the assault. I say, battling, but it seemed that Dumbledore was the only one giving the Death Eaters a run for their money. The two other wizards were trying their best, but with the odds against them. Death Eaters. I gritted my teeth. I channeled some electricity into my nerves, supercharging them. Almost immediately the area around me slowed significantly, allowing me time to analyze the situation. That's 15. No, 20, 23, 30, I thought to myself incredulously. I ran to the headmaster, who was currently keeping the entire platoon enemy wizards occupied with a great blast of fire from his wand. Stupefy. A beam of red flew from one of our allied wizards' wands, striking a Death Eater firmly in the chest, taking him out of the fight. I'm here, I said, landing next to Dumbledore. Suggestions. I'm afraid that quickly defeating 30 wizards simultaneously is beyond even my powers. Dumbledore admitted freely, I can only distract them. Maneuver them in certain places. I waved my wand suddenly. Protega. A shield erupted in front of me, blocking a purple spell which would have slammed into Dumbledore's blind spot with the force of a freight train. The shield held. I noticed Dumbledore already had his wand up halfway through the motions to form a shield of his own. He gave me an appreciative nod, before sending a few wolves out to keep the Death Eaters a little more busy. We need to play smart, I said quickly. Conserve energy. This isn't the only place being attacked. Agreed, or I would have unleashed my full powers earlier, Dumbledore said with a nod. I looked at the two wizards, who were finally realizing who I was. Introductions will have to wait, I continued urgently. Is one of you any good at disillusionment charms? What? The witch of the duo croaked out, not expecting this question. Her face was marred with cuts and bruises, and part of her hair looked ill in the blast. She had definitely seen better days. The other wizard looked relatively unharmed in comparison. Answer the question. I felt a hint of impatience suffuse into my tone. Yes, but I don't see how. This, she feebly answered as Dumbledore threw an obscene amount of debris onto the enemy wizards, taking out a few out of the fight. Doesn't matter, I almost shouted out in exasperation. Sheesh, people needed to concentrate and listen. Look, Albus is going to provide a very nice distraction for us and lure them all into a single spot. He can't be bothered to hold both spells. I took a breath. All you need to do is disillusion me, and I'll do the rest of the work. Can you do it? The witch nodded quickly, adopting a mask of determination. That's more like it. Let's kick their asses, I said encouragingly, a smirk forming on my face. It seemed to put her at ease. The witch tapped her wand on the top of my head. Cold trickles of magic trailed over my body, connecting together and shielding my presence as best as they could. I nodded to myself. Perfect. You ready, Dumbledore? Of course. Gather them in one spot. I'll sneak up and take care of them, I explained, and stopped for a small moment. They're likely to die from my onslaught. They have attacked a home for the wounded during a time celebrating the bonds of family and friends, Dumbledore interrupted, the Reaper's anger in his voice greatly surprising me. They bring this on themselves by killing innocent children. I wasn't sure what to say. I'm going, now. I ran quickly, trying to find a good spot to unleash my attack. I slowed down a bit to sneak past the Death Eaters, who seemed to be busy trying to take Dumbledore down. Every time they shot a killing curse, a piece of the debris would fly to intercept it. The two wizards alongside him took turns shielding or stunning. Dumbledore gave a nod to signal me, and began to spin his wand around his form. Crimson and golden fire suddenly erupt, in a gigantic ring of fire that surrounded the Death Eaters with ease, slowly closing up on them, forcing them to group together. Incredible, I breathed out, watching the unadulterated display of power. I shook my head suddenly. This was no time to gawk. I grasped hold of my lightning, and took a long and very deep breath as I gathered energy to my mouth and lungs, charging them with copious amounts of lightning. The air around me shimmered, as if shaken by the force of the great collection of power. What's that sound? One of the Death Eaters said as he shot water at the ring of fire with no effect. Does it matter? One of them barked out. Everyone, use Aguamenti simultaneously, and we might dissolve this ring of fire. It was a good plan, but I wasn't going to let them do it. The distraction had bought me enough time. Lightning Dragon's roar. A massive blast of bluish-white lightning burst forth, encompassing an incredibly wide area, Dumbledore's fire disappearing in its destructive wake. I was not quite sure whether that was my own doing, or if Dumbledore simply cancelled his spell. There was no warning for the intended target. The Death Eaters were there one moment, the next, they weren't. They were completely eradicated by the sheer force behind my blast. I had made sure to get as close as I possibly could, without sacrificing the target range. This way, the attack did not unnecessarily lose any energy on its way. I cut off the flow of my lightning, and surveyed my surroundings while calmly changing my position. Perhaps I had missed one in the confusion of the blast. Perhaps one of them survived by dissipating elsewhere. It never hurt to be too careful. Where the Death Eaters used to be, there was an impossibly long trench. My roar had eaten right through the concrete on which the Death Eaters stood, not to mention the Death Eaters themselves. I saw their charred bodies litter the ground before me. I faintly realized I was panting, as I made my way back to Dumbledore and the others. Not even deigning to look at their fallen forms. There would be time to feel guilt, later. The two wizards with Dumbledore were giving me looks of pure, unbridled awe. Dumbledore was also catching his breath. Was he that tired already? I thought he said the spells he was using did not consume that much power. However, that last fire spell looked like it did. Wait, he was at half power prior to the battle, wasn't he? Of all the times for me to ask for a recharge, I muttered to myself, blaming myself. Dumbledore seemed to have heard me. It is fine, Albus assured me, taking a deep breath to compose himself. There was no way of knowing things would degenerate this far. Alas, we do not have much time to waste. Diagon Alley and Azkaban are still being attacked, even as we speak. Still, some time to heal would be a little. The hospital might still have some invigorating drafts. I pointed out. I was about to say that very thing. Dumbledore agreed, before he waved his wand. A white, silvery mist shot out, coalescing into the form of a great, silver bird, a phoenix. Fox. Dumbledore ignored my shocked mutter, choosing to say a few words. St. Mungo's is safe, Dumbledore said loudly. What is the status of the other locations? He waved his wand once more, and his phoenix took flight at an incredible speed. He turned back to me. Now we wait. I nodded. I'll go get some potions. Don't leave without me, I joked and raced to the hospital. I ignored the smell of the bleeding, burned bodies as best as I could. After a few minutes of searching the floor, I managed to find a few invigorating drafts, a vial of blood-replenishing potion, and some essence of Dittany. I popped open the cork for the invigorating draft and drank up. The taste was dreadful, par for the course, but I immediately felt my energy levels increase. I ran outside, back to Dumbledore, who was taking the message left by Snape's Patronus. The other two wizards were no longer there, likely having went to the Aurors, or maybe even their own home. Honestly, the idea of using the Patronus charm as a messenger had never occurred to me. I needed to learn that. I only heard the Do Patronus, last few words, before it dissipated into silver mist. Dumbledore didn't acknowledge my presence just yet. He conjured another Patronus, speaking a few quiet words to it, before sending it on its way. I handed Albus an invigorating draught, giving him the time to drink up, replenish his energy, and gather his thoughts. Well, I said after a few moments of silence. The Aurors have successfully defended Diagon Alley. Dumbledore finally said, that was some good news. However, spoke too soon. It seems that Voldemort has set his sights on Azkaban prison, likely in an attempt to gain the Dementor's favor, as well as free his most loyal followers from their imprisonment. Or every other lowlife, in there. I realized, feeling dread. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed with a grim face. We must not allow that to happen. The Order is already there, fighting Voldemort's considerable forces. How many? I dared to ask. According to Severus, Dumbledore said slowly, a hint of uncertainty in his tone of voice. Several hundreds, I said incredulously. It seems that Tom has been quite busy in the past few months. Dumbledore said wryly, trying to bring some levity in this dire situation. Where he found these recruits, I do not know. We have to fight hundreds. I repeated dumbly, the reality of the situation not having caught up with me. Do not forget, the Order of the Phoenix will be with us. Dumbledore interjected softly. Yeah, all 30 of them. I scoffed, before cringing at my own callousness. Maybe not the right words to say in this situation. Perhaps not, Albus agreed. I am surprised you remain calm, to this very moment. It is one thing, when a powerful wizard speaks of battling enemies. Dumbledore repeat. The words I had said during the First Order meeting I barged in. It is another thing altogether, when a wizard keeps calm during these same bat's powers accordingly. You have greatly matured, Harry. There was much pride in his voice, as well as a hint of sadness. Gee, thanks. I wasn't sure how to respond to the praise. I never was any good at receiving kind words. Alas, this is not the time for such things. Dumbledore continued. I am afraid I must ask you to accompany into the heart of the action, once more, as the Muggles would say. He looked up. Fox. The aforementioned phoenix appeared in a brilliant flash of flame, filling the air with soothing phoenix song. I relaxed slightly at the sight of the majestic bird, which landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. Albus extended a hand towards me. Are you ready, Harry? Ready to go in the center of Dementor territory, Dementors that had most likely allied themselves with Voldemort and his army of hundreds, while our allies were about 30 other wizards. Sure, why not? I grasped his hand with my own, and the world shifted in a flash of fire. The world shifted in a flash of fire, and I shifted from being upright to falling on my ass, clutching my face in pain. I should have expected something like that to happen as soon as I got here. That looked quite painful. Dumbledore commented, waving his wand, conjuring a shield around us. Should have figured I'd get hit by random bits of debris as soon as we got here. I said, finally letting go of my face. It would have hurt much less if I ready for it, but there was no point in crying about it any longer. My mistake. Quote, that is quite all right, Harry. Dumbledore was warily looking around, likely analyzing our surroundings as I recovered from the blow. I got to my feet, and did the same. Strangely enough, we were not right in the middle of the action, which made it even stranger for that errant rock to have hit me. In fact, there was no possible way I could have been hit by anything at this distance. What the hell happened? Flashes of multicolored lights appeared all over Azkaban's rocky terrain, signifying the presence of battle. The prison could be seen overhead, an enormous looming building which gave off incredible feelings of sorrow and despair, as if it was made for this kind of thing. The fact that it was raining quite heavily only added to the horrid atmosphere. This is where Sirius stayed for 13 years. My heart clenched trying to even fathom such an existence. Dumbledore lowered his wand. The shield surrounding us fell away, the cold chill of the air hitting me, making me feel quite uncomfortable. What a nice place, I dryly commented, fixing my eyes upon the fighting. There really were hundreds of them, marching towards the prison's entrance. At least, the Order had the advantage of higher ground, as well as even surfaces from which they can easily cast spells. However, no spells were coming out of the entrance. Had they completely shut themselves in, hoping to wait for reinforcements? It seemed most of Voldemort's recruits were having trouble going uphill on such treacherous rocky, wet terrain. I supposed it made Azkaban not only kept prisoners in, it kept intruders out. The place was built like a fortress. I supposed that holding themselves in and waiting for help was not that bad of an idea. It would give them time to assess their losses and recover, if needed. However, even with such advantages, it would only be a matter of time until they lost. Indeed, Dumbledore said noncommittally, it seems the enemy is not yet aware of our presence. Wait, I said suddenly. No deathly chill in the air aside from the regular feeling of cold that was simply the natural weather of this place, no feelings of despair. Where are the Dementors? I was wondering when you would notice. Dumbledore said, and pointed to the right. I followed the path, and stared. What are they doing all the way over there? I blurted out, wiping the rainwater off my face in vain. In the distance, over the sea, the Dementors were packed tight together, swirling around in an inky mass of blackness. And above them, floated Voldemort. I blinked. He was definitely floating. He could fly. Shit. I swore and reflexively reached for my scar, wondering why it wasn't burning with pain, only to remember it was no longer there. Dumbledore eyed me for a moment. I do not believe he is aware of our presence, either. That's a relief, I said, feeling a bit hesitant. Though, whatever he's doing, it can't be good. And the floating, I want to do that. Agreed. But we have the matter of the hundreds of recruits to deal with. Dumbledore said in an attempt to keep me focused on the situation at hand. I needed to make objectives, and reach objectives without distracting myself. Multitasking would get me killed in these situations. I just have to keep moving forward, one step at a time. What's the plan, then? I asked, feeling completely out of my element. Realistically speaking, we are both quite powerful in our own right, but not so much that we can take on hundreds of wizards and live to tell about it. Not to mention Voldemort. RT is still back there and might intervene. Agreed. We cannot simply beat them with brute force, or even skill. Dumbledore said ruefully. So subterfuge, traps, the like? I asked, an idea forming in my head. Dumbledore nodded. I drew my wand out. Well, since the only other Parselmouth here is busy screwing around with Dementors. Serpensortia, 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 Serpensortia. The hell are you staring at, old man? Start conjuring. Serpensortia, Serpensortia. I barked out at the surprised wizard. That seemed to jolt him back into action, and he began conjuring snakes for me, as well. The idea has merits. Since he is not currently here, Dumbledore said as he began to silently conjure snakes by the dozen. His magical skill was indeed quite impressive. Well, he has an army, why shouldn't we? I grinned, and grimaced while I wiped at my face once again. The amount of rainwater here was ridiculous. After about half a minute of this, we both stood in front of at least 100. Red and 50 likely agitated due to the cold weather snakes. Fuck am I doing here? One snake hissed out irritably. I couldn't make any of them out, most of them being dark-skinned, easily camouflaged by the terrain. Where are we? One of them hissed out. Why is it so cold? Another was shivering madly. Who am I? Okay, then. Didn't even know conjured snakes had senses of identity. I think those guys created us. Mommy, this was getting downright strange. The fuck? Does that thing even remotely look like you? Don't call him mommy. He's male, but luckily some snakes were smarter than others. Hey, don't talk about mommy like that. I'll kill you. While some snakes were simply ruthless. I'd like to see you try, Pipsqueak. The snakes began to snicker. How did they accomplish that? No idea. Okay, that's enough. I yelled out at the huge army of snakes, feeling both amused and irritated at the situation. You all have a job to do. A job, you say? What's this job thing you speak of, creator man-child? One of them hissed curiously at me. Why should we do anything you say? Because I created you, I said, not really sure how to answer that. Yeah, fuck you, human. I was enjoying a nice lie in the sun, and you just bring me here. Balthazar would have liked this one's attitude. But, I thought I just created you. How could you have any memories of what you were doing before? I answered back logically. That's beside the point. Just because you created me doesn't mean I wasn't doing anything before that. Looks like my answer seemed to enrage it. That doesn't make any sense. It makes perfect sense. You're stupid. I don't want to talk to you. I decided, before quickly addressing the majority of the snakes. Basically, I need your help to restrain or kill about 200 people. Interesting. One of the bigger snakes made itself known, likely the leader of this pseudo-army. And why should we help you, then? Because, well, I hadn't actually thought that through, to be honest. I admitted with a shrug. I just assumed you would be ready to strike at our enemies while they weren't paying an entirely unreasonable assumption. The leader mused curiously before looking right at me. And since you were providing us with a source of warmth and a meal, so does that mean you'll help? I hissed hopefully. The snake gave me a long, considering look, before nodding in compliance. It shall be done. We await your signal. Awesome. Looks like we were in business. I turned to Dumbledore, who looked a little curious at the exchange. Don't ask. I started before he could say anything. I had to convince them to help us. Strange. Dumbledore observed. You can say that again. I muttered and wiped the water off my face yet again. Did I mention this place sucks? Strange. Dumbledore repeated. Did you dig through the many layers of dust to find that sense of humor, you old fossil? I retorted without any heat in my voice. A grin was pulling at my lips. It was pretty funny. I needed that, indeed. The old man deadpanned. Before he became serious. Are you ready? Ready as I'll ever be. I sighed and shook off the tiredness I felt. We've got allies that need some backup. Let's go. The snakes parted for us as we made our way forward. Let's go. I hissed out, the sound of it threatening and cold. Your lunch is ahead of us. The snakes darted forward, slithering in the direction of Azkaban's entrance at great speeds. I glanced at Dumbledore. I'm going ahead, I declared, feeling a little confident. I wasted too much time trying to convince the snakes to help us out. I can USH in from behind Voldemort's recruits and cause mayhem and confusion among their ranks. That is acceptable, Harry. Dumbledore nodded, slowing down his pace a tad. Now, go. I gave a nod, and reached into one of my many back pockets. I fished out a vial filled with a thick, turquoise liquid. This much should be good for 10 minutes, according to Snape's information. I muttered to myself, popped the vial open and drank up. The taste was dreadful, like eating rubber, but I forced it down. The strengthening solution did its work, as I began to feel energy rush into my cells. I felt invigorated, like I had the strength to compete against giants and win. I clenched my hands shut a few times, making sure I could adjust how much power was put into the motion. It was a good thing that I possessed the foresight to test this potion on myself multiple times in the past. With the increased strength and speed it granted me, I might have not been able to keep up with my own body's speed, which would result in tunnel vision, putting me at great risk. But seeing as I've already trained extensively with it, I shouldn't have any trouble. I grinned, and channeled lightning into my body, charging my cells even further than before. I gave Dumbledore one last look. Wish me luck. I didn't wait for his response, and dashed forward, intent on causing as much damage as I possibly could. The sound of the constant rain slowly gave way to the sounds of fighting. The screams, roars, shouts of the combatants filled my ears, and it sparked a fire in me. I felt the anticipation, the excitement. The odds were stacked against me, but this only made me even more excited. Too bad there was no music. I would have grabbed my MP3 for this, but that was just unwieldy. Just the fact that I RGED my body with electricity would fry it beyond repair. That's why I always made sure to keep my technology away from me when I was training. It would always short itself out. Even if it were possible for me to make it work, I wouldn't. You wouldn't go into a fight with one of your senses blocked, would you? I remembered a particular scene from Blade Trinity, when Whistler's daughter, or was it granddaughter? The guy was old, put some earphones on because that's how she fought vampires. I had thought it was pretty cool, back then, but I scoff at it now. I mean, think about it. First of all, the wire would always be in my way. While I'm fighting, my hands will move freely, with no regard to the dangling wire. Accidentally ripping them or cutting through them was a very likely outcome of those very movements. Even then, simply blocking my sense of hearing was cause for concern. I could see them now, Voldemort's recruits. They were just standing there, lobbing spell after spell, trying to take down Azkaban's defenses so they could gain entry to the edifice to kill the Order members and then release their imprisoned allies. Unfortunately for them, this place looked like it was built to withstand such things. It wouldn't last, of course, but it didn't need to. I was going to end them. Take it down, already. One of them shouted out in heavily accented English. Pipe down, would you? Let the curse breakers handle this. Someone else yelled out, pipe down. The guy repeated, offended. Say that again, and I might just come there and gut you. I would like to see you TRB. Oop! The Death Eater's voice was replaced with a strangled cry, as he fell to the floor. He tried to move, but found that he couldn't. He looked down to see a sizable python constricting the life out of him. Seeing as his clothes were already soaked with rainwater, no one got to see the stain of urine that would have appeared on his pants. Similarly, many others were ambushed in the exact same manner, leaving them helpless to the mercies of the attacking force of snakes. That should even the odds a little. I grinned as I saw Death Eater after Death Eater fall over themselves. Most of them were slowly strangled to death by the offending snakes. Some of them, however, were unlucky enough to get bitten by the venomous ones Dumbledore and I had summoned. Those particular affected Death Eaters began to shoot spells wildly and quite randomly, hitting their comrades with killing curses and the like. This caused further discord between the ranks, making my job even easier. All in all, this was going much better than I expected. There was still about 100 of them, but I could work with that. 100 is a much smaller number than 300. The poisonous snakes were very useful in that sense, since they could bite an enemy, move away with great speed, and then bite at another enemy. They would repeat this process until they drained all their venom, or they were killed. I head over and maneuvered my way past the fallen bodies slowly being eaten by the constrictors, and began to unleash hell upon the rest of them. I reached the first one, and channeled my energy into my hand. Edge, quote, my hand didn't easily tear through his abdomen like I had expected. Even with my enhanced strength and speed, it took a moment for it to overpower the man's resistance and dig into his body. It felt easier to dig through his body than to dig into it. It wasn't as easy as killing Voldemort's Horcrux. Most likely, the Death Eater had been wearing protective armor. Dragonhide, perhaps. No, it felt too flimsy. Perhaps enchanted leather. All of these thoughts went through my head in the time it took me to kill this man. I shook off the immediate feeling of revulsion and self-loathing, and pulled my arm out of my target's chest with a loud squelch. How strange. I felt disgusted at myself, and yet, I was immensely enjoying it. What was wrong with me? I shook my head. This was not the time to be weak-willed. I had a job to do. I rushed the next one, and did the exact same thing as before. This one was easier to kill. The next one was just as easy, and the next. My mind fell into a red haze of blood and gore as I tore through enemy after enemy. He's tearing through us like a bunch of flobberworms. Kill him. Incendio. I avoided the flash of fire like one would avoid an attacking snail. Before smashing a breakdown fist into the man's head, crushing his skull with ease. Shit, get him already. I heard all those voices yell out in desperation and anger, but the noise didn't really register to me. I just kept on killing and killing and killing. I dodged spells as easily as I breathed. My vision was filled with an enormous range of multicolored lights, which I avoided at all costs. Avada Kedavra. I saw it coming from underneath it. It slammed into one of their allies, who had somehow escaped from the grasp of one of the constrictors, killing him immediately. O's Ruptor. I sidestepped a dark blue jet of light, letting it harmlessly pass me by. Crucio. One of them yelled out. There was no time to avoid it. I felt the curse slam into me, and felt nothing. I got him. His cries of sickening joy turned into a short gurgle of surprise and pain as my lightning drill passed through his throat, and then his spinal cord right afterward, killing him instantly. I felt the blood stain my face, but it barely registered in my brain. The Cruciatus didn't hurt me. Why? Did you see that? One of them yelled out. He took a Crucio and didn't even look like he was feeling it. Can we even get this guy? I don't know. Don't lose hope, my fellows. One of the Death Eaters stepped up. He is but one man, and we are 100. Maybe around 75, at this point of time, but who's keeping track? The Death Eaters seemed to regain their senses, and began to fight back with fervor. Every time I got close to one of them, the ground would explode from underneath me, grazing me slightly. They stopped every attempt I made at killing one of them. They were getting faster, more organized. Not good. I created some distance between us, trying to figure out what my next move would be. Obviously, fighting up close was no longer an effective method. They had adapted to it rather quickly. What would I do now? 2 slabs of rock jutted out of the ground suddenly, breaking my thought pattern. I looked to see 2 of them waving their wands at the rocks which held me in place. I struggled against my earthen bonds, slowly breaking them. I can't hold him. One of them yelled out. Me either. If you're going to do anything, do it now. I felt my strength wavering. The strengthening solution was losing its hold. Let's see you live through this. Avada Kedavra. The curse was joined by another few dozen killing curses, all about to converge into their target, me. Was this the end? I felt a wave of concussive force blast into me, breaking the rocks which held me down, and dropping me to the floor. Killing curse after killing curse sailed harmlessly over my head. I stared stupidly at each and every one, wondering how I wasn't dead. That was a close one. A very, very, very close one. Are you all right, Harry? Dumbledore's voice shocked me out of my stupor, bringing me back to reality. The man was standing over me, a look of concern in his eyes. I struggled to find the words. The Death Eaters, on the other hand, It's Dumbledore. Dumbledore is here. Call for our Lord. No. The same Death Eater that had encouraged the men before spoke again. We have already shown we can beat the first unknown wizard. There is no reason to call our Lord here. We can handle this. But one of the new recruits said weakly, as Dumbledore helped me up. Do you doubt our Lord? The pep-talking Death Eater retorted in a threatening tone of voice. Our great Lord believes in us. He believes we can carry out T's task while he accomplishes something much more important. We must follow his will. That seemed to kill whatever gripe any of the opposition had. I was hoping they would just give up and make my life easier. No such luck, of course. The Death Eaters seemed to be readying themselves. They had already countered my close combat attacks. So, that left my lightning dragon's roar, but it was too unwieldy in this situation. That left the use of my wand, and my long-ranged lightning bolts. They didn't pack as much power as the edge or even the breakdown fist, but there seemed to be no other choice, at this point. Lend me your ear, Dumbledore said quickly, sidestepping a jet blue bone breaker. What do you have in mind? I said as we began to dodge spell fire, and return fire with our own. Use your roaring spell, Dumbledore simply said. You sure? I don't. Just do as I say. There is no time to explain, Dumbledore said with a little irritation seeping into his urgent voice. He waved his wand and caused the ground in front of us to form a thick, earthen wall, which would buy us a few seconds at best. Just enough time for me to use my lightning dragon's roar. This will drain me dry. Make it count, I said after a moment of hesitation, before repeating the process of collecting the energy necessary to unleash my strongest breath attack. Lightning circled around my body, converging into my mouth and seeping into my lungs. The protective wall began to fall apart as more and more spells smashed into it with great force, eventually breaking it into many pieces, revealing the BLE remnants of the Death Eater army in front of us. They laughed uproariously, believing that victory was at hand. I don't know what Dumbledore's plan was, but I would trust in his power. I gave him a nod, and released my attack. Lightning Dragon's roar. And roar I did. The sheer wave of energy released from my body caused the very ground to shake. The powerful Lightning Dragonslayer spell exploded outwards, destroying everything in its wide path. Though, even with this brilliant attack, I would probably only kill a third of them. I noticed Dumbledore on the edge of my vision, waving his wand. His face adopting a look of intense concentration. I gave a mental shrug, continuing to pour more and more energy out. That's when I began to notice it. The rainwater. All the rainwater converge into a gigantic mass of water that enveloped the army of Death Eaters, which my roar connected with. With vigor, I poured more and more energy into my blast, the water conducting the electricity into every single enemy trapped within the prison of water. That's the beauty of lightning, it can be directed wherever you want it. I continued in this fashion for a few more seconds, before cutting off the flow of energy. Feeling very lightheaded, there was nothing. No more shouting by the Death Eaters. No more killing curses, bone breakers, cruciatus, the enemies in the gigantic dome of water were unmoving. Dead in their watery grave. Dumbledore released his spell and helped to gently steady my body. Almost suddenly, the rain began to fall down on us. When had it stopped? Oh, right, Dumbledore was channeling the rain into his attack. What was wrong with me? I couldn't concentrate. Even standing felt really hard to accomplish, right now. Steady there, my boy, he said soothingly. I feel I can't focus. I forced each word out, unable to speak coherently. I understand, he said, waving his wand. It sparked with the bluish-white light of an electrical spark. Here, eat up. I nodded weakly, and began to feed on the energy. I felt the lightning slightly recharge my body, before the flow was cut off, causing me to look at Dumbledore in confusion. He looked extremely tired. I shook my head, not feeling lightheaded anymore, but still feeling incredibly weak. I'm sorry, Albus. It is quite all right, Harry, the old man assured me. I did not look convinced in the least, but nodded anyway. Come, Dumbledore continued, heedless of his own injuries. How had I not noticed them before? There were a few deep cuts and some scrapes which bled freely in the old man's robes. I handed him some essence of Dittany and a blood-replenishing potion. Then, I cast a shield above us, which granted us a momentary reprieve from the endless rain. I couldn't wait to leave this place. Dumbledore gave a nod of thanks, before taking the time to heal whatever wounds he could find. Then, he popped open the cork of the blood-replenishing potion, and downed it one gulp, his face grimacing at the awful taste. I dropped the shield, and we trudged back to the spot where Fox dropped us off, ignoring our summoned snakes feasting on the corpses of dead Death Eaters. I looked around, not really understanding what I was seeing. The Dementors were gone, and so was Voldemort. What had happened? Where did they go? Wasn't Voldemort here to break out his followers from prison? The only answer I res pitter-patter of the rain around us. What's going on? I blurted out, not quite understanding what was going on. Voldemort was gone, and so were the Dementors. Where had they gone? I grabbed an invigorating draught from one of my pockets, before downing it in one quick gulp, grimacing in distaste. I felt a little more energy course through my system, but it felt minuscule at best. I was ridiculously tired, and in great pain. The adrenaline was beginning to wear off, my body's pain signals finally alerting me of several painful cuts and bruises I had received from the Death Eaters. I had foolishly thought I avoided their spells, but some managed to get through. Dumbledore, in comparison, looked more or less fine. This is not over, Dumbledore said, looking around warily. Strange, he seemed really stiff and tense. I futilely wiped rainwater off of my face. A dangerous presence lingers, the old man said ominously. I looked around, skeptically. There was nothing. Are you sure? I don't see anything. I disagreed. Feel for the presence with your magic, Dumbledore instructed, starting to look disturbed. Right, I muttered, before slapping my hands together and concentrating. I grabbed at the energy within my body, before slightly bringing it outwards. It connected with the magic-saturated air around me. I still didn't feel anything. Wait, behind me, there was something. It was a strange feeling, like whatever was there just didn't belong here. I couldn't put my finger on it. I reached out to it, my electrical energies launching a small, harmless string of power to interact with it. I wished I hadn't done that. The moment the string connected with the presence, I almost vomited. Oh God, I fell to my knees, trying to break the connection. The intense feeling of bloodlust, the enormous rage, the pure hatred coming off of the presence was beyond anything I had ever experienced. I could smell the carrion reek of the dead, the joy of savagely mutilating the old, the young and the sick. It was unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Kill him. What? Kill him. Who? Kill him. Dumbledore. You want me to kill Dumbledore? Yes. Go on. Do it, and you will be immensely rewarded. A feeling of euphoria came over me, overtaking my senses. Yeah, maybe it really would be a good idea to kill the old man. It would be so easy. I could just gather up the energy for an edge and take him down when his guard is down. Yes, it DAPHANE no. Who are you? Get out of my head. Suddenly, the link between my magic and the presence was cut off. I realized that Dumbledore's hand was on my shoulder. I looked up at his face. His eyes were closed, a look of concentration on his face. He opened his eyes. They held no mirth in them. Do you still doubt me? He said softly. No, not anymore, I said immediately, getting to my feet and turning to face the source of the disgusting energy that had latched onto my body. I shuddered. What was that? It was, I do not know, Dumbledore admitted, looking very worried. I trailed off, unable to convey the sheer intensity of the feelings that came over me. I know, Dumbledore said. I felt the same thing. This creature is simply beyond words. What is it? I asked slowly. A strange question, mortal. A feminine voice came from above us. Dumbledore and I froze in shock for a moment, and looked up. At first, I noticed the floating form of Lord Voldemort, and began to panic. However, he looked different somehow. There was a strange grin on his face. Usually, that wouldn't be too strange, except that his red eyes held a blank look. It's as if they were lifeless. I still vividly remembered that night at the graveyard. Back then, his eyes had a fiery glint to them, the sign of an incredibly strong will to live. Now, he looked like a doll, a puppet. He wasn't even looking at us. I followed his line of sight, to see one of the most beautiful women I had ever laid my eyes on. She posses, said the same light skin tone and silvery blonde hair that Fleur did. The outfit she had on, if it even could be called that, consisted of thigh-length black leather boots, a tight leather corset, which accentuated her perfect-sized cleavage, not too big, and not too small, and a spiked collar on her neck. She gazed down at me with playful, blue eyes. A sultry smile formed on her face as she touched down to the ground. Voldemort following her obediently. I would have said this was Avila, but I doubted Voldemort would fall for one's charms so easily. Not to mention the huge, bat-like wings which jutted out of her back, as well as the demonic tail, which swayed almost sensually in the air. What was she? This weather is dreadful. The woman waved her hand dismissively, a large dome of energy appearing around us, stopping the rain from penetrating through. Dumbledore waved his wand on himself and I, quickly drying us both. We were trapped in here. I took a step back, wary of this newcomer. She smiled serenely, dangerously. My mind said, and waved her hand once more. A throne made out of what looked like human bones jutted out from the ground, and she slowly sat on it, giving me an intense, steamy look as she sensually crossed her legs. This was really testing my self-control. Who are you? Dumbledore said warily, looking at the immobile Voldemort, as well as her. She tore her gaze from me, choosing to level it upon Dumbledore. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. My heart was beating a mile a minute. The silvery-haired woman touched a finger to her lips, as if she was contemplating on how to answer. She began. You may call me Lilith, mortal. There's that word again, mortal. I could put two and two together. This was a succubus, a demon which took contour of males and fed off of their energy through intimatual acts. The proof was right there in front of me. While I hated Voldemort with a passion, I could at least respect his power, and his strength of will. Not anyone could survive as a ghost for 14 years, before somehow enacting a plan to restore their body. It was something which took great self-control, planning, intelligence, and patience. And yet, this Lilith, this demon, I kept telling myself, had torn through his resistances in a matter of minutes. She was not to be taken lightly. What do you want? I said harshly, glaring at the powerful creature before me. There was no way this was going to end peacefully, so there was no need to be polite or courteous. She sniffed and turned up her nose. That is no way to speak to a lady, she said in a haughty tone. God, she was hot. This was just killing me. Yeah, guess again, I scoffed, trying to not let my arousal show in the sound of my voice. You're not a lady. You're some thing. You don't belong here. This is true, she confirmed with a dismissive wave of her hand, as if that little detail didn't matter at all. I have been summoned here by this man. She gestured at the blank-eyed Voldemort. He turned to Lilith, smiled, and gave a bow. I noticed that his body was shaking a bit as he did so. He was trying to fight back. He was losing. Lilith mockingly smiled at his bowing form. He was a bit hard to convince, she sighed, wrinkling her nose in disgust. He was not interested in me, at all. Can you believe it? It wasn't really that hard to believe. I had never thought about Voldemort as an intimatual being. He was always on about power, the strong and weak. The idea of him being capable of having a partner was completely alien to me. Tilda. Lilith sing-songed, while shaking her index finger in Dumbledore's direction. The man in question had his wand half drawn. Dumbledore's face was set in grim determination. He seemed to be struggling against something. Shit, was she getting to him, too? Poor boy, she cooed, beckoning the old man over. Let me make it all better. I shook off the thought of an intimatee young lady referring to a man as old as Dumbledore as a boy. As the wizard in question began to take a step towards her, but stopped himself, his eyes now scrunched closed. He was resisting her INFS power. I tried to move to help, but it was as if a great weight was laid on top of me. I tried to open my mouth, with no luck. And no, Dumbledore bit out, fists clenched. Stop it, I can make it all better. She stood up, slowly making her way towards him. Her hips swayed seductively as she took slow, deliberate steps. You miss her, don't you? Her. I could only watch in horrified fascination as the demon gently traced her long fingers on the old wizard's cheek. before softly cupping his face. Dumbledore grit his teeth, still trying to fight back against her influence. "I can bring her back, you know," she said into his ear. "Don't you want to see Ariana again? I know you've been dying to reunite with her." Who was Ariana? Was she an ex-girlfriend or something? Maybe she died in the past. Dumbledore was opening and closing his mouth, but no sound was coming out. His eyes were open, staring into the cloudy sky. His eyes did not even react to the rain falling on them. "Just let go, sweetie," Lilith urged him, her tail wrapping around his arm, and pulling it to her hand. She grasped hold of his hand, and all signs of struggle were gone. "Come with me." She led him over to the side of her throne, before sitting back down, leveling her gaze on me now. I reflexively gulped at the sight before me. She was sitting on a throne made out of the bones of humans, with both Voldemort and Dumbledore flanking her, while I couldn't even move. Was there even any way to win? Hell, could I even survive this without becoming another one of her slaves? "You know what I am, don't you, child?" Lilith said with a melodious laugh that made my skin crawl. "A succubus," I spat out, struggling against my invisible bonds. She clapped once, and leaned back in her throne. She made every single movement of hers take a purely intellectual nature. It was like a sick and twisted gift. "You were right." Her eyes glittered with playfulness, glancing at the two powerful wizards who were reduced to nothing but puppets. "You know exactly what will happen to you if I win." She grinned viciously, her insanity finally showing. Even now, she looked unbelievably beautiful. But, she stood up again, repeating her slow, seductive walk from before. "Even if you do know, you still cannot resist my charm." I could feel Lilith's breath on my neck. I unconsciously shivered as waves of heat and cold coursed through my body. I was getting excited. I wanted her to touch me. And yet, at the same time, I didn't. She began to whisper in my ears. "I can make all your worries disappear," she said, moaning at the end. Oh God, I knew what she was doing. I knew. Why couldn't I resist it? "I can be your mistress," she purred, her hand on my chest, slowly inching downwards to my crotch area. "Don't you want to be my slave? Oh, the things I could do to you," she trailed off with a giggle. "Just surrender to me," she whispered sensually, before lightly cupping my face with her other hand. That's when it happened. She yelled out in surprise, and suddenly pulled her hand back, clutching it in obvious pain. Her face was filled with shock. I felt the weight around me fade into nothing. I idly noted that the dome of energy stopping the rainwater from hitting us was also gone. Touching me had hurt her, I realized. This situation felt strangely similar to a past event of mine. It was like Quirrell all over again. This was probably the only chance I would get. I grabbed at her face with both hands, pinning her oh-so-intimate body down. She shrieked as the flesh on her face sizzled, the smell of burning flesh reaching my nose. I gulped, edged down the bile and kept pressing my hands on her face. I felt something wrap around my midsection, before I was bodily launched away from her. I flipped in midair, calling my lightning forth. I shot the lightning behind me, stabilizing my flight pattern, and I landed on my feet, a bit unsteadily. No time to pussyfoot around. I had to push my advantage. I willed my lightning to course through my tired and battered body, energizing it. I made a mad dash towards her form, which was slowly getting up. I made to grab her again, but she flexed her wings, and was immediately airborne. I completely missed my mark, and looked up. Her face was set in an enraged snarl, nothing like before. There were hand-shaped third-degree burns on her face, with the skin peeling off at the edges. There was no way in hell she could seduce anything. "Now, you dare," she shrieked noisily. "You dare mar my beautiful face. You call that beautiful?" I couldn't help but taunt her. "You're fucking ugly, lady." Her face turned even more dangerous at that. "Oops, I do not know how you came in possession of the angel's essence," Lilith declared, looking down on me in disgust and anger. "But I will rid this world of your existence, mortal." There was no time to waste on talking with this demon. During her little speech, I was already collecting the necessary power to launch my attack. Lightning Dragon's Roar. I compressed the lightning within my lungs, and launched a more tightly packed beam of lightning right into the surprised face of the succubus. The attack struck her dead on, exploding in a brilliant display of bluish-white light. Temporarily blinding me, I opened my eyes, to see a giant plume of smoke surrounding her position. I did not waste my time, choosing to fish out another strengthening solution from my back pocket. I quickly downed the potion, feeling its effects take place as the smoke began to dissipate due to rain. As the smoke cleared, I saw her surrounded by a wall of pure, crimson fire. The fire dissipated, showing that she had received a few electrical burns on her chest and legs. Lilith snarled, before launching a small, harmless-looking fireball at me. It came at me so slowly, I almost laughed. Almost. I jumped out of the way. That was just too easy to avoid. Boom. Should not have thought that. The ball of fire exploded in a brilliant display of power, sending me flying. I landed ungracefully on the harsh rocky terrain, feeling my bones shake violently from the impact. My left arm flared in great pain. I gritted my teeth, realizing that half of it was badly burned from Lilith's attack. This was too much. I was already beyond exhausted. How long would I last against an opponent of this caliber? Even with the strengthening solution. Lilith's insane laugh brought me back to the battle at hand. Flee, she stated, a few dozen balls of fire appearing around her form. She daintily grabbed one, before launching it at me once again. I grit my teeth, and sped out of the range of the explosion. It smashed into the ground, exploding with a brilliant force. I began running when she grabbed two fireballs this time. The next few minutes that ensued was a very long, and very painful blur of fire, rain, and insane, intimate laughter filling my ears. I did not possess the energy to launch any more attacks at her. My roar had effectively drained what little energy the invigorating draft had restored earlier. I felt my strength waning again, as I tripped on an errant rock, and fell on my face. The once beautiful demoness appeared before me as I scrambled to get up. I froze, and stared upwards at her victorious smile. I was too tired to move. This was my limit. I grit my teeth and flushed with shame. She had won, even if you were touched by the angels. Lilith said in a condescending tone of voice. You are still only human. She pointed her hand at me, a ball of fire appearing. It floated in front of her palm, collecting more power than any of its predecessors. It grew to twice its size, but it felt like it was 20 times stronger. You might have been able to withstand the first level of my scorch, but let's see you take the second level. She said gleefully, taking great pleasure from seeing my downed form. She suddenly stopped smiling. Goodbye, human. I closed my eyes. I felt my body suddenly fly in a random direction, the sound of a great explosion filling my ears. But there was no pain. Was this what death felt like? I opened my eyes, to see the island of Azkaban. The rain was still falling with no signs of stopping. I realized I was floating in midair, and turned my head to see Dumbledore, his wand trained on my form. The old wizard gave it a swish, gently landing me on the rock. Dumbledore, I choked out, not quite believing he saved me. Are you all right, Harry? Professor Dumbledore hastily looked me over, seeing my current state. Get up, Potter. I stiffened in a mix of surprise and fear as I heard a familiar high, cold voice. Voldemort was standing side by side with Dumbledore, his baleful red eyes trained on the succubus, who seemed to be reeling from some sort of attack. WWH, I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. Enough of your idiocy, Potter. Voldemort snarled, waving his hand at me. It was the same spell he had used on me in the graveyard, 6 months ago. Now, he was using it to get me to my feet. The sheer strangeness and impossibility of the situation were not lost on me. I couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought? I asked, glaring at the evil wizard. Who would? They thought that we would ever join forces. Voldemort regarded me for a moment with his unblinking red eyes. It was a bit uncomfortable. This is my mistake, he admitted freely. I brought that thing into this world, and I was powerless to stop her. Voldemort said, this coming from a man that desired and coveted power above all other things, admitting to his powerlessness was almost inconceivable. Almost. This alliance of ours is only temporary, Potter. He snarled out my name with contempt. After this, it is dissolved. Agreed, Dumbledore said, training his eyes on the succubus, who was looking at us with anger. All right, I conceded very reluctantly. Not like I have any energy to tell you no. I need it to fight this bitch. I turned to face Lilith once again. Still, I said, looking at both Voldemort and Dumbledore. We must be the wizarding world's strongest team. Agreed, Dumbledore said. Voldemort grunted in agreement. Lilith laughed condescendingly. The strongest team, she repeated, a mocking smile playing on her burned lips. An old man, a half-dead brat, and some pseudo-human. Laughable. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort replied coldly, sending the flash of green light at the succubus. Before she could continue her rant, it smashed into her body, stopping her wings, sending her to the ground. Was it over, already? She can survive the killing curse, Voldemort said, not keeping his eyes off her downed form. However, this allows us a few precious seconds to plan a counterattack. She took my lightning dragon's roar head on, with a few minor burns to show for it. I supplied, not caring about the danger of sharing my strengths with Voldemort at the moment. He was probably fully aware of my fight against the succubus, and had likely seen me use the roar on his underlings earlier. Whatever we need to do will require a great deal of power. I finished. Perhaps the use of fiendfire. Dumbledore mused. That he was even considering the use of a spell spoke about the severity of the situation. I'm not sure about that, I answered hesitantly. She was throwing those fireballs with impunity. She might be immune to its effects. A reasonable deduction, Dumbledore praised, pursing his chin in thought. The counter of fire is water, Voldemort stated, an idea forming in his head. He turned to me. How strong is her fire? I took a moment to consider that. She used it to shield herself from my roar, and managed to suffer minor damage. On the level of fiendfire, then, Voldemort mused, it will require a water spell of its level. No water spells of that level exist among us any longer. Dumbledore interjected. So you say, Dumbledore. Voldemort disagreed, a small smirk forming on his face. You never truly understood the depths of my studies and power. I suppose physical attacks can hurt her, as well. I suggested, figuring she looked flimsy enough. Maybe if I could get my hands on her, I could burn her to death like I did with Quirrell. With her flying high, though, I doubted that would happen anytime soon. It is worth a try, Dumbledore agreed, before addressing me when he noticed I was no longer paying attention. Harry, Harry, the exclamation startled me. I quickly turned to look at Dumbledore. I want you to be careful, Dumbledore said with concern. You are fighting beyond your body's limits, so do not take any unnecessary risks. I nodded, feeling a very small pool of energy within me. All right, I'll simply resort to using my wand. Thank you. You dare strike against your mistress? Lilith snarled, getting up. She shook her head, as if to shake off the disorientation she felt from taking the killing curse head on. Unbelievable. I idly wondered if I could call her the girl who lived. Dumbledore, Voldemort and I gave a nod to each other, before springing into action. I drew my wand, while channeling what little lightning I had into my nerves to increase my reaction time. It didn't do much. I still reacted much faster than normal, but I couldn't sustain the relatively high amount of energy needed for that much sensory input. Still, something was better than nothing. Defendo. I slashed my wand at her, the cutting curse barely touching her face. She hadn't even tried to dodge it. A thin line of red appeared near her nose, letting a small rivulet of blood stream down her face. She licked at the blood, savoring the taste. The sensuality of the act contrasted with the ugliness of her burned face. I didn't know whether I should have been aroused or disgusted. She flew upwards, avoiding Dumbledore's chain of spells with inhuman ease. She bobbed and weaved through them like it was child's play, retaliating by launching several balls of fire back. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the ground rose to intercept the powerful blasts, leaving him unharmed. Dumbledore and I sent curse after curse, trying to keep her busy long enough for Voldemort to use whatever spell he had in mind. Confringo. She flew above it. Defendo. She dodged it with a single flap of her wings, right into the path of my next curse. Reducto. She sent a ball of fire to absorb the impact. The ball exploded in a brilliant display of crimson fire. Through the smoke, another fireball emerged, heading straight for me. Protega. A shield appeared before me, taking on the fireball head-on. It exploded on contact, the kinetic energy sending me flying back into the ground. The landing was quite soft, however. I looked to my right, to see Dumbledore's wand trained on the ground below me. Likely, he had turned that spot into a cushion to break my fall. "It is ready," Voldemort finally said. He had been standing in the same spot for almost a minute now, probably gathering the energy needed for the spell. He waved his wand in an intricate pattern. "Fiend waiter." Quote. The rain immediately stopped falling, instead converging around Voldemort's wand. The water coalesced into a gigantic snake, which coiled itself protectively around the evil wizard. The succubus looked a little worried at the level of the spell. Voldemort smiled triumphantly. "Now you die, demon." He jabbed his wand at Lilith, and the humongous water snake obeyed, lunging at the succubus with great speed. Lilith immediately shielded herself in her powerful flames. Incredible clouds of steam flew up into the atmosphere as the water snake collided with the fire. Voldemort poured more power into his spell, fighting against the demon's fire as well as he could. The battle of elements turned into a battle of attrition as the cursed water construct kept colliding into the cursed fire shield over and over and over. Half a minute later, Voldemort stopped, panting heavily. "Is it over?" I asked warily. Dumbledore said nothing in response, watching the cloud of steam very closely. "She withstood it," he said between gasps. "Impossible." Lightning flashed and thunder roared as rain began to fall on us once more. "Wait, we must not lose hope," Dumbledore said resolutely. "We cannot ny cost, even if it means sacrificing our own lives." "I refuse to do such a thing, Dumbledore," Voldemort argued, still trying to regain his breath. "Hold on," I said, an idea forming in my head as I started at the clouds above. "The thunder clouds. We can still win," I said, giving the idea some thought. "I might be able to connect with the lightning in the clouds above us and direct it into Lilith." "That is possible." Dumbledore looked at me incredulously. "I'm not sure," I said honestly, not wanting to admit the idea came from the Naruto manga. Of all things, I remember being able to remotely control the electricity in my home using my own energy. This is similar enough, but the sheer scale of it is the best we have. Aside from death, which is not a solution, Voldemort said grimly. Voldemort was supporting my idea. I couldn't wait until he became my enemy once again. This was too weird for me to handle. "Okay," I said. "Just keep her busy for me. I don't know how long this will take." The two wizards nodded in acknowledgement, before engaging the succubus, who looked like she was completely unhurt by Voldemort's attack. I closed my eyes, and began to gather all my remaining power. It was a minuscule amount, compared to my usual power levels, but it would have to do. There was no other choice. I opened my eyes, and pointed my hand towards the skies, before unleashing my lightning. It streaked out of my hand and into the clouds of above. I felt my energy connecting with the lightning in the clouds. There was so much of it. The power held within these was almost indescribable. It made sense. It reigns perpetually over the island of Azkaban, so the energy accumulated must have been beyond massive. I grit my teeth as I struggled to keep this much energy under control. It fought back relentlessly, and I found myself unable to control it. It was like a fierce dragon protecting its territory. That's when it came to me. There is no controlling it. You couldn't tame a dragon, but you could direct it towards your enemies. Even now, I felt my lightning connected with that of the clouds. It didn't reject it, it merely didn't allow it to overtake the rest. Theoretically, if I shot my lightning down at Lilith, the rest of the clouds' lightning should follow. I finally concentrated my attention back to the fight in front of me. Dumbledore was on one knee, his shield buckling under the insane barrage of fireballs that Lilith was dishing out. Where did she get so much energy? Voldemort waved his wand, and a gigantic slab of earth tore itself from the ground, flying at the succubus with great speed, giving her no other choice but to shield herself with her fire. Perfect. I felt at my lightning once more, and grit my teeth in concentration. "Eat this, bitch, Kieran." Quote. I brought my hand down. The world exploded in a blinding flash of light and a powerful roar of thunder. "Down, Kieran," I called out, before I brought down my hand. With that downwards motion, The sky lit up with power as the collective electrical energy of the clouds above Azkaban prison collided with Lilith in a thousandth of a second, exploding on impact with an incredibly loud roar quite reminiscent of a dragon's roar. The attack was as magnificent as it was short. I watched the dust settle, showing me the gigantic crater caused by the powerful strike. There was no sign of the evil succubus anywhere. It was as if the attack completely erased Lilith's existence. The pouring rain, which had been excessively overwhelming this whole time, had completely stopped at this point. The clouds began to part for the first time in centuries, showering the island of Azkaban with glorious sunlight. Whoa, I said and tried not to gape at the sheer level of destruction before me. I looked down on my hands, realizing that I'd brought this attack down. I had successfully managed to call an attack of this level forth, even when I was at my weakest. I smirked tiredly. I think I'll call this Lightning Dragon's secret move, Kieran. I took a step forward, only to wobble uncertainly. I felt really strange, dizzy. The world began to spin around me, and I felt myself falling backwards. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the impact I was sure to have with the ground, but nothing came. "Are you all right, Harry?" Dumbledore's voice asked me softly. The old wizard had stopped my fall. I opened my eyes with difficulty. "I'm fine. Just a little tired, that's all." "Did we get her?" Lee got back on my feet and tried to focus my eyesight on Dumbledore, finding the simple task excessively hard. "I believe so," Dumbledore replied before closing his eyes in concentration, clearly was attempting to sense her presence. This kept on for a few seconds. "I do not sense her presence," Professor Dumbledore finally said, not really looking sure of his statement. "She is either extremely department at concealing her magical signature, or that last quite powerful attack truly defeated her." That's good," I choked out, feeling more tired by the second. At this rate, I would be asleep in just a few minutes. "Wait, where did Voldemort go?" "I am right here, Potter." Voldemort's cold voice carried over from a fair distance away from me, fully waking me up. Adrenaline began rushing back into my system. I was still so very tired. There was nothing I could possibly do to beat the elder wizard. He wasn't as drained as I was. My magic pool was almost completely dry from using so many roars consecutively in the same day. My bleeding wounds weren't helping the matter any, either. The wizard in question stared at me with his dangerous red eyes, as if trying to stop himself from assaulting me. Why? I figured he would be eager to finish me off in my current state. Why did he not proceed with the act? The realization came to me like a ton of bricks. I saved Voldemort's life earlier, when I freed him from the succubus control. Without me, it was highly likely that she would have used both him and Dumbledore to eradicate any and all enemies. It was also likely that they would never escape her control. In short, my worst enemy owed me a life debt. Voldemort owed me a life debt. By the extremely irritated, borderline enraged look on his pale face, I assume Tom realized the consequences of my actions as well. "Any chance I can get you to repay the life debt by simply not trying to kill me anymore?" "I don't think that's much to ask for, is it?" I blurted out without thinking. Dumbledore looked at me incredulously. I gave a mental shrug at his reaction. Why fight when I can resolve this peacefully? Voldemort balked at me for a few short moments, before giving a slight smirk. "An interesting proposal, Potter," Voldemort drawled lazily, before continuing. "I shall repeat the same offer I made to you almost 4 years ago. Join me, and we will usher in a new era of magic." I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of Voldemort's mouth. He still wants me to join him. Dumbledore remained silent. "So did I. You possess a great potential for growth," Voldemort explained, gesturing at the devastation that I had brought forth. "I do not wish to see it halted before its time." I think that was his way of saying he really didn't want to kill me. "The same could be said for you," I retorted, making Voldemort tilt his head in confusion. My tiredness was getting to me, but I fought it down. "You were a top-notch student in Hogwarts," I began. "I should know. I researched you extensively. Born in an orphanage, without many friends, caretakers who most likely mistreated you at worst, neglected you at best." I listed off factor after factor. Voldemort stayed silent, neither denying nor confirming the information I was presenting. Yet you somehow miraculously managed to achieve the highest scores among your peers, and developed your magical powers to AL. Evil most could not even dream of reaching. You could have been a shining beacon, an example to those who were as unlucky as you in life. People like me, I continued, not realizing I had said that last part. Dumbledore frowned at that last the other man's eyes for a moment, trying to understand the reasoning behind his actions. Why did he kill all those people? Why did he target my parents? Why as he so hell-bent on killing everything that had a chance of challenging him? It was so frustrating. Life was so frustrating. But you gave all of it up. I looked away from Voldemort. You had everything. You had the academic scores, the credentials, the charm, but you threw it all away. Why? Voldemort merely looked at me impassively, still refusing to answer. Instead of helping those who were as weak as you turned on them. I said, you turned on yourself. Why should I join you? Voldemort was about to say something, before shaking his head. He turned away from me, and began to walk. A few seconds later, he stopped. I will not endeavor to kill you any longer. But do not expect me to be lenient on you in our future battles. He said calmly, before disappearing with a crack. I began to relax, and the tiredness in my muscles increased fivefold. That was my cue to pass out. I felt my eyes roll back, and I passed out. As I slowly regained consciousness, the first thing I noticed was that my right leg was really itchy. I sat up and tried to move my hand to scratch my leg, only to cringe as I felt a stabbing pain in my leg, coinciding with many other sharp pains and dull throbs throughout my body. What a nice way to wake up. My eyes snapped open immediately, the light disorienting me slightly. As my vision focused, I took in my surroundings and realized where I currently was. This was becoming an all too familiar scene. I was in the makeshift hospital wing of Grimauld Place. I sighed and leaned back as I began to relax in the spacious bed. I remembered the events that got me into this bed. I had fought 3 different battles in the span of a few hours. The first battle was to protect the St. Mungo's hospital from a Death Eater attack. The second, I had to fight against hundreds of wizards that were storming Azkaban prison, in the hopes of releasing those among Voldemort's inner circle. The third, I somehow teamed up with both Dumbledore and Voldemort to fight a hellspawn. A succubus by the name of Lilith. Lilith had completely taken over the minds of both Voldemort and Dumbledore simultaneously, with barely any effort. She almost succeeded in subduing me, as well. But something happened to change all of that. When her skin touched mine, she was heavily burned. My touch hurt her. Was it because of my mother's protection? Lilith had said that I possessed the essence of the angels. She assumed that the angel's essence is what really burned her, and not my mother's protective magic. But how could I have gotten the essence of an angel? Wait. The Chamber of Secrets. A memory of me digging out a bright, marble-sized orb from the rotting corpse of a basilisk popped up. That had to be it. There was no other explanation. My mind wandered back to the fight against Lilith. Voldemort had willingly sided with us in the fight against the succubus. He could have simply used apparition to escape the situation. Yet, he stayed behind to aid us in Lilith's defeat. For a few minutes, he, Dumbledore and I were a team, and a formidable one, at that. 3 different generations of powerful wizards uniting against a common enemy. It showed me Hat Voldemort may still have some goodness left in him, though it was probably buried very, very deep, but it was there. I saw it in the man's action. Or, had I fooled myself into believing that? Maybe he was simply attempting to repay the life debt. It was all so simple before. I was the good guy and Voldemort was the hopelessly evil, bad guy, but I've grown up a little since then. The world wasn't black and white. It was all shades of gray. Riddle's actions were unforgivable, of that there is no doubt, but what happened to him? What made him this way? What drove him from the path of becoming a well-respected member of society? I just wanted to understand Riddle's motives on the matter. I knew he did not support the pureblood agenda. Did I even want to kill him anymore? I clenched my eyes shut, trying to fight off the memories. My heart rate increased. I had already killed so many people, hundreds of them, either killed by my lightning dragonslayer magic, or by the snakes I summoned. It made me feel dirty, as if my soul was stained forever. It is war. In war, there are casualties on both sides. The logical part of me berated uncompromisingly. The statement was indeed quite true. It didn't make me feel any better about myself, but I managed to get control of myself. I would have time to deal with this later. The war wasn't over, not by a long shot. Voldemort was still out there, and he had to be stopped. One way or another. Ah, a very familiar voice came from the doorway, grabbing my attention. "You're up." I turned my gaze to the source. What was she doing here? Daphne Greengrass entered the room. I felt like I hadn't seen her for a long time, and she was definitely a sight for sore eyes. I stared at her as the golden-haired girl grabbed a nearby chair and placed it next to my bed. "Wait, calm down," she assured me. "I'm here to help Madame Pomfrey." I closed my mouth, and gave a simple nod of acknowledgement. It was a bit strange, since she came over here during Christmas time. Just to heal me. Didn't she have plans with her family? "How are you feeling?" she said, looking a little worried at my appearance. I opened my mouth to talk, but my voice came out really weak and scratchy. I cleared my throat, wincing when it flared in pain. "I feel like shit, honestly." Daphne nodded, before filling a nearby glass with water, and handing it to me. "Thank you." I took a long gulp. Feeling much better than before. I took a deep breath, and relaxed back into my bed. "How bad is the damage?" I asked her curiously. Daphne winced at the question. "Well," she began to answer. "There were a lot of cuts, mostly shallow, but a few of them were pretty deep. There were some bruises, as well. I had to use the bruise paste, and some essence of Dittany for the cuts. Those are still healing. Your right leg, that is, was broken sometime during the tri-battle." "Wait," I interrupted. "The tri-battle, that's what the newspapers are calling it," she said with a wry grin. "The newspapers," I repeated slowly. "How long have I been asleep?" "You were out for 3 whole days." Daphne answered simply. "You don't understand the level of damage we found on your body. You were cut up, your leg was broken, your left wrist was fractured, worse yet, you've almost completely exhausted your magical reserves." Whoa, she was getting really worked up. I felt a little better. Knowing she was this worried about me. Didn't have much choice. I gave her a soft smile. "The Death Eaters had to be stopped." She gave me a mix between an exasperated look and a worried look. "You really are some kind of hero, aren't you?" "Indeed," I confirmed, trying and failing miserably to look solemn. "I shall not rest until evil is defeated. Whatever the odds, I stand firm in the face of Voldemort's evil Noondu." She laughed at that, a soothing, melodious sound. I really liked her laugh. "So how did you get in here, anyway?" I asked her curiously, after taking another gulp of water. Daphne said with a teasing smile. "Don't you want me here? I could go home, you know." "No," I said a little too quickly. "I don't want you to go. I'm just curious, that's all. Do you know about—" I trailed off, not knowing how to bring the topic of Sirius up. She answered by grabbing a nearby newspaper, and handing it to me. I gave her a small glance, before focusing on the newspaper. "You know WHO returns. Sirius Black is found innocent." I took a minute to read the article as thoroughly as I possibly could. Apparently, Voldemort was cited by many Ministry officials when he was paying Azkaban prison a visit. As for Sirius, well, he was seen fighting alongside the Aurors, probably Shacklebolt, Moody and Tonks against the Death Eaters in Dia. Gone Alley had apprehended Pettigrew and questioned him under Veritaserum. Sirius was quickly declared innocent of the crimes he was imprisoned for, and was supposedly compensated for his trouble. I snorted at that, as if anything can make up for 12 years of imprisonment, followed by 2 years of being hunted like an animal. The newspaper went on to say how Dumbledore and I were lone voices in the darkness, enduring scorn and hatred and blah blah blah. Harry Potter is the savior of everything in existence. I had stopped paying attention by then. I set the newspaper down. Wow, I breathed out, my throat feeling dry again. I drank some more water. "Does this mean Umbridge is gone?" "Yes." Daphne nodded with a smile. Dumbledore finally regained enough clout to sack Umbridge for her ineptitude at defense against the dark arts. The blue-eyed girl said with glee. "Any idea who's replacing her?" I wondered curiously. Daphne shook her head. "I don't really know, to be honest." "Oh, I think I might know," Sirius said as he entered the room. looking like he was the happiest man in the world. It made sense, he didn't have to constantly watch his back anymore. I did a double take when my eyes focused on his face. There was a fresh, long scar that ran across his right cheek. Nice, I said, giving the scar an appreciative gaze. I know, he gushed. This will definitely come in handy in the future. Oh God, I could already imagine the amount of times that Sirius is going to be bringing out the Dark Hero card to get some action with the ladies. So, Sirius said, standing on the other side of my bed, aren't you going to introduce me? I said dumbly. We've met. Daphne gave the man an amused look. Geez, they haven't even known each other that long and she was already irritated with him. Oh, come on, Sirius whined pitifully, giving me big puppy dog eyes that didn't fit on a man of his age. Humor me, will you? Sure, I said easily. Sirius, meet Daphne Greengrass, my girlfriend. Daphne, meet Sirius Black, he was a stray that I found a couple of years ago. I decided I would keep him. I still haven't dewormed him yet, though. So be careful. Sirius grinned at the dog hints. Except the deworming part, before ruffling my hair roughly. It made me cringe in pain. The sudden movement made my neck muscles flare in pain. Hey, watch it, I grumbled, still winchy. As my muscles began to relax once more. It really hurts to move, you know. Sirius frowned, looking a little guilty at having hurt me. It's fine. I waved it off before he could apologize. It's just, it hurts, and I feel so drained. Need a recharge, Sirius offered, after a moment of thinking. No invigorating drafts, Daphne ordered sternly, glaring at the both of us. Harry's already had way too many potions in his system. Your body has to flush it all out, Harry. Not recharging with potions, Daph. I said to Daphne, before shaking my head. It's okay, Sirius, you don't have to drain yourself for me. Daphne mouthed. Drain yourself, while giving me a quizzical look. It's fine, I've been charging up a car battery for you. He said, before heading outside of the room. Give me a minute and I'll bring it up here. Sirius left quickly. A car battery. Daphne fixed me with a look. Explain. Well, I began, trying to figure out how to explain my powers. I can eat electricity, or lightning. I'm a dragon slayer. You can eat electricity. She gave me an incredibly skeptical look. Yes, I confirmed. You are joking, are you not? No, I'm not. I smiled. She gave me a long, considering look. Why do the people in my life have strange powers? First my brother, then you, she grumbled, sounding a little exasperated. This was news to me. I thought you said your brother is traveling the world. Quote, well, you're not wrong, Daphne said, twirling one of her golden locks nervously. He is looking for places to learn and train from different masters. What can he do? I asked nervously. Tristan, Daphne hesitated to say. There was an accident in his work, and he suddenly gained the ability to create purple flames. He had no control over it whatsoever, and according to my father the flames were so strong that even the flames of the Fiendfire spell couldn't match them. Stronger than Fiendfire, I said, feeling a little odd. Daphne's brother's Tristan, I said to myself, powers had to be on par with Lilith's spells, if they could snuff out a Fiendfire. Yes, Daphne confirmed with a nod. That's amazing, I gushed, before frowning. So, you're saying he left because he couldn't control them? Daphne nodded in confirmation, before adding. He's getting better, though. He came to visit on Christmas, and was part of why the attack on Diagon Alley was foiled. Before the conversation could continue, Sirius showed up, carrying a sizable battery. He set it down on the ground next to my bed. Recharge, coming up, Sirius said, as if he was a restaurant worker. Where did you even get this stuff, Sirius? I asked the older man curiously, imagining him walking into a Radio Shack and getting all this random equipment. Funny story, actually. It involves the pizza place nearby, a shovel, and a few towels. Sirius said as he hooked up the 2 wires to the battery, before handing them to me. Here you go. Daphne merely looked on, curiously. Shovels and towels. I wondered for a moment, before shaking my head in amusement. I probably don't want to know. Thanks, Sirius, I said, staring at the wires for a few moments. Bottoms up. I bit into them, and felt the influx of energy slam into me. My body reacted instinctively, directing all the energy to my stomach. My aches began to fade into a dull throb as I drained the battery dry. I finally released the wires, depositing them on the ground, next to the battery. I raised my left hand, and charged it up with a small amount of electricity. I smiled as my immediate surroundings lit up with a bluish-white light, and the chirping sound of electricity reached my ears. I gave a small nod, before clenching my fist closed, sending a shock wave through the air. I loved doing that. I just loved the sound it made whenever the shock wave occurred. Wow. Daphne breathed out in awe at the display. I felt my ego being stroked. How are you feeling, Harry? Sirius asked curiously. I gave that question some thought. Unsure. I twisted my left wrist a few times, not feeling any pain. I think my left wrist is fully healed, which probably means that most of my minor injuries are also healed. I slowly turned in my bed, feeling my leg protest. My right leg still hurts. Daphne performed some diagnostic spells on me, frowning thoughtfully at the information she gleaned off of it. Very interesting, she commented, before looking at me. You should be able to move around. Daphne waved her wand, and conjured a few crutches for me. I'll get some food ready downstairs, Sirius said, before walking away. You're just gonna grab some more pizza, aren't you? I said, amused. Sirius laughed as he exited the room, leaving Daphne and I alone once again. He really cares about you, she said, smiling. I know. I had a small smile, which grew as the news of my godfather's freedom finally began to sink in. And he's free now. He's free. Yes, Harry. Daphne rolled her eyes before teasing me good-naturedly. You've just realized that. I flushed in embarrassment. Cut me some slack here, I said. It's been a hectic few days for me. From one crisis to the next. Hell, I seriously thought I was going to die in that last fight. Daphne frowned, and took my hand in a comforting gesture. She softly squeezed my hand. I won't claim to understand what it is you're going through, Daphne said, looking searchingly into my eyes. I stared back into her blue eyes, a strange feeling passing through me. But I'm here for you. Okay, she said softly, blushing lightly as she did so. At that moment, Daphne was more beautiful than 100 Liliths to me. She wasn't as attractive, as powerful a demon enchantress. But she had something Lilith didn't. She cared about me. She cared about my well-being, both mental and physical. She worried about me, which was really endearing. She watched over me the entire time I was helpless in the makeshift hospital bed. All of that made her more attractive to me than any other female in my life, simply because she cared. I reached to cup her cheek, leaning forward, while pulling her in for a kiss. Okay. The next few days went by quite smoothly. All things considered, I had expected to have to go back to Hogwarts as soon as I recovered, but it seemed that Dumbledore had extended the school holidays by a week, eyeing that people needed to spend time with their families in this hard time. Not only that, but it would give the headmaster ample time to hire a suitable replacement for Dolores Umbridge, who had been summarily sacked when word of Lord Voldemort's return came out. Sirius kept hinting that he knew who the replacement was, which could only mean one thing. Remus Lupin was the likely replacement, It meant that I could safely stop those DA meetings and increase the intensity of my training in my lightning dragonslayer magic. An increase which was sorely needed. If there was anything I learned, it was that I needed to increase the power and intensity of my attacks. Lilith took a roar head-on with only minor damage to show for it. Granted, I practically had little to no energy left, and was beyond physically battered and exhausted at that point, while she was fresh. Still, that was no excuse to slack off in my training. Against demons, I would probably have a lot of trouble, no matter how strong I became. Against humans, however, I felt the telltale persistent pang of guilt that came when I thought of the people I had killed during the tri-battle. I snorted at the name. Those weren't battles. They were massacres. Hundreds of men and women, dead by my hand, simply because they were following my archenemy's orders. An archenemy I somewhat identified with. I knew, in my head, that what they were doing wasn't right. I knew that I had to stop them, simply because no one else would. People were afraid, and they needed someone to step up. The Death Eaters had killed the sick and the young. It was horrific, and I killed them for it. They wouldn't be hurting anyone, ever again. That's what I kept telling myself. Thankfully, the news of Sirius' exoneration, as well the constant oothing presence of Daphne had taken the edge off quite a bit, something which I was extremely glad for. I fired up my trusty PC, feeling a little proud when I saw it boot up correctly. I had switched most of its parts out, as well as installing a new operating system for it, Windows 8.1, if you were wondering. It allowed me to install and play more graphically intensive games, as well as improve the computer's performance in general. I opened up my Tor browser, and began browsing. I spent a few dozen minutes checking my private emails, as well as check for any new updates on certain, let's say, products that I managed to acquire. Then, I hopped onto B to see what had been happening lately. I took a moment to peruse through the pictures of a thread titled, Punchable Faces, at first. It was a collection of the pictures of people that looked like assholes, but it ended up turning into a celebrity you want to punch thread. Still somewhat amusing, but overall, meh. A few strange pictures of a gigantic tower in the middle of a modern city attracted my attention. The only caption that came with them was, Teman Negru. Interesting, but I had no idea what it meant. Moving on. EP2 at it for the better part of an hour, making sure to refresh the page at half-a-minute intervals. Cringe thread, lowly thread, more gore threads, oh, wow, a video game thread in B. Op must be new here. And, there's a brony thread. I didn't understand the fascination that these people have with My Little Pony. I kept going. Wait a second. Download as quick as you can before the party van shows up. I read the title. There was a download link, but no explanations, no captions of any kind. I fired up my online scanning service and clicked the download link. It was a service which employed the use of 20 different antivirus software to detect the use of malware. A few minutes later yielded the promising result of no malware being found. I unpacked the zip file and opened the destination folder. It was a series of numbered documents. I opened up the first document, and began to read. I quietly absorbed the information. It was a series of heavily censored documents. Through the first two documents, I managed to sort of understand its contents. Apparently, there was a secret department of the United States Air Force, based in a mountain of some sort. The name of the mountain was all blacked out, which was consistent with any reports pertaining to Black Ops. This department was somehow able to send other agents halfway across the universe, if you could believe something like that. It gave off that Star Trek feel, to be honest. Apparently the method of travel had something to do with the pyramids in Egypt, but as to how exactly this could happen, no information was given. This can't be real, I said incredulously. Light travel is impossible, let alone going faster than light. There's no way this can be right. I refreshed the page I was on in 4chan, and widened my eyes in shock. The page didn't load. I refreshed it a few times. Still no luck. The website was taken down. Good thing I had Tor browser on, I mused, before I turned off my internet and read the other documents. Travel through a large stone ring that functioned as some sort of gateway between different worlds. This document wasn't as censored as the others. The gateway was referred as the Stargate. Supposedly, the teams sent in made contact with whatever species were on the other side, and acquired natural resources and technology to the best of their abilities. One team in particular had even supposedly saved the entire planet on many occasions. The name O'Neill was thrown around several times to this effect. But there was no noticeable effect on the world at large, which means this was an incredibly well-kept secret. Whoever shared this information was a true 4chan hero. I felt a little uneasy at what I was reading. I backed off, trying to make sense of what I had just learned. This was much bigger than the simple worries of having to kill Voldemort, a Dark Lord in the UK. Riddle was a relatively harmless entity when compared to the universe at large, provided this information was correct, of course. And why shouldn't it be? The fact that the site was taken down almost immediately served as proof of the importance and veracity of the subject at hand. Actually, this was a little confusing, to be honest. My thoughts ventured to Lilith. Where had she come from? Did Voldemort create a makeshift Stargate using the Dementors, or was it something completely different? Were demons simply some species based on a different planet? Did realms like heaven and hell even exist? Harry. The sound of my name broke me out of my reverie. I blinked, regaining awareness of my immediate surroundings. I had been deep in thought, while pondering the information I was absorbing. I turned to the source of the noise. Daphne had already entered my room, and was in the process of taking a seat on my bed. Hey, Daphne. I smiled at the girl, pushing all of these concerns to the back of my mind. What's up? Well, she trailed off. I was just here to remind you that my family will be meeting us here in an hour for lunch. I nodded with a grin, giving the beautiful girl a quick kiss. I know, I said, a little nervously. You think they'll like me? Of course, Daphne said immediately, before biting her lower lip. I don't see any reason they wouldn't. Yeah, I agreed. You're right, Daphne. I'm just nervous, that's all. She smirked. You have no trouble facing dragons, armies, and dark lords. But you're nervous about meeting my family. Like that? I trailed off, before shaking my head. Nope, facing those still sounds easier than meeting your parents. At least, in those situations, I can solve my problems with extreme amounts of violence. I'm sure it will all be fine. Daphne assured me, before grabbing my hand and getting up. Come on, let's help Sirius get everything ready. She led me out of the room. The next hour was spent setting the table in the dining room, helping Sirius cook the meal. He had actually become better at cooking, somehow, and generally joke around. Sirius kept making random lewd comments whenever Daphne and I got close enough to each other. It was a bit amusing, all things considered. As soon as we were about to relax, I heard a sharp knock on the front door, followed by the chiming sound of the doorbell. It was something that Sirius had installed with the help of Mr. Weasley a few months back. I went up to the front door, and opened it after a few moments of hesitation, revealing the visiting Greengrass family. I smiled nervously at the small group before me. I recognized Daphne's little sister, Astoria. She looked like she didn't really want to be here. Behind the little bored girl were her parents. The woman had the same golden hair, and the same expressive blue eyes. And judging by the father's looks, I could understand where she got her piercing gaze from, at least. The man had short, brown hair, and piercing black eyes. The couple wore regular non-magical clothing, suggesting that they didn't buy into the pureblood nonsense. But, behind them all, was a fourth person. He had the same golden hair, though it spiked in random directions, and the same blue eyes as Daphne. He was looking around warily, as if expecting an attack to come from anywhere. He looked as if he was coiled, ready to strike at any given moment if a threat presented itself. And the power, it rolled off of him in waves. It felt familiar to me, somehow. It had a certain similarity to that of Lilith's, but without the depravity I had come to associate with the demoness. Hello, I said nervously, not wanting to stare at them. You must be Daphne's family. And you must be Mr. Potter, the father said, before motioning at the woman beside him. My name is Iona's, and this is my wife, Elena. Of course, you know my youngest daughter, Astoria. We've met. I smiled politely at the younger girl, who gave a small, bored wave. I finally made eye contact with the fourth person, and almost flinched in surprise. Something had passed between us in that small moment. He felt familiar, really familiar. It was as if I was staring into the eyes of a snarling dragon. And this, the man motioned the young adult behind him, looking a little wary when he noticed the sudden staring contest, is Tristan, my eldest. I shook off the feelings, and broke eye contact. I've heard a lot about you all, from Daphne. I grinned excitedly, before moving back to give them room. Please, come in. I led the family towards the living room, where Daphne and Sirius were waiting for us. Daphne immediately went to hug her parents and siblings, before noticing their unease when looking at Sirius. Hello, Sirius said with a smile, taking a step forward and extending his hand. I'm Sirius. After a small moment's hesitation, Daphne's mother took it, followed by her husband and children. It is nice to meet you. I am Elena, and this is my husband Ionas, and these are my two other children, Astoria and Tristan. She answered back politely. It's a pleasure. The ex-prisoner gave a sad smile at their wary behavior, figuring this was something he had to get used to. I hope we can be good friends. Silence hung in the air for a few moments. Is it true that you didn't kill all those people? Astoria blurted out excitedly, staring at Sirius. Daphne's father, Iona's, choked and began to cough, while the rest of her family gave her incredulous looks. Sirius chuckled, liking the bluntness. Yes, it's true. I knew it, she said, before running up to the man. I knew there was a reason you didn't do anything when I saw you in the forest 2 years ago. Wait, that was you? Sirius asked in surprise. I raised a curious eyebrow. Astoria, Elena said, a little exasperation and disapproval in her tone. The forest is off limits for a reason. PFF'd. She scoffed in a Daphne-esque way. It was a little cute. Rules are for boring people. I like you already. Sirius grinned, before leaning forward and stage whispering. Maybe I'll teach you a thing or two about rule breaking. You never told me about this, old man. I gave Sirius a curious look. I don't tell you everything, you know. That's how it is, then. Yep. Sirius nodded. Fine, fine. Quote. We grinned at each other, before turning to the family. I assume you all are hungry? Sirius asked, and got nods of confirmation in return. A few minutes later saw us sitting in the kitchen, enjoying a pretty well-made lunch. It was still surprising, really. In the months that Sirius was enduring his semi-house arrest, he had managed to learn how to cook some really nice dishes. He seemed to have a thing for Mediterranean-style food, judging by the presence of the tabbouleh, a salad made of tomatoes, parsley, mint and onions, the shawarma and the pita bread. Sirius had said his heightened dog senses helped him find a nearby Arab store that sold them. He was hooked almost immediately. So, tell me about yourself, Harry. Daphne's mother began when the eating began to slow down. I wiped at my mouth with a napkin. What would you like to know? Well, I'm sure there's more to you than this boy who lived nonsense. Iona's cut in with a little grin. Am I right? I was really starting to like these people. For the most part, people's eyes would drift to where my lightning bolt scar used to be. They would always ask about that part of my life. They were never interested in anything else I would be doing. Hey, I scratched the back of my head. There's not much else right now. Voldemort, only Astoria winced. Strange, has been keeping me busy, as of late. Hopefully I can either make him stop, or, I trailed off. The others stared at each other uncertainly. Kill him, Daphne's older brother supplied in a monotone. Yes, I gave the man a strange look. I don't want to do it, though. Kill him, that is. I've already done enough of that. Why not? The man named Tristan pressed on, heedless of the warning stares his family was giving him. He killed your family, did he not? Your actions would be justified. Tristan, Elena cautioned sharply, motioning to the upset-looking Sirius. It's fine, I said before Sirius could retort. It's a valid question. I looked up. My actions would be justified. You're right about that. I let that statement hang in the air for a few moments before continuing. But even if it is justified, it doesn't mean it's right. I hesitated. Given the circumstances, I may have ended up just like him. When I got past my anger and hatred of the man, I realized we were very similar people. Similar. Astoria piped up. Yes, I nodded, and gave Tristan a long look. I don't really want to explain how exactly, right now. Suffice to say, I feel that killing him would be the same as killing myself. The man in question nodded, accepting the answer. He ruffled Daphne's hair. She scowled in response. Good find, squirt. Daphne went a little red, and sputtered. Sirius and the parents' worried looks faded into amused ones. Do I pass the test? I asked, lips quirked upwards. Tristan smirked widely, showing off some pretty familiarly long canines. Pretty much, the older man said, smile widening. You ready for the next test? Quote, another. I raised my eyebrow in anticipation. Tristan, you said you wouldn't. Iona said, frowning in resignation. I looked between the two, feeling a little confused. Iona seemed somewhat wary of Tristan's actions, as if he didn't trust the man to control himself around others. But then again, I glanced at the man in question. Tristan looked like he was ready to spring into action at a moment. Signals he was sending told me that he wanted a fight, and that he wanted it now. Well, who am I to refuse? I wiped at my face with a napkin, before getting up from the table. I gave a nod to Daphne's parents, before turning towards Tristan, who had an unreadable look on his face. Come. I turned my back to him and walked out of the room. By the sound of the hurried footsteps, I figured he was following me. A few more sets of footsteps followed, likely Sirius and the others. I entered the room I had used for training during the last summer. The signs of my attacks could be seen littering the magically reinforced walls and floor. I found it amusing that I'd become much stronger since then. I made my way to the side of the room, my back still turned to the man. I stood there for a few seconds, taking in my surroundings. The room was a little cramped, but would have to do for whatever it is we're about to do. So, you ready? The elder man's voice grabbed my attention. I turned to see a feral grin on the man's face. It was as if his personality did a 180. Is this what Daphne was talking about? I shook my head. Sirius, Daphne, and Astoria were standing in the doorway. Ionas and Elena were nowhere to be seen. You're here to watch? I asked nonchalantly, ignoring Daphne and Astoria's worried gazes. Sirius, on the other hand, looked calm and confident. It brought a smile to face. Sirius, can you referee whatever this is? I asked my godfather. I can do that. Don't underestimate him, Daphne said worriedly. Was she addressing that to me, or her brother? I shook off any doubts. I felt I had to prove myself to Tristan. Sure, it was kind of a freak move to test me like this, but considering my situation, I had to show I could actually protect those I care about. To me, this was important. Ready, Tristan said again, beginning to look agitated. I gave Daphne one last look, before turning to her older brother. Enston got ready for yet another fight. My lightning answered my call, filling my body with power. Strange. I felt different than before. My power felt lighter somehow. I moved it around in my body, unaware of the display inner energy manipulation was giving Tristan. I blinked, noticing the excess energy outside of my body, and reined it in. What the fuck ow? Astoria said, before getting slapped in the back of the head by Daphne. How fitting, Tristan said, not even noticing the byplay of his two younger sisters. Lightning powers for the lightning bolt scarred boy. Hey, I chuckled, before exposing my unblemished forehead. I suppose it would have been fitting if I still had the scar. My smile faded, and I adopted a determined expression. The atmosphere changed. What was what cheerful environment suddenly turned incredibly tense. I watched Tristan intensely, not sure of his method of attack. Was he going to simply rush me with his fire? Was he going to use distract ions and evasive maneuvers to lure me into a trap? I had no idea of the level of control he possessed with his fire. The encounter with Lilith had given me a newfound respect for the element of fire. The element itself was usually meant to destroy, but I had seen the Intimate succubus use her flames as a shield, as well as incredibly explosive bombs. The potential was incredible. Tristan grinned, and I jumped back as fast as I could. My danger sense warning me of an incoming attack. The air I stood in a moment before exploded in a powerful shower of purple flames. He can remotely set fire to the atmosphere. What the fuck? This definitely changed things. I couldn't play defensively if he could simply bypass my defenses with ease. Offense it is. The older man's grin didn't fade in the least as I got closer and closer to him. I got within striking distance. He made no move to counter. Something wasn't right. This was a trap. I braced myself and quickly expelled my lightning and convey RGED it around my body as extra protection to guard against whatever it was Tristan had in store for me. I felt the power build up around me, and the world exploded in purple fire. I felt the intense lick of heat against my skin, but it seemed weaker than I was expecting. No doubt, my defense was working. I knew the shielding wouldn't last long against this onslaught of fire. I threw a kick through the flames, and it connected with Tristan's midsection with a satisfying smack. The purple flames around me faded into nothing, and I managed to see the damage of my attack. Judging by the surprised look on his face, I figured he was not expecting such an attack from me. Underestimating me, much. Not bad. You took a level 1 scorch attack without too much damage. Tristan breathed out, looking a little pained. Not only that, you even managed to successfully launch a counterattack. You pass. But, Tristan's voice carried an ethereal tone as even more intense purple flames began to form around his body, condensing themselves further and further. Let's see you take level 2. No. We both turned to see Sirius, who had his wand drawn. I think that's enough, don't you? Tristan gave the older man a long, considering look, before waving his hand. The flames were snuffed out immediately. I powered down my lightning as well. My apologies, Tristan said, leaning against the wall. I find it sometimes difficult to repress my urges. I can tell, Sirius answered wryly. It is an after effect of my knowledge of the scorch magic. It makes me. He paused for a moment, grimacing as he did so. Somewhat violent and bloodthirsty. Scorch. That word wouldn't stop popping up. Lilith had spoken of it during our fight, as well. Was he in league with her? They both used the element of fire, after all. It was the same magic, honestly. The only difference was the techniques used and the color of the flames. I've heard that before. What is scorch? I questioned, not lowering my guard. A succubus called Lilith used that against me a few days ago. But her flames were different than yours. Lilith, huh, small world. Tristan grinned. How do you know her? I asked, feeling a little wary. It's not really a nice story. Tristan warned. Suffice to say, she tried to work her charm on me and failed miserably. I grimaced. Remember how easily she managed to seduce me? She was completely different from the allure of the villa. Even now, days later, the mere thought of her sent a shiver through my spine. It both excited me and disgusted me. Tristan nodded wisely. You've been at her tender mercies as well, huh? You could say that. I hedged cautiously. Yes, well, he continued on in his wise tone. You tend to never forget those encounters. You're better off not even trying to. Keep them with you forever. I'll tell you more about Lilith later. Tristan waved off whatever question I had in store for him. He turned to Sirius. Do you happen to have a nice, quiet room, in which I can collect my thoughts and suppress my more bloodthirsty urges? Tristan asked politely. Right this way. Sirius didn't miss a beat, motioning the blonde-haired man to follow him. I saw their forms disappearing behind the door frame, leaving me alone in the room. At Lilith's tender mercies, Harry. Is there something you want to tell me? A deceptively calm voice was heard from behind me. Shit, how to explain this one? You're screwed. A more high-pitched voice said bluntly. Well, Daphne's little sister was right about that one. No way, I said. Yes. Tristan nodded, smiling. I don't believe it for 1 second. I shook my head. That's your choice, but I'm telling you, that's what happened. Oh, come on, I said, exasperation seeping into my tone. Quote, you can't possibly be telling me that Lilith. Oh, yes. Tristan gave a strange grin. She really liked me. I still don't understand how you beat her, anyway. I said, huffing in irritation. I had to tap into an extreme power source to get rid of her. I was sitting around with Tristan in my training chamber. It was a day before Daphne and I were supposed to head back to Hogwarts. The Exlador had given us would run out soon. And then I would go back to the Hogwarts life. The boring Hogwarts life. Did I really want to go back to that? Her scorch was better than mine, Tristan said simply, giving me a quick glance. I easily kept up with her in the beginning, but when we both switched to level 2, I lost. I put up a pretty good fight, but I ended up losing, regardless. He took a breath, before continuing. She couldn't seduce me in any way due to the unique power signature of my flames. So, she just let me go, after a few days of fun. So, he lost. I see, I said noncommittally, before shrugging. Not like it matters. She's gone, now. What makes you so sure of that? Tristan challenged lightly, taking a sip of his soda. I stared at the man for a moment, giving off an incredulous face. I dropped the accumulated lightning energy of the clouds over Azkaban prison. I said after a while of staring at the man. Who knows how long it's been raining there? The clouds still haven't formed back. Sirius piped in as he was passing by the chamber, likely heading to my room to play some of his games. Yeah, thanks for the news flash. I shouted over and heard the man laugh from my room. I turned back to Tristan. So, yeah, I nodded confidently. I doubt she survived. I don't think anything could survive that. Well, Think about this. Tristan handed me the newspaper, pointing at the front page. I took a quick look, and my eyes widened. Does that make sense? Tristan asked slowly, watching my reaction. Was it possible that Lilith survived the blast? Did she avoid it entirely, and leave? Why didn't she kill us immediately? This didn't make any sense. I looked at the paper again, and scoffed. No way in hell. So what if the Dementors are back? They form from the negative emotions of others. This doesn't mean anything. I reasoned against Tristan's claim, unwilling to believe what he was trying to tell me. That is definitely true. Tristan agreed wholeheartedly. But you're forgetting something. These kinds of things take a really long time to happen. Dementors don't just form over a week on their own. It takes years, possibly even decades. It hasn't even been a month. So, what are you saying? I asked. I'm saying. Tristan looked a little exasperated. They were summoned, most likely by Lilith. The only question is, where? I rubbed at my face. We would need to access the planet's satellite system, see if it can find any sudden drops in thermal readings in any area. Good luck with that, Tristan scoffed. Yeah, pretty much, I agreed wryly, before stopping to think. Well, what is it? Tristan queried. Might be a long shot. I cautioned the man, remembering a few things I read on 4chan yesterday. But I heard a lot of people talking about it being extremely cold near some freaky tower that appeared in the middle of a city a few weeks ago. Tristan didn't answer immediately. A freaky tower? He asked slowly. Yeah, right in the middle of a city in Italy. I continued, noticing the man's skin pale. I think they call it Teman Negru. You're joking. That's what I read. I simply answered. There's no way that can be right. What do you mean? Teman Negru. Tristan trailed off wearily, his eyes narrowing. Are you absolutely sure? Yes, I said, starting to get irritated. What's this about? That place is supposed to be a myth. Tristan said. The hotbed of demonic energy. It's what links the demon realm to the human realm. The demon realm. I repeated. Yes, Tristan confirmed. The birthplace of demons like the Dementors. And devils like Lilith. Devils, I said, a touch of alarm in my voice. How is that different from demons? Tristan pinched the bridge of his nose in irritation. Honestly, Tristan groaned. Did you even know who Lilith was before you tried to fight her? Not really. I figured she was some kind of screwed up Vila that just wanted to be a legendary demon. I answered honestly. I had given the whole incident a lot of thought. The idea that it was the actual Lilith from the legend seemed a little too far-fetched for me to believe. But then again, magic existed. So could I even declare anything as impossible at this point of time? Right. Tristan gave a wry grin. Lilith is a devil, a powerful one at that. She was a lieutenant in the Demon Emperor's forces. Wait. Demon Emperor? I asked dumbly, feeling like I was way out of my element. Yes, the Demon Emperor, Mundus. Tristan answered slowly. Against him, even a devil as powerful as Lilith couldn't stand a chance. It was said that his right-hand man, an immensely powerful devil named Sparta, put a stop to his invasion on the human realm. I know you have questions. Tristan said, interrupting me before I could say anything. Let me finish first. I nodded, signaling for the older man to proceed. The story goes that the Dark Knight Sparta rebelled against his own kind for the sake of the human race. He used his sword to shut the portal to the demonic realm, but lost his own powers in the process. The gateway was rumored to be in the demonic tower, Teman Negru. For a time, I thought the story was false. Just another myth. But if what you're saying is true, why? I asked. Why would a demon want to save the human race? Well, it was said that he fell in love with a human woman. And that's what drove him to renounce his own kind. Power of boners, then. And suddenly everything makes sense. Yep, figures. I said, shaking my head. So, Lilith is at this, Teman Negru. I believe so, Tristan confirmed, frowning. I got up and began to pace around the training chamber, wondering what my next step should be. In a day, I was supposed to get on the train at platform 9 3/4. It would take me back to Hogwarts, so I can finish my owls. But did such things even matter to me anymore? What were my owls going to do for me? Get a job. I was already filthy rich, moreover. Fred and George offered to help me out. They wouldn't even care about my credentials. Get an education. I wasn't even sure I was getting one, aside from how to fight with magic. Most other disciplines seem to focus on household chores, or useless crafts like transfiguration. Right now, my lightning dragonslayer magic seemed to be my best bet at making it through this in one piece. Potions have also granted me a great deal of aid. Strengthening solutions sure did come in handy. Spells learned in defense against the dark arts were also incredibly useful. As for charms, I sincerely doubted that Wingardium Leviosa could stop the Bonebreaker curse, or more serious spells like the Avada Kedavra. The remaining courses were a laughingstock. Besides, I had much bigger concerns right now. Voldemort was still at large. He claimed that he wouldn't be coming after me anymore. He could have been lying. His exact words were, "I will not endeavor to kill you any longer." That could mean plenty of things. I could be missing all my limbs and not be dead. I could be in a permanent coma and still be alive. The possibilities were endless. Lilith was also most likely out there as well, holed up in the supposed hotbed of demonic energy, Teman Negru. Sitting idly by in Hogwarts, listening to teachers continually drone on about subjects that would barely help my efforts, while my enemy was moving freely outside of my range of communications. Unthinkable. We have to go to Teman Negru, at least to make sure Lilith isn't concocting some foul plot there. I finally said, before looking at Tristan. Agreed. Tristan nodded. Voldemort brought her to this plane, somehow. She may be attempting to create a way back. Or worse, I added, remembering whatever I can from the Azkaban incident. The fact that Dementors are multiplying like crazy could mean she plans on opening a portal large enough to release a great deal of demons. I thought about that statement for a moment. An invasion force, maybe. I let that question hang in the air for a moment. I wouldn't put it past her. Tristan said grimly, looks like we've got a mess to clean up. I smiled. Right. I turned to leave, only to see Daphne in the doorway, waiting. She looked a little angry, possibly sad. Tristan said uncomfortably as he made his way outside of the training room. Think I'll give you two some room. Excuse me. We waited a few moments, even after Tristan left. You're not coming back to Hogwarts, are you? She looked at me with her blue eyes. Accusing eyes. Oh, this was going to be a bad conversation. All right, that's if I was lucky enough for it not to turn into a shouting match. No, I said bluntly, figuring that brutal honesty was the best policy in this situation. Why, don't you want to be with me? Oh, damn. She's pulling out the big guns, isn't she? Of course I do, I replied immediately. Then, why? You know why, I said heatedly. Well, why don't you enlighten me? Because I don't understand, at all. Oh, now she was simply trying to get a rise out of me. I took a deep breath, and regarded her with a frigid gaze. No, Daphne, I'm not going to fight you so you can feel better about this situation. I said calmly. People are out to kill me, and possibly bring about the end of civilization as we know it. I should have done this months ago. I'm leaving Hogwarts. And with that, I left the training room. I avoided everyone in Grimauld Place as I made my way to my room. I saw Sirius there, playing on my computer. Seems he was playing Dead Island 2 by that. I meant Dying Light. Good game, has some bugs but is an overall delight to play, even if it is a souped-up copy of a past game. Balthazar was curled up on my bed, simply watching Sirius play the game. Didn't figure he enjoyed that kind of thing. Hey Harry, Sirius greeted me as I entered. Yo, I answered back, before going into my closet to grab some armor I had purchased a few days before. The extra protection would prove extremely valuable for my next fights. The armor was made using dragonhide, and I would put it over my clothes for protection. It consisted of a vest to cover up my torso and stomach, as well as shoulder guards. I also purchased some dark gray combat clothes, and black combat boots. The wonders of eBay. You look like you're going to war. Balthazar piped up when he noticed me putting all this equipment on. I guess you could say that, I answered as I finished putting on my boots. I stood up, feeling like I was a few inches taller than before. I went to a nearby mirror and examined myself. Green eyes stared back. I took a few long moments to scrutinize my appearance. The shoulder guards made me look like crap. Honestly, I looked like the worst cosplayer on the planet. Well, no sense in crying about it. Armor is armor. It doesn't have to look good, merely keep me from suffering from unnecessary injuries. Harry, Sirius said, finally noticing my appearance. You look dumb. Quote, a small price to pay, my armor-less friend. I retorted, at least I can take more hits now. At least there's that, though. Why anyone would even go near such a fashion disaster is beyond me. Sirius joked, before frowning. Going on another trip, then. Yeah, what about? Moving on from that. Yeah, need some company. Sure, I said, looking at Sirius for a moment. We'll likely encounter demons and the like. You think you're up for it? Up for it? Sirius scoffed and turned up his nose. I'll have you know, back in their heyday, the Black family was well known for being demon slayers. I gave the man a strange look. Sirius, that's probably the first time I've heard you say anything positive about your family. I noted, well, we all have our golden days, maybe I'll return my family to its former glory. Sirius said, with a determined glint in his eyes. I felt something slither up my leg. I looked down to see an excited Balthazar, as excited as a snake could get, anyway. Hey, don't forget about me, Balthazar said as he wrapped himself around my torso, resting his head on my left shoulder. By the way, Balthazar continued. Yeah, I nudged my companion. Why are you wearing dead dragon skin? My viper asked curiously. For protection, I explained, feeling a little defensive. Why wouldn't people shut up about the armor? It smells weird. I don't smell anything, I said after taking a sniff. That's because you're inferior. Oh, in that case, I apologize for being weaker than you. Apology accepted, Balthazar said before, laying his head back down on my shoulder. I laughed at the banter, before turning to Sirius, who was already dressed in what seemed to be some black battle robes. Do you want some? No, Sirius shook his head, backing away. God no, that armor looks atrocious. I'm happy wearing this, I groaned, and began to take mine off, sick of having everyone criticize my fashion choices. Balthazar HELP fully slithered onto the bed so I could take the vest and shoulder guards off, leaving me wearing only my combat clothes. I supposed this would simply have to do. We exited the game room, and met up with Tristan, who was waiting for us at the entrance. Daphne was there, as well. She still looked truly upset. Damn, I swallowed thickly as she came closer to me. I wondered what she would do. She slapped me. Jerk. And then she kissed me. It was a quick, forceful kiss. I was too dazed by her slap to even register it. We broke apart after a few seconds, and she turned and ran before I could say anything. I tried to speak, but no words came to mind. I rubbed my cheek, trying to ward off the stinging sensation. Ha ha, Balthazar exclaimed. Channeling your father, are we? Sirius quipped, sounding extremely amused at the situation. I'll admit it, that was a little funny, Tristan said, looking mildly annoyed at having to see his baby sister engage in such acts. What? I finally managed to say. Hey, Sirius snapped his fingers in front of my face, grabbing my attention. Concentrate. You, me, Tristan. Killing demons. Ring any bells? It took a few seconds for the cogs in my brain to begin functioning once more, but I got them working. Right, I said, wiping at my mouth. We have to go to Teman Negru. You're kidding, Sirius said incredulously. Nope, I thought that place was a myth. Apparently not. It's in Italy, somewhere. Tristan grunted out. In Italy? Where? Sirius asked. In a city called Praau, I believe. I answered, remembering that little tidbit of information. Okay, good, I can take us there, then. Sirius said, looking a little relieved. You've been to Praau? I asked in surprise. Well, of course. Sirius nodded wisely. The women there are exquisitely beautiful. Leave it to Sirius to judge a city by its female population's appearance. Fascinating. Tristan's voice had a touch of irritation. Can we go, now? Wait, let me tell Albus where we're going, at least. I said quickly, and got nods in return. I pulled out my wand. Expecto Patronum. I incanted. Prongs burst forth from the tip, like he always does. The spirit guardian ran around for a few seconds, before standing in front of me, regarding me with its ethereal eyes. I started uncertainly. Could you take a message to Albus Dumbledore for me? The stag nodded, and waited. Right, Dumbledore. I cheerfully addressed the stag, feeling like an idiot while I did so. Sirius and I are going for a fun, danger-filled trip. Yes, that means I'm not coming back to Hogwarts. No, don't worry about my training, I've got it covered. Anyway, have fun taking care of a bunch of snot-nosed brats for the rest of the year. The stag cocked his head in slight amusement. Before running off to deliver my message to the old fart, I turned to the other two men. Okay, now, I'm ready. Prato, Italy, apparition, I thought, still felt really awful. I couldn't see myself, continually subjecting myself to that spell every time I wished to go somewhere. We appeared with a loud crack in a dark, empty alleyway. I looked up, but the alleyway seemed to have a roof. How very strange. I feel like I'm going to vomit. This place smells like death. Balthazar helpfully agitatedly. The rancid smell of rotten meat reached my nose, and I almost gagged. I turned my eyes to the source, only to see a homeless man scavenging through the garbage. He hadn't seen us, or even heard us for that matter. So, this is Prato. Tristan turned up his nose as he surveyed the filthy alley. Not very impressive. This isn't where I intended for us to drop off, Sirius said, sounding confused. From the look of things, it's an alleyway in a lower-class part of town. What do you expect it to look like? Let's stay on track, gentlemen. I interrupted, deciding to play mediator for now. Where's the tower? La Torre, Hein, I heard a voice say, and turned to see the homeless man who'd been previously sifting through garbage for food. He was talking to us. Huh, I said in return. Say alla ricerca per la Torre. The homeless man asked. I started hesitantly. We don't speak Italian, sorry. The homeless man's face lit up. English, he said happily. Here to see giant tower, yes. Yes, that's exactly it. I answered immediately, feeling relieved at not having to figure out how to translate what I was saying. Do you know where it is? See, I know. He nodded vigorously and began to walk out of the alley. We followed. Come, he said, leading us through the twists and turns of this place. This place was a veritable maze, it seemed. Finally, he led us to a dead end, and stood still, not facing us. Sirius said, not sure of how to address the old man. Are you all right? I asked, but the man made no attempt at a reply. He simply kept standing still. How long are you going to keep hiding? Tristan finally said, looking around. Show yourself. Tristan, what are you? I began. Tilda, oh, you've found me. Impressive. Tilda. I stiffened up in surprise, with Sirius mimicking my action. I've felt this thing's presence as soon as we entered the city. Tristan said calmly. I'm surprised you didn't, as well. Likely it redirected Sirius' apparition attempt here in order to capture or kill us. I opened my mouth, and shut it. This wasn't the time for banter. I reached out with my energy. Just like before, it connected with the air around me, trying to latch onto the hidden presence. I detected two other energy signatures next to me, so it was a reasonable assumption that those were Sirius and Tristan. I reached out even further, trying to find the one who's been watching us. After a few moments, I looked to my right, having finally latched onto something. Like with Lilith, this feeling was completely dreadful. The overpowering smell of the rotting dead, the anger, the hatred. I thought I was ready for those feelings to surface because of my experience with Lilith. I was wrong. I closed off the link between the entity the demon and I, trying to keep from vomiting. That sensation, Tristan said casually, though his stance belied his true emotions. You will both get used to it, in time. I snuck a look towards Sirius. The man was frowning, obviously disturbed about whatever he read from the demon's projections. So, Tristan said loudly, are you here to fight? Or what? That statement seemed to have an invigorating effect on both Sirius and I. Tilda here to fight scum, like you. Don't make me laugh. Tilda, the disembodied voice raged. Move, Tristan said urgently, before rolling away. I did the same. The sound of breaking glass was heard as the very air around us broke. There was no warning for Sirius, as several demonic figures appeared. impaling him with enormous sickles from all directions. Sirius! I yelled out in shock and fear. The scene was etched in my mind. I didn't move as several other demons appeared before me, readying their own weapons. I saw their skeletal appearance, their dark cloaks and bandages. I saw the sickles coming closer and closer, but I made no move to dodge. My mind stayed blank, even as the demons were engulfed in purple flames. A voice shot through the emptiness as I was beginning to zone out. Harry. It was Sirius' voice, but how? The demons killed him. Harry. My vision turned sideways, and I felt a sharp, stinging sensation on my cheeks. I turned to look at the source of the blow, to see something surprising. Sirius stood in front of me, looking completely unharmed. I was at a loss for words. Part of the Black family's magic. Sirius explained, looking a little pained at my state. It's called shadow substitution. My shadow and I switched places for a brief moment. You're fine, I managed to say, feeling extremely relieved, and embarrassed at having underestimated my godfather so badly. Yes, I'm all right. Worry about yourself, won't you? Sirius chided good-naturedly. I nodded dumbly as I got back to my feet. We were still surrounded by a cornucopia of demons. These are hell prides, Tristan said as another wave of demons began to appear in broken cracks in the air surrounding us. They're one of the 7 hells of the demon army. I see, I said, starting to regain my emotional balance. Ready, Balthazar, let's show him who's boss. I clenched my fists, my lightning answering my call, reaching into every fiber of my body and supercharging it. I saw the hell prides approach to us in slow motion, thanks to the increased sensory input my lightning dragonslayer magic provides for me. I rushed into the enemy fold, smashing into the first unfortunate hell pride with a lightning-enhanced tackle. I regarded its crumpled form for a moment, before ducking underneath another one of the hell pride's sideways swipe, grabbing onto its sickle and pulling it towards me with my left hand. Electricity began to coalesce around my right hand, forming into a rapidly spinning drill, which I shoved into the hell pride's face, ending its life instantly. I corrected my grip on the sickle's handle, before swinging it in a wide arc, sending some dismembered limbs flying. Then, I brought it in front of me, to block an incoming strike. Sparks flew as another blade clashed against mine. I let the hell pride overpower me, letting go the sickle and letting the demon fall forward. It tried to claw at my face, but Balthazar sprung forward, wrapping around the hell pride's arms and pulling it right into my breakdown fist. Balthazar let go of the demon, letting it fly into its comrades with a loud thud. I breathed in deeply, charging up my lungs with energy as my snake moved out of the way. Lightning Dragon's Roar. The alley we stood enshrined in bright blue light, as I let loose a concentrated, powerful blast of lightning at the pile of hell prides stacked on each other. It collided with them, vaporizing them instantly, before continuing on to blow a hole through the wall behind them, and the other wall behind it. As Balthazar began to wrap around my torso once more, a flash of purple got my attention. I turned to see Tristan fighting against the hell prides as well. He seemed to be completely at ease, fluidly dodging their quick, deadly strikes as if he was doing it his entire life. The blonde-haired man raised his arms, grinning savagely as he did so. The area around him erupted in purple flames, burning all the hell prides surrounding him to a crisp. I felt the searing heat all the way here. Balthazar hissed, the heat soothing him immensely. Sirius' performance, on the other hand, was not as flashy as ours. It was actually more silent than anything, to be honest. All the hell prides around him stood completely still. It was as if they were held in place by something, as he cut them down with the use of the simple cutting curse. How was he doing it? My eyes immediately drifted onto the ground, wondering if this was what I thought it was. Since when did Sirius know anything about techniques in the Naruto manga? Sure enough, his shadow was linked to theirs. I know what you're going to say. Sirius said as he cast a cutting curse on the sole remaining Dementor wannabe. But these techniques go back at least 1,000 years, give or take a few hundred. Any reply I had died in my mouth. I looked around for the old man who had led us into this to be seen. We're not being watched anymore, Tristan said, looking around as if he was feeling for the presence we encountered before. At least, not as closely as earlier. I don't know what that was about, I said, frowning, but this might mean that something truly serious is going on here. What gave you that idea? Balthazar quipped, but I didn't rise for the bait. Sirius nodded, before heading towards the hole in the wall I'd created. This looks like it leads to a nearby street, Sirius said, before going through. Come on. Tristan and I followed, walking through what seemed to be someone's kitchen, before exiting through the second hole, leading us into a bright street. I put my hand over my face, giving my eyes time to adjust to the light. When my vision finally focused, my eyes widened at the sight before me. Holy shit, they weren't kidding when they said it was a gigantic tower. The edifice, which looked disturbingly similar to the Tower of Babel, simply dwarfed all of the other buildings surrounding it. It looked like it simply jutted out of the ground, going through buildings and streets like they hadn't even been there. I could see a number of upturned cars, here and there. Uncontrollable fires seemed to be breaking out everywhere. It was as if the entire population had simply evacuated the area. Or worse yet, they may have been slaughtered by the hordes of demons infesting the city. Next to the tower lay the gigantic rotting carcass of what seemed to be a demonic hybrid of an eel and a whale. That's, Tristan said, eyes wide in shock. Leviathan. Who could have possibly killed it? I certainly don't remember Praau being like this, Sirius said, looking grimly at the scene in front of us. There are incredible forces at work here, Tristan said, a touch of trepidation in his voice. We're dealing with creatures strong enough to match the likes of the evil god-beast Leviathan. We have to go about this very, very carefully. I nodded, unsure of how to reply to something like that. I looked up at the majestic tower. Teman Negru, the gateway to hell. We began our walk towards it, towards Lilith, and whatever else lay ahead. The walk to Teman Negru took much longer than I expected. I had thought it would take a couple of minutes, but 10 minutes had already passed and we'd barely gotten halfway to the damned place. I thought we'd be there, already, I grumbled, absent-mindedly petting Balthazar, who hissed in content. Yeah, sometimes large structures can seem like they're close by. Tristan looked at Teman Negru reverently. Especially an edifice such as this. I never thought I'd get to see it. It probably would have been better if we hadn't encountered it, Sirius said grimly. True, Tristan agreed with a solemn nod. It made sense. The very existence of this tower meant that one of the vaunted portals to the demon world could be opened. I wasn't quite sure what happened in this city, but it can't have been good. Then again, the overgrown tower has already been here for a few weeks, and there was no demon invasion that I heard of, anyway. Still, the fact remained. What the hell happened? Tristan seemed odd, if a little terrified, at the implications of finding the dead eel-whale demon hybrid at the base of the Teman Negru. I shook off these thoughts, figuring it was a colossal waste of time to dwell on the situation when I had no facts. I walked faster, my two other companions matching my pace. 5 more minutes passed, and we were finally at the base of the tower. One problem though, where the hell's the entrance? I asked. Don't know, Tristan said, and Sirius shrugged. I'm sure there's one, Sirius said logically. I don't think Sparta meant for people to scale this thing to the top. Not even demons could survive that kind of drop. Yeah, I nodded, finding the explanation satisfactory. More walking, it is. Unfortunately, we found out that both paths to the entrance of tower were blocked by large walls of rubble, easily 2 stories high. I made an attempt to climb one of them, only to find the whole thing unstable. Any wrong step, and the mound of rubble would be my grave. Damn, I backed away from the rubble, now wary of it. We can't go this way. Agreed. It looks unstable. We searched the area for any side streets, but found none. Hey, Sirius called out, pushing the door to what seemed to be a nightclub or at least a bar of some sort open. I think we can go through here. They probably have a back door or something. Good thinking. Tristan perked up, and so, we entered the bar. The sight that greeted us was indeed quite gruesome. There were no bodies. It was like a child had spilled red paint all over the walls, floors and ceiling. Except it wasn't paint. Someone's put strawberry jam everywhere, Tristan said cheerfully, hoping to lighten up the situation. My mouth quirked upwards at the dark humor, while Sirius looked a mix of appalled and amused. We cautiously made our way through the bar, hoping that whatever did this wasn't hanging around the place. "You okay, Balthazar?" I asked the serpent. "I hope the smell isn't too bad." "It's mostly dried out, so it's not bad," Balthazar supplied helpfully. Not wanting to be in the way of the search, I went behind the bar and sifted through the many drawers, checking to see if there was anything that could be of use. A few papers, here and there. Broken glass. A couple of wine bottles. Nothing I could use, though if I wanted to get wasted. "Any luck on finding a door?" I asked loudly, banishing the thought from my mind. Tristan's voice came from the other side. "Yeah, there's one over here," Tristan called out. "The next room is as bloody as this one, unfortunately." I walked over the upturned tables towards the other men. "Balthazar says the blood in here smells old, so whoever came here must have done this a while ago," I said. Still, I continued before they could say anything. Best to stay on guard regardless. Their replies dead in their throats, my two companions merely nodded, and we entered the next room. It looked like it might have been the bar's adult section, if the lifted walkways and the dancing poles were of any indication. Most of the lighting in this place was provided from the actual walkways themselves. It was a bright white light, covering the black and red carpeted walls and floor. No doubt, the color red was used to elicit the emotion of lust in its clientele. "Wait a minute, Tristan." "Yeah," the man's tone was clipped. "This place, the Seven Hells," was all I managed to get out before we were interrupted by Sirius sending a cutting curse into one of the walls, eliciting a loud, pain-filled shriek. "Hell lusts," Tristan snarled as several of them unhooked themselves from the walls and rushed at us with no fanfare. I only managed to catch a glimpse of one of them as I deftly rolled to the side to dodge a quick downward swipe of its scythe. These monstrosities wielded the same weaponry as Hell Prides, but they were faster, deadlier in a fashion. Unlike the Hell Prides, they seemed to be clothed in a red and black jester's outfit, which would have seemed humorous had it not been for their malevolent red eyes. Eyes that reminded me of Voldemort, in a way. Lightning answered to my call, My surroundings slowed down as another Hell Lust leapt onto the first, using him as leverage to leap straight to my position, its scythe ready for another downward slash. This time, I sidestepped the attack, before kneeing the being in the stomach. As it keeled over from the strike, I followed up with an elbow to the back of its head, and missed. The demon had expected the attack, and let itself fall to the floor, before leaping back, its red eyes glowing with hatred. It charged forward again, intending to bisect me with a sideways strike. It suddenly stumbled over its own 2 feet, and a low "ood" snap was heard as it broke its neck on the floor. It didn't move. As it dissolved into dust, I saw red orbs rush into me, melding with my body before I could react. I tried to make sense of what was going on. With the Hell Prides. "What the hell?" I mouthed out as another Hell Lust took its place, trying its best to tag me with its scythe. Why did it trip over its own 2 feet? And what was that red stuff? "Tripping jinx, Harry," Sirius said merrily in the throes of combat, sending spell after spell at his opponents. Well, at least that part was explained. The man stiffened up as a scythe embedded itself in his back, only for his form to melt into blackness, engulfing his opponent's whole. The blob-like blackness compressed itself back into human form, showing a grinning Sirius. "First time trying that," he said merrily, before cutting down one that survived the attack. I had no time to marvel at my godfather's abilities, seeing as I was busy fighting 3 Hell Lusts. I engaged them in their deadly dance of blades, going left, right, up and down as the need came. At some point of time during the dodging game I was playing with these demons, the number of Hell Lusts had dwindled from 3 to 2. Courtesy of Balthazar, who was currently sampling his first taste of demon flesh. I twisted in midair between 2 different sideways strikes with a bloodthirsty grin on my face. Looks like my training exercises in the room of requirement had paid off with interest. I extended my arms, palms facing the 2 Hell Lusts, and unleashed 2 bolts of lightning right in their faces, flash burning them. The 2 demons fell face first into the floor. I kicked one in the side. It didn't move. "Better make sure," I said before kneeling down, placing a hand on each demon and letting my lightning course through their bodies. Said bodies shrieked loudly as they twisted and jerked from their nerves flaring up, before turning to dust. More of the red orbs exited the dust, and rushed into my body. Dead, they were now. I heard a mid-pitch whirring sound and dived to the side without question, hearing as many as 6 thuds from my previous position. I sneaked a quick glance to see blue arrows made out of pure energy embedded into the floor. I turned my head towards the source, to see 2 cycloptic multi-limbed statuesque demons standing above everyone else, wielding 3 bows each. Each unblinkingly stared at me with its red, slitted eye, their bows spinning and emitting the same whirring sound from before. It was a little frightening, I had to admit. I sent 2 bolts of lightning, hoping I could end this before they got a shot off. The lightning struck the demons with deadly accuracy, surging through their bodies and making the half-formed blue arrows explode in their faces. The demonic constructs attempted to move, but ended up falling over the edge, turning into scraps of metal as they hit the floor, their red orbs absorbed by me. I turned to see Balthazar slithering away from what seemed to a ball of slime and dust. He wrapped himself around my chest once more, before laying his head on my shoulder. "You tried to eat it, didn't you?" I asked the Viper in amusement. "We will never speak of this." Balthazar tightened his hold on my chest. "Sure," I hissed back, fully intending on reminding him of this event for many years to come. I dusted my hands off, as I was rejoined by Tristan and Sirius, the former of which was beginning to lose his calm demeanor. He may not have been grinning outright, but I could tell that he was excited. How could I blame him? The man's power had come at a great cost. He had to frequently go in the wilderness and let his negative energy out. As he seemed to put it, he would go and slaughter whatever was in his way, until his demonic rage had subsided into nothingness. It would grant him a few weeks of reprieve, but then the negative energy would build up once more, and he would have to vent it out. If this demon hunting helped him, then who was I to refuse? Still, at first, I had thought his power was incredibly impressive. However, it was cursed power. He might have worked hard at controlling it in battle, but he would always be channeling malevolent, inherently evil energy, since he didn't actually generate the fire he used. Just how he generated this power, the man did not go into. I didn't feel comfortable enough to ask him, either. "Sirius, your family magic is pretty intense," I said amiably as we made our way through the door leading outside, hopefully closer to the entrance of the Teman Negru. "Isn't it?" The man in question looked happy. "When did you get the time to learn it?" I asked curiously as we stood outside of the bar, the tower's entrance dead ahead. It shined with a bright, white light, disallowing us from viewing what was inside. "Well," Sirius began, as we resumed our trip towards the Teman Negru. "Suffice to say, I had plenty of time hiding out at Grimauld Place. I figured that, if my status was ever restored, I would open a devil hunting business. That's not a bad idea." I rubbed at my chin, not having considered that. "Are demons really that common? I mean, common enough that you can make a business out of it?" "Their numbers have been increasing." Tristan jumped in, waving at the Teman Negru. "The fact that this is here lends credence to that fact." The blue-eyed man took a breath. "That, and the fact that Voldemort's summoning of Lilith shouldn't have worked if the barriers between the human and demon realms were as strong as they were supposed to be." Tristan finished his explanation as we reached the bright entrance. Next to the entrance, seemed to be a golden statue of a lioness-headed woman carrying a considerably large hourglass over her head. A watcher of time, Tristan went to the statue immediately, before standing in front of it and closing his eyes in concentration. "A watcher of what?" I questioned, but Tristan didn't answer. I nudged the man, but he was completely in his own mind. I poked him. No answer. "You think he's all right?" I turned to look at Sirius, who looked a bit thoughtful. "I think I know what this is," Sirius said, motioning to the golden statue. "It was mentioned in the Black Book of Brutality, the book I learned the shadow magic from." The man continued, his lips quirked at the mention of the book. "Anyway, I remember reading about a golden statue like this. Supposedly, if you offer it the blood of demons, it will bestow the giver with ancient ways of war." I took a moment to absorb this information, before stating the obvious. "Demon's blood?" I questioned. "What, do I have to carry blood bags and siphon it from their bodies while they're still alive, or something? Because they turned to dust when I killed them." "Wait a second," I said, remembering what happened each time I killed a demon. The red orbs. Yep. Ah. Now that makes more sense. You think there's something in there, for me? I asked curiously, seeing Tristan finally regain his sense, and back away from the statue, looking disappointed. I don't see any reason why not. Sirius replied, I don't know. Maybe because it's a demon statue. I'm not a demon. Last time I checked, I emphasized. Where do you think a wizard's magic comes from? Tristan retorted, finally coherent enough to enter the conversation. That sentence threw me for a loop. You mean, if you go far back enough, and I mean, at least 2,000 years back. Tristan smirked, before motioning to the Watcher of Time. Go ahead and try it. I let Sirius go first. After about a minute or so, the man backed away, looking a little excited. I take it you got something? I asked interestedly. Sirius nodded, before moving to a nearby dumpster. He raised his hand high in the air, palm in a knife-like posture. He brought his hand down, never touching the dumpster. Yet, the metal was cut cleanly in half. This is awesome, Sirius exclaimed, marveling at his new trick. I need one of these statues at Grimauld Place. Imagine having to come back here every damn time. I snorted, and made my way to the statue, hoping I could also receive some much-needed upgrades. I closed my eyes, and began to feel out with a tendril of energy. It connected with the statue, and I felt myself being whisked away to a place that was me. The sensations were a bit daunting, and I tried my best not to focus on them. An ethereal voice was heard in the deep space-like environment. I am the omniscient god of time and space. The voice boomed all around me, yet I felt no fear from it. As it spoke levelly, and neutrally. Those who desire to acquire the ancient ways of war shall offer the blood of monsters in exchange. Wait, I said, my hand reaching for my chest. Where's Balthazar? You mean your snake? The voice boomed. It remains with you in the real world. Only you can enter this domain. Ah. I gulped, before trying to speak again. In that case, I was hoping I could learn some lightning dragonslayer magic if you had any at your disposal. I felt the presence scan my body, more specifically my stomach area. Likely, it was confirming my words. A dragonslayer. The voice boomed, a tinge of curiosity in its otherwise neutral tone. It has been many generations since the last one graced my domain with his presence. There were more, like me. I blurted out, indeed, young slayer. The god confirmed, in the days when the elemental dragons thrived, long before they were annihilated by the demon emperor Mundus. It seemed that Mungo was behind a lot of the suffering of this world, even if he couldn't set foot in this place. I filed that little tidbit of information for later. But enough idle chat. The voice continued, heedless of my inner musings. I have scanned your body to see what stage of the Dragonslayer magic you have reached. You have already changed your brute force tactics into more energy-efficient ones, Lickle. Why compressing your energy into some form of a sword or a spear, as well as heightening your own sensory input, without pushing your energy outwardly? How? I asked in sheer surprise. Omniscient, remember, the voice chided lightly, before continuing. I am also aware that you seem to have hit a wall in your training. Yes. I restrained from asking how the entity knew these things and just rolled with it. I'm still pushing myself as hard as I can during training, but I have not really been gaining all that much from it. As I stated, the entity said patiently, that is where I come in. If you so desire, I can increase the level of your powers, or bestow you with new techniques provided you have the necessary payment. You mean those red orbs that I kept absorbing? I asked the entity. Yes, I find them to be quite a delicacy. It replied with an almost purr. I ignored that somewhat disturbing comment, not willing to think about some faceless, formless entity feeding on the souls of demons. Well, what can you teach me with the current orbs I have? I questioned, feeling a little hopeful. The entity sounded like it was thinking. I heard the sound of snapping fingers, and a small, worn sheet of papyrus appeared before me. On it was a small list. Increased energy levels, lightning blades, air raid, thunder roar. Each option sounded interesting in its own right. How many can I get? I asked eagerly. Only one, I'm afraid. And the air raid would cost too much for you, right now. The entity spoke with its booming voice. Make your choice carefully, young Dragonslayer. Well, can I get an explanation on what they do? I explained, and quickly added. Well, I know what increased energy levels and thunder roar mean, but what about lightning blades and air raid? Good. An inquisitive mind. The entity spoke in an approving tone, before acquiescing to my request. The lightning blades are blades made out of electricity, which you summon with your willpower. It was created by a previous user of the lightning dragonslayer magic. An incredibly versatile attack, used in both offense, keeping foes at long range quite occupied, and defense. Having them spin around your body would deter most from approaching you from even your blind spot. I quietly absorbed this information, as it began to explain the next one. The air raid, on the other hand, will allow you to fly over your enemies. Wicked, I blurted out, before deflating. And you said I can't buy it, right now. Flying would be awesome. That is correct. Whether the entity was referring to the fact that I couldn't buy it or that it was awesome, I couldn't tell. I figured it was probably both. If learning to fly was currently impossible, I made the only logical choice. I would like to learn how to use these lightning blades. I stated, I will come for the air raid skill later. Very good, the entity said, before I was blinded by a flash of light coming from the paper. When my vision returned, I noted that there was a check mark next to lightning blades. I searched my mind, and found that I had the knowledge of the aforementioned skill. Strange. It Lieutenant, as if I had been using this skill my whole life. I summoned 5 of the bladed weapons. They circled around my form in a protective formation, before I extended my palm, and they flew forward into the endless space. Impressive for your first try. The voice praised, before I began to feel lightheaded. But it is time for you to return to your quest to the Teman Negru. Everything around me shifted back into the real world, and I found myself standing in front of the golden statue once more. I took a step back, and stared at my hands, wondering if that actually happened or not. Well, he excited voice of my godfather drew my attention. I turned to see both Tristan and Sirius looking at me curiously. Did you learn anything? Maybe, I answered, and called forth the blades from before, embedding them to the hilt in the wall next to me. Nice. Now pull a rabbit out of your hat so I can eat. Balthazar quipped, and I nudged his head in amusement. Impressive. Tristan nodded at the display, while Sirius clapped me on the back. How long was I out, anyway? I asked curiously. It felt like 15 to 20 minutes, at least. About a minute, actually. Sirius said in an understanding tone. Whatever is in that statue can control time, after all. Yeah, I agreed. It was a very strange being. Tell me about it. Sirius agreed, before we all turned to the entrance of the Teman Negru, and proceeded to, enter. The chamber inside was incredibly large, with preposterously enormous chains hanging from the ceiling, giving off the classic torture chamber vibe, though part of the ceiling was missing. I rubbed my hands together, the sudden chill in the air making me think of dementors. However, I did not hear my mother's screams, nor did I hear Voldemort's laughter. What was causing all of this cold? I followed the path of the chains. They seemed to be linked right on what seemed to be an extremely gigantic ice statue of a 3-headed dog, blocking the large, red door behind it. No way. Tristan breathed out as he gazed at the statue. What is it? I asked, just as the ground began to shake. The ice around the gigantic dog shattered, and the demonic-looking Cerberus howled, sending a large block of ice towards Tristan, who dodged it, knowing better than to take it head-on with his fire. He wouldn't have had enough time to melt it, and would therefore have been a smear on the wall had he not dodged the sudden attack. The true Cerberus, the ancestor of all the common ones today, Tristan said, looking a mix of wary and eager. Leave now, humans. The dog growled out, surprising me. You are forbidden from entering this land. You are not strong enough to set foot in this place. Whoa, Sirius said incredulously, giving the great beast a double take. It talks, I said dumbly, before grinning stupidly. Hey, say, chicken, or wait, pasta. No, I know. How about? The hound shook in agitation, and roared. The area around us darkened, and as we dodged, a deadly hail of ice spikes descended onto our previous location. I called my lightning forth, feeling it fill my body with power. I followed up by fishing out a vial of strengthening solution. knowing that I would need it for this coming fight. You dare. The icy, three-headed dog fixed me with the iciest glare. Will feast on your icy corpse. Balthazar, don't let go of me. This thing can shred you without even trying. I know. Don't worry about me. The large demon raised its left paw and slammed it into the ground, causing icy spears to jut out of the ground from underneath, forcing us to dodge. I shivered, the cold causing discomfort in my joints. I heard the hound howl, before a rain of ice spikes began to descend unto me. I managed to avoid that, as well. Meanwhile, Iston was sending wave after wave of his purple flames at one of the heads, slowly, but steadily, melting the ice covering it. Likely, he would want us to distract the demon until he thawed the ice. Then we could show that overgrown mud who's top dog. Suddenly glad of my choice of learning the lightning blades, I began to summon blade after blade, launching them quickly into the monster's exposed areas, causing it to growl in pain. It gritted its teeth through the pain, and took a deep breath, before unleashing a freezing breath, which I mostly avoided. My right hand ended up being encased in ice. I channeled more lightning than usual into it, hoping to overpower the Ice Guardian's magic with my own. I managed to thaw it out long enough to clench my fist, the motion causing the ice covering my hand to crack and crumble away, revealing my uncontrollably shaking fist. The attempt at recovery was interrupted by Cerberus' loud growl, followed by his incredible pounce to my location. He stopped a few meters short of my location, unable to move any further. Hit him with all you've got, Harry. I heard Sirius' strained voice, and figured he was holding the large demon in its place. I complied with the order, breathing in deeply and charging up my lungs with electricity. I would show this mutt that it wasn't the only one capable of breath attacks. Lightning Dragon's roar. He blast that came out slammed with a brilliant light into the three-headed dog, sending it flying back into the large red door behind it. The Ice Guardian smashed into the immovable door, before falling to the floor, howling in pain and shock from the attack. A Dragonslayer. Cerberus breathed, somewhat awed. It shook its three heads and stood back up, ready for more action. Regardless, I cannot let you pass. How droll. A feminine voice drawled with amusement. My eyes widened, recognizing the familiar voice. I looked up at the hole in the ceiling. I thought you would have been able to get rid of this. The winged woman regarded the Ice Guardian with contempt. Guard dog. It seems I have to take matters in my own hands. She snapped her fingers, before slowly dropping to the floor, her wings flapping lightly. As she touched down, the sound of breaking glass was heard, as the chamber was swamped with hell prides. You, Tristan, Cerberus and I said around the same time. Lilith smiled devilishly, sensually licking her now unblemished lips. Looks like someone healed themselves. Did you miss me, boys? If I had to be honest, I sort of did, but I would never admit that to anyone. Is that sweat I smell from you? Could this lady be attractive to you? I'll tell Daphne. Balthazar couldn't help but hiss out. The annoyance that rushed into me was extremely welcome, and I made a NTAL note to treat Balthazar to anything he wanted when this whole debacle was over. A reward for keeping me focused on the task at hand. Thanks, you overgrown earthworm. No problem. Now kick their asses. Easier said than done, but I would do my best. I looked to my companions, whose faces were as determined as mine. Correction. We would do our best. I remember reading an anonymous quote, at some point of time during my epic tryst in the very depths of the internet. It went something like, "Fortune does not always favor the bold." I felt it applied to this situation all too well. Tristan, Sir, Hughes and I had boldly entered the demon-infested city of Praau in order to confront the devil Lilith, a powerful succubus who was supposedly a lieutenant in the Demon Emperor's army. Honestly, just apping my head around the whole Demon Emperor concept was difficult enough. What's next? Aliens with glowing eyes. Even my humorous idea of Voldemort leading his army whilst on the back of a Nundu sounded more plausible than that. Anyway, where was I? Oh, that's right, luck. I would say ours was pretty terrible, from the look of things. I stared at the colossal three-headed ferocious hound, then at Lilith, who was surrounded by a large pack of hell prides. I wondered how we would get out of this one. Cerberus growled threateningly towards the mischievous Lilith. Ha 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 ha. Cerberus suddenly laughed, a loud, booming noise. You come back when the master is away. I would have expected nothing less from the likes of you. The master. Tristan, Sirius and I shared a look, but said nothing. Yes. Lilith looked a little disgruntled, her demonic tail swaying in agitation. His arrival put a small wrench in my plans, but no matter. As a matter of fact, she smiled insanely, the facial IFT not detracting from her wondrous beauty. I have him, occupied with other things, at the moment. She waved her hand dismissively at the gigantic dog. I wondered who he was. I hated pronoun games with a passion. In my mind's eye, I imagined some gigantic, ugly demon sitting on a throne and doling out orders. Cerberus laughed again. I doubt any of your puny plans could hold him for long. Enough talk. Lilith suddenly burst out. Before her hands were wreathed in unholy crimson fire. She took flight, looking down at us with a haughty expression. You will all die, here and now. By the time he comes back, it wouldn't even matter, she said, before throwing one of her signature fireball bombs straight at me. It moved with great speed, but I was ready for it, this time. I charged my palm with copious amounts of lightning, and smacked the fireball as if I was hitting a volleyball. The fireball flew right back at the beautiful demoness, but she merely shifted to the side, letting the attack pass by her form. Eventually hitting one of the walls, creating a small explosion. A small shock wave slightly rattled the room. That seemed to be the cue everyone in the large chamber was waiting for. With a loud howl, Cerberus lunged forward, tearing into the Hell Prides with extreme prejudice. Their lifeblood flew everywhere, spattering the walls, as well as the other occupants of the room. The Hellhound swung its left paw in a downward arc that smashed into Sirius, who simply switched places with his shadow, completely unaffected by the demon's attack. Sirius smirked at it, but did not attack, not seeing a reason to do so. Our plan was to stop Lilith, not get to the top of the tower. If we could do it here, then all the better. Instead, the man turned his attention on the Hell Prides. Cutting through them like hell was right on his heels, filling the chamber with their pain-filled shrieks. Cerberus quietly regarded the laughing Sirius, not sure what to make of the human who was killing his enemies. Tristan wasted no time, either. Intense purple flames began to form around his body, condensing themselves to such a degree that I began to feel extremely uncomfortable standing next to him. From his back, wings of purple fire erupted, and he immediately took to the air. In almost no time, he was on Lilith's eye level, regarding her with some anger and, was that a little excitement? Also, I really want to go back to that stupid golden statue and learn how to fly, damn it. Then again, the statue sold techniques in exchange for the blood of demons. I could just as easily create the technique myself. Hell, Tristan just handed the idea to me on a silver platter. Wings made out of my lightning dragonslayer magic. It would be somewhat tricky to replicate, but I was confident in my skills with shape manipulation. Oh, it's you. Lilith gave Tristan a cursory glance, before looking right at me with unnerving, hungry eyes. I'm not interested in you, right now, my darling Tristan. Ouch. Well, allow me to change your mind. Tristan waved his hand, and Glith was engulfed in his intense purple flames. His good spirits didn't last long, as Lilith simply flew straight at the man. His flames not harming her gorgeous body in the least. A few more shots managed to slow her down, but she still reached him. I've already had my fun with you, before, she pouted, forming claws made out of crimson flame. Go away. She shot several fireballs at the man, but he managed to counter them with a barrage of his own. He snapped his fingers and caused the air around Lilith to spontaneously combust in a bright, purple show of unholy light. Lilith emerged from the inferno, with an angry burn mark on her right arm, but none the worse for wear. You wound me, Lilith. Tristan grinned at the demoness. Didn't you miss me, at all? She glared silently at the man, before she made to swipe at him with her fire claws, but he simply let himself fall, easily avoiding her strikes. He grabbed her long legs and held them in place. Now, he called out for me, as Lilith attempted to squirm out of his hold. I shot a concentrated bolt of lightning at the beautiful succubus, who simply copied Tristan's tactic and let her body fall backwards. The bolt harmlessly flew through the hole in the ceiling, straight into the sky. Lilith's wings folded in on themselves as she contorted her body in ways I didn't think were possible. She bent backwards so much, she was able to claw at Tristan's shocked face with ease. The man in question immediately let go of her ankles, but suffered a good deal of damage from the maneuver. He was taken completely by surprise. Immediately, Lilith's wings unfolded as she fluidly uncontorted her body, gazing wickedly at her opponent. She gave him no time to recover, cruelly whipping his face with her demonic tail, laughing insanely as she did so. Tristan was forced to touch down, his hand cradling his damaged face. Likely, he hadn't been expecting her to pull such a maneuver. His flames dissipated into nothingness. Now I've wounded you, ha. She laughed at her downed opponent contemptuously, before suddenly looking towards Cerberus, feeling a shift in his energy. Recognizing the energy surge for what it was, she summoned Crimson Fire and shielded herself from the Hellhound's icy breath. The icy beam impacted her shield of flame with a loud hiss, filling the room with a thick fog. It was a repeat performance of Voldemort's attempt at countering her fire with Fee and a tear back at Azkaban. At the very least, it bought us a short reprieve. Are you okay? I was immediately by the man's side. I'll live. Tristan ground out, blood pouring down his face. She got one of my eyes. It hurts, I can't even open it. Not good. Was it her fire claws or her tail? I asked quickly, dreading the answer. I'm not sure. I look out. Tristan pulled me out of the way of one of Cerberus' ice attacks, a gigantic boulder of ice which had torn through a group of Hell Prides, before coming straight at me. I felt my fingertips flare in pain as the attack barely missed me. A few centimeters more and my fingers would have snapped backwards from the impact. I took a deep, shuddering breath. Thanks. No problem. Tristan waved it off, before motioning to Lilith, who was keeping Cerberus busy for the moment. At least, I think she was. It was so hard to see in this mist. Listen, Harry, Tristan said urgently. I'm no good to you, like this. It's up to you, now. What are you saying? I'm saying that you have to stop her. Me, I said incredulously. The last time I went against her, she took everything I had with barely any damage. The sounds of battle were intensifying once more, serious glee apparent as I heard consecutive cracks of apparition, immediately followed by the howls of Hell Prides. At least he seemed to be having fun. We heard Cerberus howl, before Lilith's surprised shout, followed by a loud thud. Mock-ing words were exchanged between the two formidable demons before their fight resumed. From what I understand, I focused back onto Tristan, who gently wiped at his face, wincing. You were almost completely spent before being forced to fight her. Give yourself a little credit. Still, I wasn't convinced. Get a hold of yourself, Potter. Tristan bit out harshly. He's right, you know. Balthazar piped in. We can take her. What do you mean, we? I retorted, my voice coming out as a sibilant hiss. Check this out. With that, Balthazar began to sink into my skin. I started in surprise, as I felt a strange shift in my energy. It was as if something had linked with my inner energies, giving me additional power. I felt my right arm tingle, and heard a strange clicking sound as the porous skin was covered in Balthazar's familiar smooth, hexagonal black scales, my fingertips sharpening to form claws that looked like they were dipped in a strange, purple liquid. More of the liquid seeped out of a hole resting in my palm. It dropped onto the ground, easily dissolving the earth. A poisonous liquid, then. I willed the hole to close, and to my satisfaction, it did. Tristan merely stared at the process in fascination. Incredible. I nodded distractedly, taking the moment to stare at my hand. What do you think? I heard Balthazar speak, but where was the sound coming from? Is this dragon force? I hissed, feeling awed at witnessing Balthazar's feat of magic. Not really. I guess you could call it snake arm. I'm not a dragon, you doofus. I was going to say more, but shook my head instead. There was no time for the how or the why. The mist was beginning to dissipate, revealing the contents of the chamber we stood in once more. The number of Hell Prides had dwindled immensely, due to Sirius tearing through them like there was no tomorrow. The man in question looked as happy as a fat kid in a candy store, tearing through prides with a ruthlessness that amazed me. The remained Of the Hell Pride stood in a protective formation around a no longer airborne Lilith, who was taking the time to thaw out her wings, while the Hell Prides protected her at any cost. Likely, Sir, Russ had tagged her wings with its icy breath, in order to bring her down on the ground so it can finish her off with a single crushing bite. So why hadn't it? I turned my gaze to the Hellhound, and started with surprise. Two of its heads were lying on the ground, generous amounts of blood flowing from the stumps left behind. Somehow, Lilith had fatally wounded the creature in the time it took for Tristan and I to have that short conversation. You have done well to keep me at bay, Cerberus. Lilith praised as she spread her wings wide and took to the air once more. Truly worthy of your title of Ice Guardian. The Hellhound responded by glaring heatedly at the female devil, incapable of forming words in its exhausted state. But she grinned wickedly, before diving towards the creature, slitting its remaining throat in a single strike. It is time for you to sleep. The beast gurgled, choking on its own blood, before slumping on the ground with a loud crash. It was dead. Now, where were we? Lilith immediately turned to our direction. She gave the downed Tristan a disinterested glance, before fully focusing her attention on me. Her eyes were wide with surprise at what she saw. My. She sensually walked towards me, getting a better view of my form. What have you come up with, this time? I kept my mouth shut, and watched her every move, summoning as much lightning as my body could hold, prepared for any surprise attack she might have. You are, by far, one of the more interesting mortals I have met. She eyed me with interest, and what seemed to be regret. She hummed thoughtfully, pressing a single delicate, blood-covered finger to her lips and licking it sensually. It's such a shame that I have to kill you. You speak as if you can. I bristled. Oh, she seemed faintly amused at my reaction. I'll send you packing, just like I did last time. Her smile turned feral. Except this time, there is no Voldemort, no Dumbledore, and no thunderstorm to power your desperate attack. Even with this arm, how dome. Looks like she was underestimating old Balthazar's skills. I guessed I had to teach her a lesson. I answered by closing the distance between us in a few instants. A furiously spinning drill of lightning already on my jabbing hand. Lilith parried my deadly strike, and countered with a well-placed swipe at my arm. The sound of grinding was heard, as my armored arm took the blow with ease. I grinned savagely, before twisting with the momentum from Lilith's parry, sending a lightning-enhanced elbow at her face. She ducked underneath the strike, and made a wide sweep, catching my legs. I fell on my back, and immediately began to roll away from Lilith's follow-up, a powerful, steady stream of intense, crimson flames. Sadly, I wasn't able to avoid it all. Judging from the sharp pain coming from my side, her onslaught would have continued even further, if my lightning blades didn't force her to discontinue her attack and dodge, lest she be impaled through the skull. I winced as I ran my hand over the burn wound. It was time for a change of tactics. I rushed towards the silvery blonde-haired demon once more, charging up another edge. I would only have a single chance at this. She had a disappointed expression on her face as she parried my strike in the exact same fashion she did before. I backed away for an instant, before sending a left hook in her direction. Scales hit flesh as she parried this strike as well. She retaliated with a few swipes of her own, but I managed to dodge every single one. After yet another failed swipe, she huffed. Enough of this. Level 2. I felt a drastic shift in her energy as her fire claws increased in intensity and heat. This was it. She fully committed to the strike, knowing that it would put me down for good. I waited until she got as close as she could, before spraying her with Balthazar's poison. I felt a savage satisfaction when I heard her yell out in great pain, most of her frontal body sizzling when it came into contact with Balthazar's potent poison. I knew the fight was far from over, deciding to pepper her with a stream of lightning blades. As before, she began to dodge, but not before two of the blades had hit their mark, one embedding itself in her left arm, the other in her right femur, spilling her precious lifeblood onto the floor. You hurt me. How dare you? She shrieked painfully and withdrew the blades, further aggravating her wounds. It was almost worth the injuries I received. Almost. I made to finish her off, but Lilith moved away with a powerful flex of her wings. She flew right to the door behind Cerberus, hoping to make an escape, while at the same time grabbing a light blue, tripartite nunchaku that had appeared next to the hellhound's dead body. "Get back here." I tried to give chase, but merely got 2 steps in before the door was frozen by something. What? Then, the floor beneath me turned a bluish black and began to ripple, as if something was about to emerge. I wasted no time and immediately dove to the right, as yet another demon emerged, its scythe spinning like a windmill, threatening to shred anything that came close to it. Even stranger part was that it was cackling as it did so. Could I catch a break, already? I stood up, and took in its form. It was like an even bigger version of the Hell Prides, though this one bore an even more uncanny resemblance to the Grim Reaper of legend. Its black, tattered cloak moved of its own accord, as if there was some unseen breeze rolling in. It took a few steps, taking in its surroundings, before its soulless blue eyes rested on me. Then, it straight up disappeared in a cloud of black smoke, before reappearing to my left, its weapon swinging down with enough force to break large boulders. I managed to avoid it thanks to my heightened senses, the scythe cutting a large swath through the earth, as if it presented little resistance. I didn't have time for this. Lilith was getting away. I ducked underneath a horizontal swipe of its scythe, and let loose a roar right in its face. The creature disappeared in a puff of black smoke, the attack harmlessly passing through and crashing into the dead Cerberus, sending its large canine body flying into the wall, before it dropped to the ground with a loud thump, the ground rumbling slightly from the impact. I jumped back, looking around wildly for the demon's next avenue of attack. Gongs were heard all around me, along with the insane cackles of the teleporting scythe-wielding demon. It finally appeared from behind me, but I had expected such a tactic, and rewarded the demon with a spray of acid to the face. The monster in question howled in pure agony as Balthazar's potent acid dissolved its body into a puddle in a matter of seconds. I wasn't sure if that had done it in, or if this was only a trick, so I let loose another roar on the puddle, destroying it completely in a flash of bluish, white light. I backed away from the remains of the demon, taking a moment to collect myself and to assess my surroundings. The remainder of the Hell Prides had been totally wiped out by Sirius, who was attending to the wounded Tristan. I winced, the nerves under my burn wounds pulsing in pain. I stared at my black-scaled arm, wondering how exactly to undo the change. Immediately after that thought, the armor began to sink into my skin like Balthazar had done before. At the same time, Balthazar emerged from the middle of my back, wrapping himself around my torso while minding the wounds, and resting his head on my shoulder. "How are you feeling?" I asked, not really sure of what to say to the Black Viper. "A little drained," Balthazar answered, "but otherwise all right." "Tell me, Balthazar, just when did you learn how to do that? You didn't think I was just lounging around the past few months, did you?" The Viper chided good-naturedly. "Ever since I became your familiar, I've felt myself changing. Don't ask me how I learned how to do this. I just knew how, all of a sudden, and I practiced it ever since." "You just knew," I repeated dumbly, before shaking my head and walking towards my 2 partners. "Right, okay," Balthazar said not to ask. But I simply couldn't help but wonder. I had never heard of any snake being capable of something like this. Hell, before meeting the Black Viper, I didn't even know snakes could be intelligent enough to learn how to read and write. And yet, Balthazar had shown me he could do so in 7 different languages. Why shouldn't he be able to do something like this? As for the how in the equation, I could only speculate. Maybe the influx of my Dragonslayer magic had provoked a change in him. Maybe he was a rare breed of snake that transformed when they bonded with someone. I briefly considered the Watcher of Time granting Balthazar this power, but dismissed it immediately, considering Balthazar's words of this happening in a gradual sense, when he became my familiar. Like I said, I had never heard of anything remotely close to what just happened. "Wait, what did you practice this on?" "You," Balthazar nonchalantly replied. "When could you have possibly tried this out?" "I don't remember us ever training with it," I said, feeling a little disturbed at this information. "I did it when you were asleep." That did very little to relieve my worries. In fact, I was even more disturbed by this. I opened my mouth to answer, but shook my head, knowing that this line of conversation would likely lead to a very dark place. Instead, I turned my attention to my two friends. Sirius himself looked more or less okay. His robes were torn and shredded in places, and it seemed as if he had suffered a few wounds, but most were shallow in nature and presented no large threat. Tristan, on the other hand, had received quite a beating from Lilith's sudden onslaught. His bleeding had lessened considerably, which I hoped was a good sign. His teeth were gritted in pain and he was still firmly pressing on his damaged eye. It just goes to show that, no matter how strong you are, a surprise attack is a surprise attack and will almost always end up with you receiving a great deal of damage. It was a sobering thought. You guys all right? I made sure to ask. I'm fine, just a few scratches. Sirius waved me off, before turning to Tristan. Tristan isn't faring so well, on the other hand. The man in question grunted and got to his feet, still firmly pressing his hand on his wounded eye. I'll live. Well, of course, you'll live, Sirius said, looking annoyed as he steadied the man. But we need to get your eye checked, as soon as we can. Then, who will go up the floors of the Teman Negru, if not us? Tristan said, annoyed. Sirius glared back. Me, of course, I answered immediately, getting two sharp looks in return. What? No way, Sirius denied. And why not? I said, a little heatedly. Not only do we have to get Tristan some medical attention, we also have to call for reinforcements. Someone like Dumbledore, for instance. Sirius explained, his voice raised. It was a decent argument, all things considered. Between having to fight the guardians of this tower, having to deal with Lilith who had now somehow acquired Cerberus, power over ice if I'm right about why exactly the path is blocked using that very element and the unknown demon that greeted us when we first came to Praau. Not to mention the master of this place. Yeah, and how long would that take? I retorted easily. You can't just apparate into Hogwarts grounds, and I doubt my Patronus would get there quick enough from here. Likely you'd have to go to Hogsmeade, and get to the castle the hard way. He's got a point, Black. Tristan conceded. By that time, who knows what kind of damage Lilith will have caused. Sirius sighed, looking troubled, but nodded anyway. You're right, Sirius ground out angrily. I don't have to like it. But you're right. Tristan made a few steps forward. Hand alight with unholy purple fire. Let me get rid of that ice. And with that, the blonde man engulfed the icy door in fire, melting it slowly. Sirius and I joined in with a shout of incendio. But we barely added to Tristan's onslaught. It made sense, since our conjured flames were likely much weaker than the cursed purple flames that Tristan wielded. Eventually, we ended our onslaught, revealing an ice-free door. There, Tristan said tiredly. The path is now open. Stop her, Harry. I will. I looked at both men. You'd better bring those reinforcements. It looked like I would need them. I gave Voldegreen